Super USB Chapter 101. Super USB Chapter 101. Security means security and defense, and it also refers to work related to security. When placed here, it refers to the guards, that is, the security. In Zongzi district, many people think that security is a very low profession, but they don't think so in foreign countries. Compared to a mercenary, this job is obviously more secure and safer. Well, at least for the time being. However, even if you still have to fight and kill in the future, the salary is real after all. You must know that even in the Middle East, which has the highest mortality rate in the entire Federation, it is far from reaching the price set by Chen Chen. The usual price for this group of people was only between 8,000 and 12,000 US dollars. After using money to conquer these desperados, the next thing is much easier. Before signing a contract with this group of people, they were like a time bomb, which might explode in the research center at some point. However, the closer to the primordial profession, the more the law of the jungle becomes. When Chen Chen really becomes the employer of this group of people, this group of people can become a weapon in Chen Chen's hands. After all, not everyone can provide them with a monthly salary of $30,000. For this salary, they will not allow anyone to harm Chen Chen. These 30 people, Chen Chen divided them into 5 teams, each with 6 people. Captain was chosen by them, and Cheng Zhao was the temporary captain. Let a middle-lander act as a commander. Of course, this group of people will not be convinced, but they can be physically persuaded. Cheng Zhao, who wears a GS combat uniform, does have a crushing advantage in melee combat. Giving Cheng Zhao such a big advantage, if you still can't manage this team well, then Chen Chen can't help much. In order to better manage this group of war animals, Chen Chen simply set up a training camp in the open space outside the research center, and at the same time prepared to change the underground 2-layer of the experimental building into a combat shooting range. You can even have a weekly holiday every month, so that these energetic wild beasts have time to go to the bar and wall of this bait event. With these 30 people on Cheng Zhao's team, Chen Chen formed a security department called Black Security Service, which translates to Black Security Service Department. At the same time, I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, Chen Chen also incorporated the 15 local security guards into this department and formulated strict departmental rules. For example, get up at 6 o'clock every day for training, there must be 2 patrols at night, etc. It will be very interesting to come to the next period of time. Without paying too much attention to this matter, Chen Chen quickly turned his attention to the first batch of experimental villagers in Golob village. After more than 10 days of cultivation, the cloned embryos of the villager old man have successfully developed into the embryo sac shape, and then the embryonic stem cells were extracted by Chen Chen's assistant, and the next step of multiplication and cultivation was carried out. But in the group of old man, there are 3 patients with liver cirrhosis and 2 patients with pneumoconiosis who used to be minors. Chen Chen cultivated an extra cloned embryo. For the 5 extra embryos, Chen Chen did not extract embryonic stem cells, but kept them. After all, you must know that all Chen Chen's technologies are developed to extend human lifespan. In order to extend human lifespan, in addition to replacing stem cells, there is actually a more direct way. That is organ transplantation. Human heart, lung, liver, kidney and other important organs can be transplanted. Strictly speaking, any lesions of these organs can be solved by transplantation. But why are there tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands every year? People die because of diseases of these organs. That is the rarity of these organs. Not only are they rare, but there are also problems with matching and rejection. But, what if you can clone your own organs? If Chen Chen wants to raise a wave of sponsorship by improving the technology of lifespan, then in addition to aging reversal treatment technology, perhaps he can also add a business. This idea, in fact, Chen Chen thought about it a long time ago and has already started to implement it. At this time, he came to a tissue engineering laboratory on the 5th floor of the laboratory building. In the laboratory, Several researchers are working attentively. These are all the newcomers invited by Chen Chen. At the beginning, Chen Chen invited 300 young talents with potential in the biological world. In the end, 200 of these people stayed, most of them became assistants to the group of professors, and the rest become a researcher dedicated to Chen Chen. Boss. Chen Chen nodded, he looked towards the instrument in front of everyone. Is the preparation completed? It's done. We have prepared 10 artificial endometriums. The blonde youth headed by turned around and replied, and as he said, he took the lead to walk to a transparent fish tank. It is said to be a fish tank, but it is actually an incubator similar in appearance to a fish tank. It is made of transparent materials on all sides. Only the top is sealed by a metal lid. One black, one white. 2 rubber hoses from the top reached into the tank. From the position of Chen Chen, the 2 hoses are connected to a palm-size biological tissue like internal organs in the incubator. The biological tissue is faintly triangular, like. This is the artificial endometrium we have prepared. The blonde youth looking at the mass of meat with intoxication, as if looking at a piece of art. According to Sentinel membrane in vitro 3-dimensional model establishment method, we first use the biodegradable ethyl lactic acid glycolic acid copolymer PLGA to create into a human body shape that can accommodate a fetus. Then the endometrial stromal cells and epithelial cells are planted on the upper and lower sides of the PLGA and provide sufficient nutrients. After about 14 days, the cells it begins to fuse into pieces, grow in multiple layers, and form a well-guided 3-dimensional structure. Chen Chen hearing this nodded. This technology is actually not difficult, after all, it is not generating complete human organs. That kind of black technology is just a layer of inner membrane. Even as early as 20 years ago, Professor Liu Hongqing of Cornell University in North America had realized this operation. The only difficulty of this technology is how to generate blood vessels for nutrient delivery like real human tissue. So, can a network of artificial blood vessels be integrated? Chen Chen asked again. Yes, we are using a mixed proliferation method. The blonde youth pointed to the 2 channels. At the same time as the endometrium is formed, it has automatically formed a self-sufficient intramural circulatory network. Only needs to connect to a dialysis machine, input fresh blood, separate out the waste blood, and then inject enough nutrients into the blood to make it live. Chen Chen nodded. Those 2 pipes simulate the function of arteries and veins. As for the blood inside, it is not ordinary human blood, but a perfluorotributylamine emulsion PFC with oxygen-carrying capacity. This substance is artificially synthesized and has good oxygen-carrying capacity. The solubility of oxygen is twice higher than that of ordinary blood, and it is biodegradable. It is often used as a blood substitute in medicine. Very good. Chen Chen showed a satisfied expression, patted the shoulder of the young man. Hannibal, are you interested in joining my next project team? Is it the next project about artificial endometrium? The young man known as Hannibal shines. As a professional biological talent, he will not don't understand what this technology means. Yes, I'm very willing, boss. The blonde youth is very nodded. This is a young man who is very enthusiastic about biological science. The blonde young man was originally named Hannibal Caesar. He was a sophomore at MIT. He published a very important paper in the field of synthetic biology on impurities in science last year. The technology of genetically modified fudge won the Lemelson MIT Award that year. Because the school has nothing to teach, so before graduating, he was attracted by Chen Chen's invitation letter and became an employee of Blacklight Biotechnology. In this young man, Chen Chen saw a kind of terrifying potential. If there are no variables, this young man has a chance to become like Darwin, Mendel, and Schwann in a few decades, and create a new biology subject. Super USB Chapter 102. Super USB Chapter 102. After half a day, Hannibal pushed the artificial endometrium and followed Chen Chen to the door of an unlabeled laboratory on the 6th floor. Different from other laboratories, this laboratory does not indicate any purpose, only a red sign. The upper part of the sign is marked with restricted area. and the lower part is marked with the words experimentally important. Idlers are not allowed to enter. Boss. Beside the alloy gate of the laboratory, there are already 2 young people wearing white research uniforms waiting there. These 2 youths are both 24-5 or so. One looks Jewish from the looks of it. He also decorated his research uniform with tassels, and the other seemed to be from Central Europe or Eastern Sea. Sure. Chen nodded, said to the 3 people, in the next period of time, you will be partners. Hello. Hannibal, hearing this, immediately shook hands with the 2. Hello, Im Horowitz von Neumann, European, Cambridge Department of Biology. Im Leal, from Central Asia, Princeton University for students. M. Hannibal Caesar, from MIT in North America, but I dropped out. One of the 3 is the introverted Midlanders were a Jew with a strong sense of right and wrong. On the contrary, Hannibal seemed the most normal. The 3 of them introduced themselves slightly, and then resumed their silence again. Chen ignored the 3, but looked towards the camera above his head, but within a few seconds, as the camera passed Chen's iris identity authentication, the alloy door suddenly opened, coming. After walking into the laboratory, Chen looked back at the 3 Hannibal standing in a daze at the door, and urged immediately, "Oh, okay. Boss." The 3 of them walked in. Until they walked into this laboratory, everyone found that it was extremely wide, several times larger than the previous laboratory, and the point was that they had never discovered the existence of this laboratory. A very common space illusion application, Chen said lightly, and then he directly pushed out a few cylindrical devices from the side. Hannibal looked up and saw that these cylindrical devices were about 30 centimeters in diameter and 1 meter high. The whole body was made of tempered glass, and only the base and top were made of metal, and the inside was empty. These are. The 3 people looked at these devices, and only felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Very familiar, right? Chen seems to have the meaning of teaching. I think you should have seen it in science fiction movies. A cultivation warehouse for the growth of clones. Hearing Chen's explanation, Leal suddenly moved in his heart, surprised. Yes, these all are specially designed based on the inspiration of science fiction movies, but I like another name, Life Incubator. Chen patted this equipment. Is you the voice of Peng immediately launched a constant temperature incubator. There are 5 human embryos in it, which have entered the embryo sac state. I think with your wisdom, you should know what to do next. The 3 people were shocked at hearing this. Those who were not even think rushed to the front, moving towards the incubator one by one. It's been 14 days. Hannibal muttered in a low voice, I need a micromanipulator to implant these human embryos into the artificial endometrium, and at the same time, I also need minerals, urea, uric acid, creatinine, glucose, amylase, etc. to synthesize amniotic fluid. And these must be completed before the embryo consumes the nutrients in the yolk, otherwise the embryo is very likely died because of insufficient nutrition. John added, but what's next? The blood supply in these artificial endometriums is basically impossible to support the growth of embryos, right? Leal asked with some uncertainty. 14 weeks. Chen stretched out a finger and replied, 14 weeks is my estimated time, because at that time the fetus has formed the umbilical cord and placenta. As long as the umbilical cord is formed, there is no need for endometrium intervention. When the time comes, we can use an artificial lung oxygenator to connect the blood vessels on the fetal umbilical cord to directly deliver oxygen. The inorganic salts, vitamins, fats, proteins and other substances needed for growth are transported into the fetus within the body together. These operations are very difficult. I am afraid it is difficult to complete. Hannibal thought about it. There are some difficulties between expressions. In his opinion, this method is still too ideal. The method of simulating the intrauterine environment is inherently difficult and complicated, and the feasibility of success is extremely low. You can rest assured that at this step, someone will be able to complete it. If Chen Chen points out, indeed, it is difficult to simulate the inter-outerine environment with the current technology, especially the supply of nutrients, which cannot be completed by manpower at all. However, Chen Chen does not have this problem. Humans cannot do it, which does not mean that artificial intelligence cannot do it either. A few days ago, Chen Chen set aside a plot inside the research center, built a factory building and purchased thousands of servers. Afterwards, Chen Chen moved Xiao X from Zhongzi to here. Not only that, in order to solve the communication problem, Chen Chen built the macro base station at his own expense when he set up the research center to ensure the wireless network problem. With the ability of Xiao X to be able to make 24-hour undifferentiated macro control, as long as you experiment a few times and establish enough data models, you can find the correct cultivation law sooner or later. Moreover, these equipments in the laboratory are all customized in Switzerland, and every equipment here can be connected to the network, regardless of the operation of the small X. Therefore, as long as these three people do not set back, Chen Chen does not have to consider the probability of failure. That's right. Chen Chen suddenly reminded, my purpose of cultivating cloned embryos is not to give birth to them, and I don't want them to become real lives. I understand, is it? Then what do you mean? The three people are hearing this lifts the head. A targeted inhibitor of serotonin. Chen Chen directly took out a piece of paper, wrote down the molecular formula of a chemical drug, and then expressed solemnly looked towards the three people, injecting this serotonin-inhibiting embryos. Their brain development will be inhibited, but it will not inhibit the development of the body. The three immediately realized that Chen Chen treated these cloned embryos, adopted the name it. I understand, this is indeed the best choice. Leland John nodded, the embryonic brain is not developed, so consciousness will not form naturally, although even if the brain develops, self-awareness is not formed during the fetal period. Chen Chen's approach is undoubtedly more humane, because for humans, they are just an empty shell with a fleshy body but no brain. Although Hannibal doesn't care about these, Chen Chen is his own boss after all, so he still has to listen. After all this was ordered, Chen Chen granted the laboratory permissions to three people, and then turned around and left the laboratory. These three are all geniuses in biology, and Chen Chen is ready to be included in God's forbidden zone. Now Chen Chen's company is getting bigger and bigger, and there is not enough time for him to do it a little bit experimented, so it is important to train some successors. And this task of cultivating cloned embryos is naturally handed over to these three geniuses carefully selected by Chen Chen. Super US Speak Chapter 103. Super US Speak Chapter 103. 3 months later. Everyone, please walk to your respective treadmills now. Immediately, in the laboratory building of the Blacklight Biological Research Center, a young researcher is expressing a serious stare at 33 blacks. These 33 blacks are all Oonbos. At this time, they are wearing standard white medical gowns. Although not all of them are in great spirits, at least everyone appears to be very healthy. You must know that when these people entered the research center 3 months ago, they still looked like senile, but at this time they were miraculously younger. Looking at it now, this group of people seems to be only 40 years old, as if time has turned back on them. Hearing the orders of the researchers, these people looked reluctant. But right next to them, a team of BSS security service personnel is glare like a tiger watching his prey staring at them. A little disobedient is just a clubbing. As for those who can actively cooperate, they can get more delicious food alone, and even alcoholic beverages. In this two-way choice of reward and punishment, this group of people naturally does not have much choice. As this group of people boarded the treadmill reluctantly, the researcher pressed lightly on the main console, and the treadmill began to work slowly. It is 5 kilometers each hour now. Please don't walk and run. It is now 7 kilometers each hour. Everyone continue. It is 10 kilometers each hour. When the researchers adjusted the treadmill to 10 kilometers, a black man seemingly unable to hold on, he escaped from the treadmill. Suddenly, the security guard in charge of monitoring this row immediately stepped forward and threw the electric baton fiercely on the opponent's back hip. Suddenly, the black man let out a heartbreaking howl, clutching his butt and jumping on the treadmill again. 15 kilometers each hour. The researchers checked the time. 5 minutes had passed, and many people began to gasp violently. However, this is not the limit. Thinking about it, this researcher directly adjusted the speed to 20 kilometers. Now, the group of blacks could no longer support them. One by one they jumped off the treadmill, lying on the ground like dead pigs, panting, and could not get up even if the security guards whipped them. Not bad. Looking at the data shown by this group of people, the researchers were satisfied with nodded. This physical strength is already comparable to that group of otaku who never exercise. You must know that this group of people are more than 50 years old, and 50 years old in Africa, equivalent to 65 to 70 years old in Zhongzhou. Speaking, the researcher took out the recorder and wrote to be in the line of physical recovery. At the top of physical fitness, there are words such as skeleton strength, organ activity, muscle activity, and joint toughness. Behind these are basically A and B. Well, we will do X-ray again later, and all the tests today will be over. The researcher patted the hand and warned everyone repeatedly. After that, all the people returned to the dormitory, but the 5 of you, Kang Dai and Lisu, stayed temporarily, and there are other tests that need your cooperation. As he said, he left with the 5 people named. At this time, there are 5 life incubators in operation in the mysterious laboratory without any marks. The inside of these life incubators is filled with a pale yellow liquid. These liquids are a bit turbid, and there are continuous bubbles from the bottom of the tank, and then gurgling out. Through the turbid liquid, one can faintly see a fist-sized human fetus suspended quietly. The human fetus is curled up, wrapped in a translucent film, as if in a purple palace. The long umbilical cord of the fetus is connected to several pipes. One end of these pipes is connected to the umbilical cord of the fetus, and one end directly extends out of the tank, connecting a huge mechanical device behind everyone. Through that machine, all the nutrients needed for growth will be accurately input into the body of the fetus. The 5 opponents will be here soon, and we can start preparing the organ matching. At this time, Hannibal received a message from the console and hurriedly addressed the laboratory. The other 2 inside reminded, "Must do this." Newman, who was testing the data, came back to his senses, hesitated. Last time I checked, those 5 people had reversed aging after the treatment. The organs within the body have begun to recover. Even without organ transplantation, the cirrhosis of the liver of the 3 and the pneumoconiosis of the 2 are automatically improved. Hannibal, hearing this, shook the head, frowns, saying, "Newman, you are still like this. Don't forget that we are not a charity. Do you know how many dollars these 30 people need to burn for an aging reversal treatment? Know the 5 life incubators in front of you every day, how many dollars have been burned? Going further, do you know that Boss builds this experimental center and burns less dollars every day?" Sigh. Hannibal continued, "We are not for the sake of saving this group of people, but for technology. Today, no research institution in the world can generate stem cells into complete organs. Why? It's not that it's too difficult to generate individual organs, even beyond the difficulty of human cloning. However, we can easily bypass this problem and directly produce complete organs. How many people can this technology save? Do you know?" Leal on the side also stepped forward, patted Newman's shoulder. "We have an old saying in Central Continent, little kind is like big evil, and big kind is like ruthless. Real kindness should be rational, not to be swayed by emotions, not to be bothered by emotions, and what we are doing now is great kindness." Newman is nodded. What the 3 didn't know was that their conversation at this time all fell into Chen Chen's ears. At this time, Chen Chen is leaning on the sofa, sipping champagne while listening to the conversation of several people on the monitor, slightly nodded. At this moment, Xiao X's voice suddenly came from the speaker. "My godfather, all the records of the aging reversal project have been sorted out, And now we have the last data of organ matching. La, you did good, little X. Chen Chen snapped his fingers. In this case, my next plan can start. P. What's next? Little X said curiously. Yes, the next step is planned. Chen Chen raised his palm and stared at his palm. You should know that everything I do now is based on a suggestion. Expert lifespan plan. But I also understand that this plan cannot be completed in 1 or 2 days, but fortunately, my parents are less than 50 years old now, and I have at least 20 to 30 years to complete this plan. Speaking, Chen Chen clenched his fists slightly, and a firm look appeared in his eyes. After 20 years, I will initially extend the lifespan of all mankind for 30 years, and then completely open lifespan to escape. Then have you thought about how to solve the problem of the population explosion? Suddenly, little X said curiously, today, the number of humans in the entire Federation is 7.84 billion, an average annual growth of 81.3 million people, with a growth index of 1.09%. According to my calculations, in 20 years, the population will reach 9.595 billion, Wix all. I'm afraid to continue the index the level of growth will reach 30 billion in 100 years, leading to intensified conflicts and triggering a new round of world wars. Don't worry about this. Chen Chen shook the head. Little X, your abstract logical thinking is still inadequate. If science and technology can really develop for another 100 years, wouldn't it be possible to study controlled nuclear fusion? Even if humans are still studying if it doesn't come out, can't I just test it out? Also. Xiao X suddenly woke up. Once controllable nuclear fusion succeeds, it means that mankind has officially entered the era of unlimited energy, and it also means that the gravity of the Earth can no longer restrain mankind. When the time comes, no matter how the population expands, it doesn't matter at all. Chen Chen lightly said with a smile. Even more how? Even if the lifespan of human beings suddenly skyrocketed, when the time comes, the Federation will naturally delay retirement, postpone marriage, restrict birth, etc. corresponding policies, but this is not a question I should consider. If I think that the extension of human lifespan will definitely cause various crises, it is too unreasonable. Speaking, Chen Chen picked up the table I read a book on with keen interest pleasure. About half an hour later, Xiao X suddenly reminded, your godfather, the clone laboratory has uploaded the results, and the matching rate between the clone and the body is 100%. Very good. Chen Chen hearing this put down the book in his hand, and warned repeatedly, little X, get ready to start. Super USB Chapter 104. Super USB Chapter 104. Half an hour later, Chen Chen played with a weird invitation letter in his hand. This invitation letter is dark blue as a whole. It is made of 270 grams pearlescent paper with a gilded font on it, which looks dignified and generous. In the center of the invitation letter is the logo of God's Forbidden Zone, and at the bottom is the phrase welcome at our arrival written in small letters. These all are normal, but if you open the inside of the invitation letter, you will find that the thickness of this invitation letter is much greater than that of ordinary invitation letters, and even the thickness of some books. The invitation letter is about 30 pages thick. The first page after opening is the introduction of God's Forbidden Area organization described by Chen Chen, and the following pages are all about aging reversal treatment and photos and information of the 2 projects of clone organ transplant. Of course, these materials lack core parameters. Professionals may be able to see the true and false, but if you want to imitate it is impossible. You can only start from scratch. Moreover, these invitations are not 1, but 11. And the languages used in these invitations are also various. Some of the invitations are in English, some are in French, and there are Latin, Greek, Arabic and Hebrew. 11 invitations were aimed at 11 world-class chaebols. These chaebols may be very well known or unknown at all, or they may be well-known figures of a certain industry, or it is the highest chief in charge of a certain family. However, The only thing these people have in common is that they are all over 60 years old and under 70 years old. Chen Chen learned a truth from textbooks since he was a child. The more difficult the struggle situation is, the more the masses must be mobilized. We must unite and rely on the masses. Reckless, and contrary to the mistakes of Jren heroism Jin charge accent. See how, those villainous bosses brimming over with talent tenacious, which one is not because of standing on the opposite side of the whole world, but never thought of drawing in allies. Sora has a power and cannot be used. Lost in the end. Therefore, even if Chen Chen wants to implement his plan, he will never fight alone. He wants to weave a huge and delicious cake to Leo's interest groups in. In this way, even if the plan is exposed one day in the future, a righteous person will jump out against him holding a banner, but at that time he will not only overthrow him, but the incomparable behind him a huge group of interests and co-prosperity. In other words, Chen Chen needs to use some means to firmly bind some groups that hold money and rights to his own interests, war chariot, and then himself. Only then can we be confident and bold to develop the company and complete our century-old plan. However, if you want to create a cake that is enough to attract that group of people, not everyone can do it. Ordinary, poorly selling, and worthless cakes abound. So, Chen Chen will develop the aging reversal therapy and clonal organ transplantation, these two attractive promising technologies. With these two technologies, coupled with the ongoing Alzheimer reversal therapy, neural stem cell regeneration, cycle-independent kinase and other projects in the research center, surely it can attract these powerful people whose lives are coming to an end. Chen Chen sits on the sofa, leaning on his chin with one hand, thinking silently. When people find that their years are aging silently and their energy is declining year by year, what will everyone do? Ordinary persons start to love sports, even though they may be too lazy to take a few steps when they are young. At the same time, they also learned to keep healthy, eating only 70% full, no longer staying up late, no longer wanton venting, just for a healthy body. This is just an ordinary person, but what about the ancient emperors who awake the world? From the beginning of Qin Shi Huang sending Zifu to Peng like Xian Shan, to the martial emperor of the Han dynasty beloved alchemist seeking immortal medicine, and then to Emperor Taizong to take the monk medicine, and there was no rescue. Through the history of ancient kings, even if they are wise such as Qin Emperor Wu of Han, Tang sect Songzu, but in their later years, who has escaped the vicious circle? Human nature is like this. Even wise emperors have to pursue longevity, not to mention these people who hold a lot of money. Even Chen Chen is no exception. In Chen Chen's view, as long as he can survive, he can give a lot of things, whether it is time, money, desire, or even human identity. I can abandon it. After all, there is nothing left after death, but as long as you live, there are unlimited possibilities and unlimited hope. Since I think so, then when they see the two mature projects in Chen Chen's invitation letter, can they resist the temptation from life instinct? Chen Chen is looking forward to it. A few days later, I was far away on the British Isles in the European area beyond 10,000 li. London, which is known as the largest economic centre of the Confederation and the largest city in Europe, is ushering in another sunny day at this time. The financial industry is a pillar industry in London. The stock exchange here is the most important securities trading centre in the whole Federation. At the same time, there are also the headquarters of 19 Fortune 500 companies in the Federation. On the east side of St. Paul's Cathedral in London, there is a place called 1 Square Mile. There are densely populated buildings with hundreds of banks and other financial institutions. Seen as a copy of Wall Street in London. Because of this, 1 Square Mile has another more popular name, the City of Finance. At this time, in the financial city, inside a Foster Group building, Newman Foster is wearing a pair of heavy lenses, sitting on a wicker chair, quietly looking out the French window. He is holding a piece of London Times in his hand. This is the newspaper he founded when he was young. It has become the most popular Times newspaper in London and sells millions of copies every day. the above. As he gets older, he likes to meditate more, contemplating his choice at a personal crossroads when he was young. If you changed a certain choice back then, would you not have the regrets in your future life now? The noon sun is warm and strong, and the sunlight shines on Norman's eyes through the floor-to-ceiling windows, making Norman drowsy. He has lost the energy he had when he was young, but he still hasn't stopped controlling several of his companies. So after office, he has developed the habit of squinting in a wicker chair every day. But today, for some reason, Norman can't fall asleep. The more it closes its eyes, the more it feels like there is someone standing next to it, an invisible person. However, when he opened his eyes vigilantly and looked around, he found that no one was present except the secretary behind him and the trusted bodyguard outside. And when you open your eyes, that feeling will disappear quickly. But when he closed his eyes again, the feeling of being peeped came again. This kind of contrast made him have one's hair stand on end. As an old man at dusk, his instincts should not have been so strong. Although he kept admonishing himself that everything was just an illusion, the feeling of being watched continued to stimulate his nerves. In that case, I have to stop sleeping. Norman sighed and picked up the newspaper in his hand again, but when he was about to continue reading the newspaper, suddenly stunned. Immediately, a chill rose from within the body and quickly spread to the whole body. Even his hairs were erected. I don't know when, the newspaper originally in my hands was thrown into the trash can, and in my hand, there was an extra weird invitation letter. Super US Speak Chapter 105. Super US Speak Chapter 105. The above are all the free chapters in the public period of this book. Since December 16th, when the bear wrote the first word of the book, 2 months have passed so far. Gixung is not full-time writing. At the same time, Kuksu is a handicapped. Not only is it handicapped, but he is in a foreign country and has left his familiar computer and code word software. The bear has not come home yet. The bear wants to go home. Due to a large number of factors, the update speed of the bear is not satisfied. Please forgive me, readers. After all, the code word speed is not fast. Plus the modification and polishing. Writing a chapter takes 3 hours at the fastest, and 5 hours slower. However, the results of this book are so good that the bears did not expect it. Before the shelves, it can reach 50,000 collections, the number of recommended votes per day exceeds 2,000, and the number of rewards exceeds 200. These are all due to your support. See friends here guys. Whether you voted for a recommendation for this book, or just a collection of a click, here the bear must sincerely say to you, thank you. However, if you say 1,000 things and 10,000, clicks and collections are all imaginary. The final result of a book depends on the subscription. The bear is actually very scared, because the bear is afraid of all the good things now. It is just a bubble phantom. When it is on the shelves, it will be beaten back to its original shape. It's not that the bear has never experienced this kind of example. It's as if God gave you a huge hope, and then reborn and shattered in front of you. That sense of difference is enough to make people go crazy. When the bear is writing this passage, his hands are shaking. Dog bears do not have NZT and cannot maintain high IQ and rationality like Chen Chen. The bear doesn't know how many of these 50,000 readers will continue to support me after it's on the shelves. How many readers will turn around and run to see piracy, and how many readers will say raise, and then put it on the bookshelf, and wait until some day in the future when you think of it, and then open the dust. Perhaps, those readers who say raise for a while, when you open this book again a few months later, all you see is only a chapter and a notice, or even a notice will not. If yes, there will be no news. I'm not saying that it is not possible to raise it, but I beg readers who want to raise the book, can you turn on your automatic subscription when raising this book? Let the bears see the increase in subscriptions and feel at ease, instead of just waiting for a hopeless promise. And those friends who are going to watch piracy, if the book has a little plot that resonates with you, can you support the bear a little for that resonance? After all, this book may only need 2 or 3 cents a day, and it is not even $5 a month. I also ask readers to understand the utility of bears. After all, bears do not generate electricity for love, and bears have to eat. So, here, the bear first asks for a subscription at noon tomorrow. At 12 o'clock tomorrow noon, the book will be officially released, which means that the next update will be released at 12 noon tomorrow. When the time comes, the bear will be updated and it will explode more. 5 start. The bear has no plans to sleep tonight. What is the result of this book after it's on the shelves? Whether the bears eat or drink porridge does not depend on me, but on everyone in the room. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. The first month of the new book term, monthly pass, subscription. These are definitely the most important things. As for adding more rules, the bear is still groping for the time being. Just order it according to the results after the shelves. As for the reader group, Gixai asked an old friend to help build one ordinary book friend group, for everyone to chat and play in it. Readers who are willing to regularly vote for Gixai can come here. The bear will ask for votes inside. The group number is 729,201,283. Let one be a group of hardcore book friends, in which the bear will discuss the next plot with everyone, and will also ask you what movie material you have here. You can also ask the bear or come to some ye and so on. Hee. The group number of the hardcore book friend group will be announced in the announcement of the general group. To enter the group, you need to post a screenshot of the full subscription, or you will be invited out. Okay. Don't talk nonsense. Whether it's heaven or hell depends on what happened tomorrow. Finally, the bear once again shouted in the loudest voice, seeking monthly pass, seeking recommendation, seeking subscription. Super US Speak Chapter 106. Super US Speak Chapter 106. Although Norman is 19 years old, he dares to swear that he has absolutely no signs of Alzheimer's. After all, he is his own private doctor who will do this every month. Detection. Not only that, in the various examinations I have done, my brain has always been my healthiest part. So, everything just now is really not an illusion. A person walked up to him and, taking advantage of his squinting effort, replaced the newspaper in his hand with an invitation letter. Norman thinks he has not yet reached the level of dim-sighted from old age. Even more, how? If someone comes in, how could his bodyguard and secretary be unaware? Thinking of this, Norman lifts the head again, cautiously looking around. However, all around is still silent, only the secretary packing the bookshelf behind him, and 2 guards standing quietly at the door. At this time, if it weren't for the extra invitation letter in his hand, I am afraid that even Norman himself would have begun to doubt himself. Emily. Norman couldn't help calling. Mr. Norman, I am here. Immediately, a middle-aged woman swept in a strong perfume came to her and leaned down to reveal her stalwart breast. Do you need me to pour you a cup of health tea? No, Emily. Did anyone pass by me just now? Norman stared at the woman in front of him. The eyes seemed to want to see her through. Why, how did it happen, Mr. Norman? The secretary's expression changed slightly, and then strangely said, This is your private office, except for me and Leo, who can come in without being notified. Is that so? Norman gradually looked away. He lowered his head and looked towards the invitation letter in his hand, revealing a looking thoughtful expression. Hey, Mr. Norman, when is this invitation letter? Finally, the secretary also saw the invitation letter suddenly appeared in Norman's hand, and was a little surprised. This has nothing to do with you. Before the woman could finish asking, Norman gave him a cold look. The secretary, hearing this, quickly woke up, and quickly swallowed the doubt that came to his lips. She has been professionally trained, so she naturally understands what to ask and what not to ask, but she was too surprised just now. After all, 10 minutes ago, her boss was not at all. After the woman returned to her position, Norman carefully looked at the invitation letter in his hand. Since you can avoid your elite bodyguards and the eyes of this stupid woman, and send the invitation letter to yourself, no matter how the other party does it, this invitation letter is worth seeing. The cover of the invitation letter is a weird logo. A robotic hand wants to touch a human hand, and below the logo is a small slogan: Holy Land of Science, God's Forbidden Zone. Norman is not a devout Christian, but when he saw this logo, he couldn't help being frowned. It's really bold. This kind of slogan, this pattern, is to express the meaning that science can replace God. Norman muttered in a low voice, then he was coldly snorted and opened the first page. Suddenly, a paragraph of text written with a gel pen came into view. At first glance, this text seems to be not at all special, but the more you look closely, the better you can feel. Because these words are almost the same, whether it is the spacing between the letters or the similarity between the same letters. You need to know that even if a calligraphy who has been exercising for decades deliberately writes two identical letters, it is difficult to distinguish between them. This is not a technical problem, but a human being's own muscle control issues. Unless someone can precisely control the smallest force of his muscles every time, it is possible to write exactly the same letters. But, are there such people in the world? Norman may not believe it before, but at this time Norman had to believe it, because he could not see any difference between the entire text, just like the computer typesetting standard text, clean and neat. But anyone can see that this is by no means a computer-printed font, because this text has a strong personal style. The strokes are grand and magnificent, and the strokes caused by handwriting are also not a computer can easily simulate. What kind of person can write this miraculous text? Norman took a deep breath, and now he is more interested in this invitation. Dear Mr. Norman Foster, when you see this text, it proves that it has been delivered to you. Please forgive me our act of leaving without saying goodbye. As you can see, we are an organization called the God Forbidden Zone, spontaneously founded by a group of people who are committed to it is to break the limit of the human body and gain the right of the God's immortality. For this, we launched a project called Human Lifespan Escape, which includes hundreds of continuation of human beings. Life science and technology projects are currently being implemented: aging reversal therapy, cloned organ transplantation, Alzheimer reversal therapy, neural stem cell connection regeneration, cancer cell cycle protein-dependent kinase, and other 13 projects. Among these projects, there have been successful 2 projects: aging reversal treatment and clonal organ transplantation. Once these 2 techniques are used interchangeably, the lifespan of a natural person can be extended by more than 30 years. For this reason, we have attached part of the information on these 2 technologies. If you think the information is not convincing, you can also log into the URL provided in the invitation letter to view the video files of these 2 technologies. If you are interested in our project, please contact us on the web. Finally, it is the signature of God's restricted zone. After reading this passage, the corner of Norman's eyes couldn't help being twitched. I have to say that when he saw the words aging reversal treatment, his heart that should have been dismissive of everything suddenly jumped violently. But immediately, this heartbeat turned into suspicion. Scam organizations? Norman has not encountered a similar situation. There are similar cases in their own circles. Several rich financial men found an organization similar to Alka Life Continuation Foundation on the internet and were persuaded to invest tens of millions. As a result, within 2 days, the other party directly took the money and ran away, making these rich old men a big laughingstock in the financial world. Norman didn't want to be wise, but when he was dying, he was ruined by this incident. But what if the other party said is real? Norman was silent for a while, and then bitterly laughed. Yes, even if he knew this organization, what if it is mostly fake? Can it be ignored by yourself? Norman's eyes fixed on the phrase lifespan extend 30 years. Now I am 18 years old. Although my body is still strong, how long can I maintain this rare health? I am no longer young. Maybe I can live for 10 to 20 years, or maybe a cold tomorrow will kill me. Who can say this? Thinking of this, Norman silently sighed and straightened up from the couch. Emily, you go out and call my son Leo in. Yes, Norman Sir. Super US Speak Chapter 107. Super US Speak Chapter 107. Father, do you call me? After a while, a tall and handsome middle-aged man walked in. The man is about 40 years old, blonde, blue-eyed, and of a standard Caucasian race. His expressions are full of self-confidence. Leo, you are here. Norman waved to the secretary beside him. LMI, you go out first. Yes. The secretary hurriedly nodded, left the room quickly, and closed the door gently. The expression startled of the man called Leo finally became solemn. He walked quickly to his father and asked in a low voice, did something happen? Look at this. Norman lifts the head and handed him the invitation letter in his hand. After looking at each other with his father, Leo suddenly discovered that his father was obviously different at this time, and there seemed to be something more in those eyes. That is a sharp light. Leo often saw this kind of light when he was young, but as his father got older, he rarely saw this kind of light in his father's eyes. Because every time this light shines in the eyes of my father, it means that he is going to make some far-reaching decision. Is it related to this invitation letter? Leo moved in his heart and quickly turned over his look. At first, Leo only frowned, but as he kept turning back, the surprise in his eyes grew thicker and heavier in the end. Even his breathing became heavy. 20 minutes later, Leo finally put down the invitation letter. He expressed gravely, Father, where did this invitation letter come from? I don't know. Norman lowered his eyes, making people confused about his emotions at this time. The other party used a way to avoid everyone around me, and put things in my place 20 minutes ago. In the hands. This is impossible. Leo couldn't help but said, perhaps he used a drone or bought a bodyguard. Are you questioning my judgment? Norman narrowed his eyes. Don't dare. Leo dropped his head quickly. I know it's hard to accept, but it's the truth. Norman pointed to the closed door. I've been lying here just now, only I'm merely alone. That is to say, the other party may have some ability to avoid all my bodyguards and kill me easily. Is it threatening you? Leo's expression became more serious. I think the other party does have this meaning in it. Norman stood up slowly. You go to contact a biological expert. I want to know the authenticity of the technology, and whether it can be copied. A few hours later, an old man in a white coat appeared in Norman's inside the president's office. He sat in front of the computer, expression solemnly watched all the videos, and reluctantly flipped through the materials in his hands, and then reluctantly put the materials down. Mr. Moss, is there any possibility of fraud in this technology? Leo asked quickly. I can't find traces of fraud. The old man sighed, stood up from his seat. Although I can't believe it, the principle above is indeed feasible. It's just that there are still some technical issues that need to be studied. Then if you give these materials to you, can you replicate the same technology? Norman asked indifferently on the side. Very hopeful. The old man's eyes suddenly lit up. These two materials have given me a lot of inspiration. If I were to study, it would only take 5 years and $1 billion. I'm confident that he'll copy the first technology for the funding of the company. Hearing this, Norman and his son looked at each other, and both sides saw the regret in each other's eyes. Is it just the first copy? The old man suddenly embarrassed. Perhaps in your opinion, the second copy the technology seems to be simpler than the first one. It's just about the cultivation of human clones, but the difficulty is the kind of machine called life incubator used by the other party. I don't know how this instrument solves the problem of in vitro cultivation, but at least as far as I know, the Federation will not be able to do it in 10 years. Okay, we understand. Norman's son nodded. Leo immediately stepped forward, hooked the old man and walked out of the room. Mr. Moss, you have done a good job. I will send the hush fee and employment fee to your account, but for everything that happened before, please also keep your mouth tight, otherwise you know the consequences. Mr. Leo, do you really not consider letting me copy this technology? I can. We can talk about this next time. Leo invited the other party out without question, and then winked at the two bodyguards. The two bodyguards silently nodded and followed out of the room. After sending away the expert, Leo returned to Norman. He just wanted to say something, but saw his father's meditating expression. For a long time, Norman finally spits out one mouthful of impure air. He looked up towards his son. Leo, does the website say how to contact them? They gave a date and address. Leo turned on the computer to confirm. The date is May 30th, 10 days later, and the address is Walsh Bay, Namibia, Africa. In 10 days? Norman frowned, then solemnly looked towards Leo. Leo, I will arrange for you and Jessica to go there for a trip. I want to know whether the other party's projects are real or just a scam. I see, father. Leo nodded, then lowered his eyes. When the strong father gave orders, he had only to obey. After making a decision, Norman lay back in the recliner and turned over the invitation letter again, as if he wanted to engrave the letters in his mind. Seeing this scene, Leo knew he had quit. He glanced at the invitation letter one last time, then turned and left the office, and gently closed the door. But, I don't know if it was an illusion. The moment he brought the door, he seemed to see a flash of greed in his father's eyes. Seeing that the two set the tone, Cheng Zhao, who was in a stealth state, turned around and left the office silently with the power of the GS combat uniform. However, he did not at all walk away, but was hiding near the financial city, ready to act again at any time. After all, as cautious as Chen, it is impossible to expose his whole cards when the opponent's intention is unknown. Even if exposed, Chen will leave behind a certain amount of play. In addition to Cheng Zhao's BSS team with GS combat uniforms, Xiao X is also monitoring Norman's call records for 24 hours. If Norman's previous decision was not to cooperate, but to produce a plan to become an enemy of Chen, then Cheng Zhao would use amnestics to erase their previous memories. In order to improve the efficiency of this operation, Chen took 5 stealth devices and distributed them to the other 5 team members. The stealth device of this Iron Blood fighter is only the size of Longan, which is convenient to carry and only requires a small amount of electricity. Can be taken out. As for the controller stealth device Chen in Slaughter City, it is not that Chen has not considered it, but that device needs to be worn on the arm, and its weight and volume are much larger than the Iron Blood fighter stealth device. Chen excluded. In this way, Cheng Zhao and the 5 team members delivered 11 invitation letters to the 11 chaebols in batches. When the agreed day is reached, everyone will gather at Walvis Bay, Namibia. At that time, it was Chen's stage. Super USB Chapter 108. Super USB Chapter 108. 10 days later. When Leo Foster arrived at Walvis Bay under the pretext of traveling, the family's steward Jessica came here one day earlier and booked a luxury hotel. It's just that Leo heard another news from Jessica's mouth. Really? A biological company named Blackwatch has a research center near here? Leo showed a pensive expression. Their logo. Does it look like 2 hands? No, young master, the logo of this company is a dark hole. Jessica replied. That's weird. Leo frowned. No matter what, this company is the most suspicious. Keep checking. Yes, young master. After Jessica left, Leo logged into the website on the invitation letter again. But this time after he entered the verification code, the other party sent him one directly information. 2200 hours. 22 o'clock. What does it mean? Seeing the new message sent by the other party, Leo subconsciously looked at his watch. It is now 9:20 p.m. Namibia time, and there are still 40 minutes before the time above. Could it be that the other party will meet with me at this time? Leo is frowned, and the other party's trick of profound void makes him very unhappy. If not the other party, he probably had the technology to extend the lifespan, and he turned around and left. As for whether the other party will be disadvantageous to him, Leo not at all is too worried. As long as he is not the most stupid kidnapper, he will understand that kidnapping members of the Foster family in Europe will not bring him anything. Interest. In this way, Leo has been waiting for 40 minutes. At 2200 hours in the middle of the night, A dark black car suddenly drove in from the darkness and slowly stopped in front of Leo's hotel. D_NGL_NGL_NG. At the same time, Leo's cell phone rang. Leo picked up the phone, but found that the caller ID line turned out to be empty. He pressed the connect button with some confusion, and suddenly, a young male voice came out of the phone. "Mr. Leo Foster, I am a spokesperson in God's Forbidden Zone. It really is you." Leo has had enough of this kind of aimless waiting. Hurriedly urged, "I have arrived at Walvis Bay according to the address you provided. Can we meet now?" The pickup and drop-off vehicle has parked downstairs, Mr. Foster. Leo, hearing this, quickly walked to the window, opened the curtains and looked down, and he saw a dark car parked outside the hotel in the dark. In the setting off, it is like the ghost of black. "Do you want me to get in this car?" Leo's expression gloomy and uncertain. This is not forcing. The coaches we provide can also be used to lead the way. The phone was replied, "Let's do this, I'll come right away." Leo thought for a while, and in the end he didn't take any risks. Although demeanor is important, his own safety is even more important. After he called Jessica, after a while, Jessica led a group of bodyguards. "Young master, the car is ready." "Then let's go." Leo nodded, turned and went downstairs, and sat in an SUV that the bodyguards drove, while the other bodyguards got in 3 other cars. Suddenly, 5 cars started at the same time, and Grandiose left Walvis Bay and drove along the road towards the south. After driving for 20 minutes, when Leo saw the gate marked with the words Blackwatch Center for Biological Research at the end of the road, his expression suddenly froze. Sure enough, the God Forbidden Zone is related to this company. Without stopping in front of the door, 5 cars drove directly into the door, and ended up in front of a large laboratory building. Stopped. But what Leo didn't expect was that dozens of cars were parked in front of this experimental building, and several people like bodyguards could even be seen standing in front of their cars. Suddenly, Leo's brow furrowed deeper. Although the more people the other party invites, the safer you are, but it also means that you will have more potential competitors. I just don't know what God's Forbidden Zone organization behind this company plans. Get out of the car with a group of bodyguards. Steward Jessica leaned in again. He pointed to the stairs of the laboratory building more than 10 meters away and reminded in a low voice, "Look, young master, a member of the Wilson family, I've seen him." Leo heard this, but he saw several receptionists who seemed to be from the research center were welcoming the people pointed by Jessica into the building. Then he walked toward him again. "Welcome to you." Before we arrived, the headed Zongzi people shouted, "Welcome to Mr. Foster, your arrival really makes our company proud." Xon Sheng Yui. Seeing this unprofessional welcome, Leo resisted the dissatisfaction in his heart and shook hands with the visitor. "Are you the director of this company?" "No, I am the director of the personnel department of the research center, and these are all my subordinates," the middle-aged person said with a laugh. "Please go in now. Frankly, you are the last to come. The other 10 families have been waiting for a long time." "The other 10 families?" Leo heart startled. "Who are there?" "On the European side, in addition to your Foster family, there are the Wilson family, and on the North American side, there are the Edwards family, the Alexander Great family, and the Rodriguez family. Apart from this, also the Muhammad family with sandbars." As the Midlander in front of him muttered a name, the corner of Lady's eyes jumped fiercely. He tried to hold back his tie, fiercely questioned the other person's thoughts, and walked into the hall without saying a word. Suddenly, the densely packed crowd in the hall looked over at the same time. "Please let your bodyguards stay here." Qian Wenwen pointed to a conference hall next to him. "The members of other families have entered the conference hall." Li Dai was nodded and ordered Jessica and the bodyguards to stay in the hall, and then walked into the conference hall under Qian Wenwen's guidance. Unlike the noisy hall, as soon as Ledi entered the conference hall, he saw everyone sitting in an orderly manner around a large conference table. Most of these people look familiar to Ledi. After all, The upper circles are always interoperable. Most of the people here are similar to their own identities. They are all financial oligarchs in various countries and family members of consortium. The only person sitting at the top of the long conference table is a young man from Central Europe who he has never seen before. At this time, there is only one vacancy on this conference chairperson's table. You don't need to think about it, this position is for yourself. So Lady walked casually under the gaze of everyone, and then sat down slowly, showing a good British aristocracy. Very well, Mr. Foster is also officially in place. Then this meeting can officially begin. In the first seat, the young man smiled slightly. His voice passing the microphone is delivered to every corner of the conference hall. Super US Speak Chapter 109. Super US Speak Chapter 109. In a luxuriously decorated conference hall, 12 men of different temperaments sat quietly in their respective positions, and all of them stared at the young man in the first seat. A dignified breath is slowly permeating. At this moment, the young man sitting in the first place suddenly spoke. Everyone here should have known each other a long time ago, so I won't introduce more. The youth pointed to himself. I introduce myself. My name is Chen Chen, from Zhongzi district, is the initiator of this event and also the spokesperson of the God Forbidden Zone. I want to ask, what is the purpose of your God Forbidden Zone for inviting me here? But before Chen Chen finished speaking, a Middle Eastern man with a white scarf on his head interrupted impatiently. We people have very limited time. If it weren't yours, a few pieces of technology, I believe no one will sit here. Zaid His Highness the Prince, at least wait for me to finish speaking. Chen Chen spread his hands and said helplessly, as for the God Forbidden Zone, I have already introduced it very clearly in the invitation letter, and this point will not be repeated. The purpose of inviting you to come here is actually very simple. It is to invite everyone to join organization. After all, we must unite all the forces that can be united. Everyone is silent, waiting for Chen Chen's next words. First of all, please take a look at this information. Chen Chen gently patted his hand, and suddenly several employees walked in and brought the 11 copies with the blue cover. The information is sent to everyone. As everyone unpacked the information, many people couldn't help taking a breath. Lady also opened the materials, but found that it turned out to be a report that was more detailed than before. Not only that, but the report also gave a complete plan to continue human life. The details of the plan are breathtaking. I don't know everyone, have you ever heard of the concept of human lifespan escape speed? Suddenly, Chen Chen suppressed the exclamation of the crowd and asked aloud. Everyone shook the head. See this, Chen Chen said lightly with a smile. In that case, let me introduce it. What you see now is the specific implementation plan of this plan. Speaking, a huge screen behind Chen Chen gradually lit up, and the words Human Lifespan Escape Plan appeared on it. The goal of our God's Forbidden Zone organization is to break the limit of the human body Heflik and obtain the qualifications of longevity that only gods have. To this end, we launched this Human Lifespan Escape Plan, and the plan first what I did was to start with stem cell science. As he said, the screen behind Chen Chen began to show experimental photos. I believe you have already understood in the invitation letter that through hematopoietic stem cell transplantation and mesenchymal stem cell transplantation, the body can be effectively restored to a young state, and it is different from other stem cell therapies that treat the symptoms and not the root cause. The technology must first kill your stem cells within the body, and then replace them with cloned stem cells. The external result is the body's hematopoietic function, muscle function, skeleton function, liver function and other body functions can be miraculously recovered and reverse aging. This is the so-called aging reversal treatment project. Through this treatment method, everyone has 20 to 30 years of lifespan. However, the problem is here. Chen Chen suddenly said. Why is there only 20 to 30 years? What? After replacement of hematopoietic stem cells and mesenchymal stem cells, it is equivalent to returning to our teenage years. It should be 4,050 years of lifespan or more, right? Everyone raised their heads in unison. waiting quietly for Chen Chen's answer. "Now I will tell you the answer. It is because of our organs." Chen Chen pointed to his chest. Mesenchymal stem cells can differentiate into, in addition to muscle cells and bone cells, they can also differentiate into cardiomyocytes and liver cells, that is, to repair the heart and liver, but our lungs, kidneys, intestines, and other important organs cannot be taken care of. If humans are compared to a wooden barrel, then the aging reversal treatment will increase the height of the other baffles of the barrel, but there are still baffles that have not been raised. Then, the big screen behind Chen Chen automatically displayed a cartoon animation of a wooden barrel leaking continuously. Successology often mentions the wooden barrel theory, as is the improvement of human lifespan. It is unreliable to blindly improve a few baffles. Only a comprehensive improvement can continue human life. Chen Chen looked at the people who were gradually fascinated, and pointed to the information. "Now, please turn to the second page." Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the conference hall. "Have you seen? This is how we increase the length of other baffles." Chen Chen spreads out. "This is the second project in our planned clone organ transplantation. As everyone knows, there is no institution in the world that has the ability to develop cells into complete organs, even our God's forbidden zone. So, we simply bypassed this technical limitation and started directly from the cloning method." Speaking, Chen Chen began to show pictures of the cloning laboratory behind him. What everyone sees now is the human cloning laboratory of our experimental center. The 5 fist-sized fetuses in it are clones cloned from the somatic cells of local villagers. And the 5 people have severe liver cirrhosis and pneumoconiosis. Chen Chen continued to explain. "We are now trying to inject hormones to give birth to the 5 fetuses." Now the experiment was basically successful, and it is expected that the 5 cloned fetuses will be catalyzed to the biological age of 15 years old in a year. Everyone is hearing this and their expression changed. "Then it will be easy." Human organs are basically mature when they are 15 years old. Even if they are not mature enough, they will not have much impact. They can be directly transplanted because the matching rate is almost 100%. For everyone, this is the best source of human organs. In this way, the shortcomings of other organs are also made up. At the time, one of the middle-aged man raised his hand and wondered, however, any human cloning will not be accepted internationally. Is this technology impossible to promote? If you are referring to the promotion of the cloned organ transplant project, there is no need to worry about this. Chen Chen explained, these technologies will only be used on members who join our God's restricted zone for the time being, a 2030 years buffer, and then slowly spread to the whole world. I believe that at that time, there will probably be a technology to generate complete organs directly from stem cells. Everyone suddenly realized, Chen Chen said with a smile. So, the current users of the Human Lifespan Escape project are only you. At this moment, a member of the Wilson family, the young man in his early 20s, suddenly laughed and asked, "But, what if we customize clones here? But these clones grow up and escape and expose our scandals." Hearing this funny question, a burst of laughter broke out in the conference hall. But Chen Chen replied solemnly, "Don't worry about this. We have developed a targeted inhibitor of serotonin. This serotonin will inhibit the human brain in the embryonic stage and make the mess brain is completely atrophy, but it will not affect the cerebellum and brainstem. In other words, no matter how these clones grow, their brains will always be in a state of shrinking, even consciousness will not have. There will never be a plot like Escape from the Clone Island." Everyone was hearing this and there was another burst of laughter. Until now, the heavy atmosphere in the conference hall has gradually become more relaxed. Super USB Chapter 110. Super USB Chapter 110. These two projects are the projects that have been developed in God's forbidden zone. Apart from this, we are still studying a neural stem cell A project to connect and regenerate. Chen Chen continued, this project still appeared to cooperate with human cloning technology. I think everyone should have heard of the case of head-changing surgery. Speaking, News about head-changing surgery appeared on the screen behind Chen Chen. Professor Ren of Zhongzhou Medical University once did an animal head-changing experiment, docking the head of a monkey with a new body, and finally the monkey and the new body completed the blood supply, but the spinal cord failed to connect, causing the monkey's whole body to become paralyzed below the neck. Paused. Chen Chen said again, although this experiment failed in the end, it also succeeded because it proved the successful method of head replacement. Short-term cryofreezing of the subject's head can keep alive during the operation without damaging the brain. This result was published on SCI. Our neural stem cell connection regeneration project is prepared for this. If there is a systemic disease in the future that cannot even be treated with a cloned organ transplant, would it be more convenient to directly clone the body and then change the head? Everyone suddenly looked thoughtful. At this point, Chen Chen concluded, aging reversal treatment and cloned organ transplantation, coupled with the ongoing project of neural stem cell connection regeneration, we are sure to transfer your life is extended by 40 to 50 years. Everyone is hearing this, and many people have a sense of desire in their eyes. Of course, this is only a theoretical value. In fact, there are two natural enemies of Alzheimer's disease and cancer that limit our age. So, in order to be able to let the human lifespan continue to escape, we are still developing the Alzheimer Reversal Therapy Project and the Cyclin Cancer-Dependent Kinase Project. Chen Chen's expression became more inspiring again. The so-called Alzheimer's disease is a degenerative disease of the nervous system, which is characterized by memory impairment, aphasia, executive dysfunction, personality and behavior changes, etc. The etiology is unknown so far. But this in our organization, Alzheimer's disease has a breakthrough development. With Chen Chen's words, everyone is bright. If the first two technologies are true and effective, but are still within the scope of modern medicine, then the treatment of Alzheimer's disease is truly beyond the scope of modern medicine. At this time, a few more assistants came in. Each of these people was holding a tube of finger-thick, beautifully packaged blue glass bottles. The glass bottles contained a seemingly transparent blue glass bottle, liquid, about 10 milliliters. Everyone can take a bottle back as evidence. This liquid developed by our organization has the ability to accelerate brain activity, inhibit hippocampus and medial temporal lobe atrophy, and eliminate beta-amyloid deposits. Chen Chen pointed to these blue vials and said, the external performance is to temporarily increase the speed of thinking. After taking the ordinary person, the thinking logic ability is significantly improved, and the effect is more effective than Ritalin and modafinil. Is that so? Many people took the glass bottle from the assistant's tray with expressions of excitement. If you can rest assured, you can drink it on the spot and verify it. Chen Chen took the last sealed bottle left by everyone, unscrewed the cap, without the slightest hesitation. In the mouth. The people present were stunned to watch Chen Chen's movements, and they also had the intention to try it out, but after thinking about it, they finally gave up. Seeing the hesitant expression of everyone, Chen Chen's mouth provoked a secret smile. The liquid in the glass bottle is actually a potion formed after NZT48 is dissolved in glucose. However, after dilution treatment, the NZT content in these syrups is extremely low. Chen Chen has already experimented with them. Such a small amount of NZT can only temporarily enhance people's mental activity, and cannot be as effective as a complete medicine. Compared with medicine efficacy, however, this is much better than the smart drugs on the market. Even if you take this medicine for Alzheimer's disease, it can speed up your brain for a short time. It looks like the disease is under control from the outside, and this group of people cannot help but believe it. As for whether the other party will take it back to study Chen Chen, he does not take seriously. After all, the complexity of NZT can't be replicated by Chen Chen, let alone this group of people. Then, can we take a few more bottles back? Suddenly, an old man in North America asked. Sorry, the production cost of this medicine is $1,000 per milliliter. We only produced these bottles for the time being. Chen Chen spread his hands and expressed helplessness. Everyone said nothing. Chen Chen continued to explain. This is the Alzheimer reversal therapy project that you have seen in the invitation letter, and the corresponding project is the cyclin cancer-dependent kinase project. But unfortunately, the project on cancer cells has not yet achieved any results. Although Chen Chen said so, everyone has no more thoughts to say anything, because in this meeting, everyone I have absorbed too many shocking things. Let's not talk about the later projects, just the few projects that I have introduced. They are tightly linked together, and one has to believe in this one. The research center does have science and technology beyond the entire federation. So far, no one has the idea to quit. Chen Chen concluded, these projects are just the tip of the iceberg in God's forbidden zone. I can guarantee that no organization in the world has such complete technology as ours, and these projects are connected in tandem. Human lifespan escape plan. Speaking, a huge screen behind Chen Chen gradually lights up, and a data graph appears on it. The so-called human lifespan escape plan means that from a certain period of time, we humans extend our lifespan with the help of medical technology developed to a certain degree, and then use the extended lifespan to develop more effective medical technology to extend lifespan again, and so on. Just like the escape velocity in astrophysics, only when the kinetic energy of an object is equal to its gravitational potential energy can it escape from a celestial body with the mass of m. Similarly, if you refer to the current human the average lifespan and the growth of lifespan caused by the two technologies developed by the God Forbidden Zone organization. At the same time, the medical technology development speed is set to x1, and the human lifespan extension time is set to y1, then you can get, during y1, as long as x1 y1, we will continue to develop more advanced medical technology x2, and extend lifespan y2 again, so that we can officially enter the infinite loop. Chen Chen opened his arms slowly. This is the escape speed of human lifespan. Super USB Chapter 111. Super USB Chapter 111. When I suddenly heard the concept of human lifespan escape velocity, many people still couldn't understand it. Subconsciously they would think of the concept of escape in astrophysics. But after listening to Chen Chen's explanation, many people will be shocked. Yes, extend lifespan with the most cutting-edge medical level in the world, and then extend the lifespan period and broke through again, relied on such means to escape from death. God again and again, not escape. And what? As long as medical technology can achieve this level without interruption, wouldn't it mean? At this moment, everyone is a little restless, and their hearts also think of a single thought, a thought they only dared to think of in a dream. Chen Chen not at all immediately brought up that thought, but changed the words. In fact, with the current medical technology to a certain extent, a similar policy of human lifespan escape can be initiated 30 to 60 years later, because this is a general trend. Just as human beings pursue more efficient energy like the need to develop controllable nuclear fusion, medical reforms triggered by the pursuit of longevity are also the general trend of human society, a general trend that no one can stop. Just. Chen Chen suddenly lowered his voice. At that time, how old were you all? Who can guarantee that you can live to the era of opening the policy? Everyone was suddenly dumb. Among the people present, the average is over 40. Although this age is not too old, it is not too young. Few people can guarantee that they can live another 30 years. Waiting may appear, or maybe there is no policy at all. Then please. Leo finally couldn't help but asked aloud, how can you be sure that the escape plan will succeed? In case there are several rounds after the escape, technology fell into the bottleneck, and we couldn't wait for new medical technology until the end of lifespan. So what should we do? Sorry, I can't make any guarantees. Chen Chen hearing this spread his hands, showing a serious and sincere expression. There is no Einstein in God's forbidden zone, or even Einstein can't give you any guarantees. We can do yes. It's just trying to improve the probability of this plan as much as possible, nothing more. Leo fell into silence immediately. Although I am not satisfied with this answer, Everyone knows that this is an indisputable fact. If the young man in the Middle East tells them that he has a way to ensure that technology can go on forever, his credibility will be greatly reduced. God's Forbidden Zone is an organization dedicated to the service of the human lifespan escape plan. Chen continued, "We cannot guarantee that you will live forever, but we can guarantee that our technology and all funds are for the purpose of extending the lifespan of human beings and doing our best." Speaking, Chen extended his right hand and invited him. "Therefore, we sincerely invite everyone to join us. Although the hope is slim, if you are willing to believe me, let us start the era of human lifespan escape together." Although Chen's promise is indeed very heartwarming, but whoever is not a human spirit at the scene, it's empty inside a hair, naturally will not be persuaded by Chen's few words. What really makes everyone determined is the intuitive experimental evidence. So next, Qian Wenhuan led everyone to visit the laboratories in detail, including checking the 33 black old man. Some families even brought in biological experts directly, and extracted the hair, epidermal cells and other extracts of these black old men on the spot for inspection after returning. Of course, Chen will not stop these actions. He even sent experts to assist each other by providing them with clean medical equipment. Until it was confirmed that the techniques mentioned by Chen were true and not a buy, many family representatives finally made up their minds and prepared to persuade the family to join God's restricted zone after returning. After all, what political position this organization does not at all, whether or not joining will not affect the family itself. Apart from this, God's Forbidden Zone is also a communication platform, equivalent to connecting the 11 families present. With this relationship, if they encounter difficulties, these families can further reach cooperation, or they can directly issue tasks in God's Forbidden Zone and seek help from families who are better at this field. The obligation of God's Forbidden Zone is, after these families join, the direct members of the family can get unreserved treatment from God's Forbidden Zone at any time. What these people have to do is to provide help within their power when God's Forbidden Zone organization needs help. To put it simply, the God Forbidden Zone and these families are more like a loose alliance of mutual assistance. It is not at all too big a binding treaty. Even if the God Forbidden Zone collapses due to something, these families will be implicated. The only thing that everyone finds harsh is this initial fee. According to the contract proposed by God's Forbidden Zone, the 11 families present in order to obtain the apostle qualification require an initial fee of $1 billion. And it is not permanent. $1 billion is not a small amount. Although these families have tens of billions of assets at every turn, even hundreds of billions of assets, most of these are fixed assets and shares, and the real available liquidity is often only a few 10%. After paying $1 billion, you can get a 10-year discipline qualification in God's Forbidden Zone, and you can renew it after expiration. Or you can choose not to renew it. After refusing to renew, it will automatically be downgraded to Alpha level. The Alpha level is permanent, and the medical treatment obtained is exactly the same as that of the apostle. The only thing missing is the authority in God's restricted zone. Of course, any clan can choose to withdraw from the God Forbidden Zone organization at any time, which is completely free. And the apostle qualification here, also known as an apostle, is the 12 discipline councils in God's Forbidden Zone. Families with discipline qualifications have huge rights in God's Forbidden Zone, including access to information on lower-level members. Of course, only Chen let them see, issue mandatory tasks to Delta members, execute Delta members and so on. If you encounter some major decisions, the apostle can also take the initiative to apply to convene a disciple council to seek solutions. In short, after everyone hesitated, 3 families finally signed a contract on the spot, and were promoted to 3 of the 12 disciplines in God's Forbidden Zone, while the remaining family said they would return to discuss with the family. Of course, the God Forbidden Zone that these people know is nothing but tip of the iceberg. That's all. At least they don't know the existence of God chips and BSS troops now. Even more how, the apostles seem to have huge powers, but they are actually some false jobs. For the time being, there is no need to let these families know the other secrets of God's forbidden zone. When they get deeper and deeper, they will naturally discover the truly terrifying side of God's forbidden zone. Just like the principle of boiling frogs in warm water, with more contact, God's forbidden zone can provide these families with many conveniences that ordinary people can't imagine. For example, the convenience of purchasing information at information points, the ability of BSS troops to easily assassinate their enemies, and more medical technology beyond the real technology. At that time, it was also when they are completely tied to God's forbidden zone, when they can no longer take care of themselves. Super US Speak Chapter 112. Super US Speak Chapter 112. In fact, the medical field has always had the concept of human lifespan escape speed. That is, according to the current medical and healthcare technology, it can prevent and treat some diseases and extend lifespan. Then, use the extended lifespan to develop more advanced technology, which can extend health again lifespan, and so on. One day, medical care technology can delay aging, buy enough time for mankind to develop more profound technology and escape death. According to the prediction of Cambridge University Professor de Grey, human beings will reach the lifespan escape speed that can escape death within 2,530 years. According to this theory, Chen Chen launched the Human Lifespan Escape Plan, attracting the group of chaebols with huge amounts of money and power by means of extending life, and letting the other party join him. On the list invited by Chen Chen, the consortiums in it have been carefully selected. Most of these families have strong connections, and their tentacles extend to various industries, which can be described as heaven's pan. However, they have only one characteristic in common, that is, they have not been involved in the field of biomedicine. There is no biomedicine involved, so the rise of Chen Chen will not harm their interests, so that further cooperation is possible. Moreover, this is only the first step. Next, Chen Chen will secretly expand his military force, and on the surface will continue to develop the company with the help of these 11 chaebols, and eventually make himself a giant chaebol that can influence the world. At the same time, relying on the Human Lifespan Escape Plan, it continues to attract more consortiums to join and expand its strength. When Chen Chen's influence expands to a certain extent, he can begin to influence the political decision-making of the Federation, so that his Human Lifespan Escape Plan can be quickly promoted to the public. It's like a snowball. At first is just a fist-sized mass of snow on the top of the mountain, but as it continues to roll down the mountain, its volume will become more and more bloated and heavier, until it rolls down the mountain at the end of the day. Its power is even enough to flood an entire village. In Chen Chen's plan, in the later stage, the organization of the God's Forbidden Zone will become stronger and stronger, and even become a company, a terrorist interest group that the Federation cannot shake. Your godfather, 3 more families have joined us, namely the Foster family, the Alexander Great family, and the Rodriguez family. Just in when Chen thought about the future, Xiao X's voice came from the speaker. Their entrance fee is being credited into our account in the form of thousands of cash flows, and they have sent several old men in the family. I hope we can arrange backup clones and aging reversal treatment projects as soon as possible. Is it a collateral? Chen Chen asked. It is a collateral. The other party should still be testing us. Then you reply to them. The collateral needs to pay. $10 million can provide one person with 10 years of service. You still need to pay for more than 10 years. Understood. After thinking about it, Chen Chen asked again, Wang Xiao Wang and Xiao Zhang, they have come to me. Are your parents by your side? Yes, the 2 have now become drivers of your parents and live in your home, and the remaining 3 are discussing the purchase of real estate for your parents and neighbors. Let them as soon as possible. Chen Chen thought for a while, but these 3 people don't need to tell my parents, just let them protect secretly, but there are no female bodyguards. My mother's side is always inconvenient. It seems that I have to find a way. Now Chen Chen is not completely exposed, but he has also shown himself in front of many forces. The first thing a person with a normal IQ does is to check his own bottom up. Moreover, I am not a great character whose data is protected. I can easily find my parents by following me. Although the influence of this group of world financial oligarchs has been reduced to a very low level in the central continent, it is still nothing difficult to deal with a few ordinary persons, so the protection of parents must be mentioned. The schedule is up. In order to give his parents a safe environment, Chen Chen sent back the 5 people who followed him first except Cheng Zhao. 2 of them were placed by their parents on the grounds of bodyguards hired by Chen Chen, and the remaining 3 are protected in the dark. These 5 people all have Chen Chen's battle suit and invisible device, as well as a god chip that can fight on their own. In a place like Zhongzhou, it should be enough to protect 2 ordinary old people. At this point, besides the group of mercenaries who have recently joined Chen Chen, who are still untrustworthy for the time being, only Cheng Zhao is left. It's still understaffed. Chen Chen sighed and looked at the piles of materials around him again, looking for some inspiration from it. However, when looking through the cloning information, Chen Chen suddenly expressed his expression, as if thinking of something. Send me a CT image of the cloned fetus. Chen Chen suddenly ordered. Following Chen Chen's words, the computer in front of him automatically lights up, and at the same time 2 images appear on the screen, the front and side images of a fetus curled up. Chen Chen grabs the mouse and gently slides the scroll wheel. Suddenly, the shots of the 2 images are advancing at the same time, as if perspective. The image directly penetrates the fetus within the body, showing the structure of the fetus's cross-section. Chen Chen's eyes are aimed at the position of the head of the fetus. There, because of the target serotonin, the cloned human brain has completely shrunk, forming a black cavity in the skull. However, for some reason, the optic nerve that connects the eyeball of the fetus is not at all atrophy. Apart from this, and the nerve that connects to the hearing is also the same. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen suddenly raised his head and asked, "Little X, how does your avatar god perceive human perception after being implanted in the human body?" "The sense of touch is the simplest," Xiao X explained, "because human skin has sensitive nerve cells. When it feels the pressure brought by touch, it will send out a tiny electrical signal. It will be transmitted to the brain with the spinal cord, and God can also receive this signal on the spinal cord. As for vision and hearing, it is more troublesome. It must actively output current to intercept the host's visual nerve, and the signals output by the auditory nerve are then restored to video and audio format information. In other words, as long as the visual and auditory nerves are intact, the human vision can be felt through the nerves. And hearing? Chen Chen looking thoughtful. Then what if these ignorant clones are implanted with God chips? Can you control them to act like ordinary people? Well, it should be okay. Xiao X is not sure. According to the principle, it should be completely feasible, but the specific situation needs to be verified before I know. Very well. Tell Hannibal them to do their best to research hormone control technology. If there is insufficient manpower, I can send them more manpower. Chen Chen, he decided, but I have a requirement, that is, I must find the best control plan within a year so that these clones can grow up quickly. Super USB Chapter 113. Super USB Chapter 113. After half a month, all the 11 families accepted the olive branch from Chen Chen and joined the family in God's forbidden zone. The 12 disciple councils were formally established. Next, the 2 sides will further test each other. These families sent some unimportant direct or collateral members to Chen Chen's research center for project treatment. As long as Chen Chen can give a satisfactory answer, the relationship will naturally slow down, slowly stabilize. This point, Chen Chen is certainly true. After obtaining sufficient funds, Chen Chen submitted a land lease agreement to the Namibian National Assembly on the 2nd day. Blacklight Biotechnology Company is willing to rent the coastal area south of Walvis Bay, Irongo Province. in the Namib-Norcluft National Game Park for about 50,000 yuan at a price of $300 million. Hectares of land with a period of 40 years. With this condition, equivalent to Chen Chen wants to lease land in Namibia at a price of $10 per acre per year, and it is non-agricultural land. Converting this price into nanyuan, it is about 149 nanyuan per mu per year. This piece of land includes the Blacklight Institute of Biology and the Blacklight Biotechnology Namibia nuclear power plant more than 10 kilometers away. Once purchased, the two Chen Chen projects will be completely fused together. In fact, Chen Chen did not think about directly buying land ownership, but the land in Namibia has problems left over from the times and is extremely sensitive to the issue of foreign ownership of land. Therefore, if you want to buy land, the cost may be 10 times more than it is now. At 10 times the price, Chen Chen is enough to lease this land for 400 years. When the time comes, the country is still there or not. Mr. Chen, what do you want me to say? In a luxurious mansion in Windhoek, the capital of Namibia, a black old man with grey hair went and said, "As learned as you should have already understood the history of Namibia. Our country was born in the test of blood and fire. Because of this, our country still has many difficulties that have not been resolved, including land." Question. Speaking of this old man who is inexplicably like Morgan Freeman has a sad face. China is an agricultural country with approximately 69 million hectares of arable land, but nearly half of the land controlled by that group of white people. There are currently 240,000 people without land. They must rely on government relief to survive below the poverty line. I can only express regret for these, Mr. Mura. Chen Chen's eyes closed slightly. If he hadn't understood the truth, he might have been deceived by the old man's superb acting skills. Old man said that there are 240,000 people living below the poverty line. Chen Chen thinks that this number can actually be multiplied by 3. Moreover, even if these people are given enough land, they must be willing to plant. Chen Chen didn't want to be entangled with this issue, but said, "But please don't worry, Mr. Minister, I want to lease non-agricultural land, and my purpose is not to develop pastures or farms, but to build a life science city." Life science city? The old man immediately started. "Yes, you should know that I have a research center on that piece of land." Chen Chen explained, "But I later discovered that it was just a research center. The center is far from enough. I want to build a complete industrial system from research, to experiment, to application and service." The old man was suddenly dumb. "Minister Mazula, can you imagine?" Chen Chen spread his hands and described, "I will build dozens of recuperation centers on this land. These wellness centers will be located on the beautiful Atlantic Ocean, with the endless sea in front, and 10,000 golden sand dunes behind them. This magnificent view of the yellow sand entering the sea is world unique and unmatched. At night, there is a vast and boundless starry sky, which is enough for customers to realize the true meaning of life and health." "But," old man helplessly said, "but here we are, it's not Switzerland. There is no medical environment there." "That was before." Chen Chen, as it should be by rights, said, "But when I built this life after the science city, everything is different. The cutting-edge medical technology developed from the research center will be put into clinical trials at the fastest speed, and then put into application and service areas at the fastest speed. I will equip the most authoritative expert physicians for the recuperation center here, from internal medicine to heart, from gastroenterology to cardiology and brain, and equipped with the most advanced testing equipment, from head to toe. Moreover, in terms of diet and daily life, I will also have experienced nutritionists and nurses, and even fitness consultants and coaches, who can customize any high-end services to meet all the needs of customers. This place will become the most complete and developed place in the world's medical system." After hearing these words, the old man fell silent. "Mr. Mura, I heard that you were going to run for the vice chairman of the People Group." Chen Chen took out a card, put it on the table and pushed it to the old man in front of me. "This is my personal name to support Minister Mazula's campaign funds. I hope that with the help of this political donation, you can win instant success." I understand. The old man was silent for a long time before he seemed to have made up his mind, nodded and said, "But I hope you will be mentally prepared, Mr. Chen. I can't guarantee that I can do it for you." "Come, it doesn't matter. In Congress, I will definitely not let you fight alone," Chen pointed out. The old man's suddenly eyes shrank, and then looked at Chen and chuckled. Immediately, Chen laughed, and the two laughed louder and louder, and finally laughed at the same time. Mr. Mazura, don't send it away. A few minutes later, Chen walked out of the gate of the mansion and kept facing behind Beacon. "The time with you is always pleasant and short. I can learn too much from you. With each other, you are a good young man." The old man stood at the door and said with satisfaction, "In the future, your achievements will surpass me. I look forward to that day." Chen nodded thanks, and immediately get in the car. In the door opened by Cheng Zhao. The vehicle started slowly and moved towards the road. The smile on Chen's mouth faded completely until the car window was completely closed, blocking the view from the window. "Boss, you seem to be in a good mood." Cheng Zhao glanced at the rear view mirror and asked softly, "If you can achieve your goal at the least cost, of course you will be in a good mood." Chen sighed and asked suddenly, "By the way, I have already run 3 now. What's the situation on Wen Huan's side?" "He reported just now, and he has also persuaded 3 congressmen. These congressmen have agreed to be on our side when they are in the conference." Cheng Zhao replied, "Very well, as long as we talk about 4 or 5 congressmen, our application here is basically foolproof." Chen nodded, turned his head and looked towards the window. What Chen wants to emulate is the famous Swiss nursing home industry. Using its own high-end medical service environment, combined with the local natural ecology, in the mountain range of the Alps, Switzerland has opened hundreds of nursing homes. These sanatoriums are well known for cutting-edge medical technology, with a large number of therapists, advanced medical treatment, and beautiful treatment environment. The combination of these 3 environments has enabled wealthy people from Europe and all over the world. Endless. It's like a golden cave. What Chen wants to do is to imitate the Swiss set. "After all, I have the most advanced anti-aging technology in the world here. As long as I build a life science city here, with technical advantages, is it afraid that I can't rob Switzerland?" Furthermore, as word of mouth hits, upright sect politicians from all over the world can always be attracted, so I can select more people and absorb them into God's Forbidden Zone organization. This is Chen's plan. Super US Speak Chapter 114. Super US Speak Chapter 114. Under the operation of Chen, although there is still a large number of opposition forces, Chen has more supporters. Without any surprise, the Namibian Congress passed Chen land lease agreement. However, in order to balance the grievances of the Ministry of Environmental Protection, the Congress proposed an increase in rent, and Chen is responsible for the construction and resettlement costs of the local villages after the relocation. Chen naturally has no opinion. In the end, Chen obtained the right to use the 50,000 hectares of land for 40 years for $350 million. 50,000 hectares of land, which is 500 square kilometers, roughly the area of a square land with a side length of 22.4 kilometers. On the enclosed land, only one village is planned by Chen within range. It is the village of Gorob that has had conflicts before. Since this time, as Chen established the Black Security Service Department (BSS), the daily training has caused the local security guards to complain. Not only that, but Qian Wenhuan intentionally hinted that the employment soldiers often make some actions against these local security guards. For example, some mercenaries like to gamble. They force this group of local security guards to gamble together. At first let these people taste a bit of sweetness, and then gradually increase the bet. And how can the scheming of these local security guards be the opponents of mercenaries who are born and die all year round? Within a few days, this group of people not only lost their assets, but also owed gambling debts. For those who are unwilling to gamble, the mercenaries let them serve tea and pour water. If it doesn't go well, it will be a beating. The world of mercenaries is powerhouses respected. These local security guards are so lazy. Even without Qian Wenhuan's reminder, they would not allow these indigenous people to work in the same position as themselves. So, a week after the two sides merged, there was an incident in which a local security guard had been suppressed for a long time and was determined to stab his mercenary to death and insulted him. As a result, he was easily killed by his opponent. After the loss of life, conflicts between the local security guards and mercenaries also broke out. Gorob village once again mobilized the whole village to make trouble. But Chen Chen no longer softened his hand and fired all the employees in Gorob village. At the same time, he asked the mercenaries to put on the explosion-proof suits they had prepared and use the shock. The weapon suppressed the villagers. In the process of suppression, 2 more murders occurred because the mercenaries made too heavy a move. Seeing that things were about to get out of hand, the city government of Walvis Bay came forward to mediate. In the end, Chen Chen lost Gorob village with 300,000 renminbi, and this is already 2 months ago. Since this period of time, Gorob village has still not stopped the small actions in their hands. Some villagers often sneak in and do not approach the research center, but destroy solar panels a few kilometers away. Although the losses caused each time are not large, these people are like a kind of flies. Although they do not bite, they are also disgusting. For this kind of thing, Chen Chen really has no good way. Although thousands of photovoltaic power generation equipment are not many, they also occupy an area of several square kilometers. 30 people can't keep it anyway. So Chen Chen also gave birth to the plan to destroy the village. Now Chen Chen bought this large coastal vacant land, which includes the village site of Gorob village. Gorob village is located on the coast and has a special geographical location. It not only has a large amount of seafood resources, but also the old houses in the village are still a scenic spot. Sometimes tourists can visit here, bring some economic income to the local area. So, people in this village are definitely not willing to move. However, this is not something Chen Chen needs to consider. The official will naturally come forward to solve it. Chen Chen only needs to build a batch of houses for the villagers in the new resettlement site. So, in the process of constructing new houses, Chen Chen saved the materials. Within a month, hundreds of unified modern brick concrete bungalows appeared in the new resettlement site. Although there is some sloppy work, it is also very eye-catching when compared with the ironclad wooden houses like the local slums. It's just that although the house has been built, the people in charge of the relocation on the official side underestimated the folk customs of Gorob village. The security police were sent out several times with a club and the other party had a settlement agreement. There was no progress in the month. In desperation, the other party came to the research center for help. As the head of the research center in charge of external affairs, Qian Wenhuan came to Chen Chen's office immediately after hearing Chief in Charge's request. Boss, on the 5th floor of the office building of the research center, Qian Wenhuan knocked on the door marking the chairman's office. The door is unlocked, please come in. After hearing the voice, Qian Wenhuan pushed open the office door, but saw Chen Chen sitting in the boss with his back facing the door. On the chair, it seems to be looking at the scenery outside the French windows. Boss, Chief in Charge, who is in charge of relocation and resettlement, contacted me and said that he hoped to borrow our BSS department for use. Qian Wenhuan said, it's about the Gorob village. Chen Chen said lightly, you don't need the BSS department to dispatch, you go to the material department to get 10 sets of fully enclosed chemical protective clothing and a bottle of ethyl mercaptan. By the way, renting 10 bulldozers is enough. Ethyl mercaptan? Qian Wenhuan was somewhat puzzled hearing this. You only need to tell the people from the material department that way. Chen Chen waved his hand. let the participants put on the chemical protective clothing, including the driver of the bulldozer, sent someone to spray diluted ethyl mercaptan in the village, and after everyone in the village escapes, just push down the village directly. When only then did Juan faintly understand what the effect of that bottle of ethyl mercaptan was. I understand. Thinking of this, when hurriedly nodded. After a few seconds of silence for Gorob village, he turned and left the office. After when left, Chen slowly turned around from the seat. Only then did he see that Chen was not watching the scenery outside the window, but his hands is holding a printed map. This map seems to be handwritten first, and then the handwritten manuscript is taken into a photo, and then printed out. There are even a lot of annotations in English on it, but it is very scribbled. Moreover, this map is not an ordinary geographic map. It is more like a reference map drawn by a poor painter. The map icon shows the location of Gorob village 5 kilometers away. According to the text next to the map, there is a cliff by the sea, and at a depth of more than 10 meters below the sea level, there is a cave that can only pass through for children under 10 years old. Once a child dives into the water and swims a dozen meters away into the cave, he will find an extra exit above his head. Because the outlet is also located above sea level, the outlet is not filled with seawater. As soon as you exit the exit, you will come to a small cavern in the rock mass. This is only secondary. At the end of the cavity, there is a long and narrow natural passage, but this natural passage is so long that it even takes an hour to reach the end. The end point is a natural cast cave several hundred meters deep from the ground, the size of several football fields. And this map was discovered by Xiao X in the computer folder of a person who had been away from the village for decades when he was investigating Gorob village. Super USB Chapter 115. Super USB Chapter 115. Hanam was born in a small village called Gorob village near Walvis Bay. From the moment he remembered, he felt that he was incompatible with the brother and sisters around him. In childhood, he had a very strong curiosity, and he often pestered his parents to ask many unbounded questions, such as why there are day and night, why there is wind and thunder and rain, on the other side of the sea what is it? These questions continue to linger in the ears of the parents until they become impatient with the questions. But later, when he got older, he gradually understood that his parents didn't know the answers to these questions. However, there are often a group of strangely dressed people in Gorob village. People carrying huge satchels came for sightseeing. These people had a different skin color from their own, not palm black, but a strange light color, and they spoke a language that they did not understand. Some people have blue eyes, and some have black eyes like themselves. For this group of people who came from the outside world, Hanam was full of curiosity, but the elders in the village did not want children to approach them, so every time Hanam saw someone coming to the village, they just looked far away. Then, when Hanam was about 10 years old, one day he suddenly heard the conversation between the elders and the outsiders. The conversation takes place through a profession called translation. The reason why Hanam knows about the profession of translation is because many people in the village say, if you can learn a foreign language, you can act as an interpreter in the village, and you can get nano-yuan every day. Nano-yuan is a very important thing. On this day, following the process, the translator brought a group of outsiders to the village's most knowledgeable elders again. Nazara, the other party is greeting you. He is a guest from Central Continent. Nazaro is the name of this elder. It's from Zhongzhou district. Again, where is Zhongzhou district and how far is it? The elders were a little surprised. The big bird that can fly when sitting in the sky. It will take more than 10 hours for the other party to come here. Oh, it is farther than Angola, right? Yes. It's farther than Angola. That's farther than Cameroon. It's farther than Cameroon. Cameroon. That is the farthest place Hanam and the whole village know. Soon, Hanam saw his elders enter the next question. What about children? How many children do these outsiders have? They said they had no children. Impossible, right? Hanam saw a look of shock on the faces of his elders. "Don't lie to you, they said that raising a child in the central continent requires a lot of nanny-yuan, so you have to think carefully before you dare to have a child." "Why? Then who in their family is going to herd cows?" "We have to have a lot of children before people can go herding cows. The more we give birth, the more cows we can raise, and we can have more money." "How can we have a lot of money to raise children?" "What?" Looking at the chattering, incomprehensible Nazara, and those outsiders' funny expressions, Hanam suddenly developed an emotion called shame. He doesn't know what this emotion is, but he understands the look in the outsider's eyes. That kind of look is clearly a kind of pity, just like the look of the village chief when he looks at Lilia and the orphans in Panama. For those outsiders, his village is like an orphan abandoned by the world. From that day on, Hanam secretly made up his mind, sooner or later, to leave this village, to leave this place where parents haven't gone out for a lifetime. Compared with similar products, Hanam has a spirit of exploration that will never give up until he achieves his goals. However, Hanam not at all thought that the opportunity came so quickly. As soon as Hanam was 11 years old, his father's health was deteriorating. For this situation, the whole village did not have any accidents, because in the village, some people are destined to live less than 30 years old. Sure enough, within a few months, my father swallowed his last breath, and mother died soon after his father died, leaving only Hanam, his 3 big brothers and a younger brother. Without the parents, the family situation has become more tense. In order not to burden the big brothers, Hanam finally decided to leave the village where he lived for 11 years. Hanamu slowly opened his eyes. In the dark room, Hanam sat up slowly and let out a breath. For some reason, 30 years have passed, and I will dream of the small village where I was born again, and my parents whose faces have been blurred. I don't know. Are your big brother and younger brother okay now? I looked at my watch, and it was only 3 o'clock in the morning, a while before dawn. So, Hanam didn't turn on the light, but just lit a cigarette in the dark, silently experiencing the taste of loneliness. This world is indeed very strange. Obviously my parents are HIV infected, but I was born as a perfectly healthy child. It is precisely because of this that I can survive all these years in this world. Not only survived, Hanam also left Namibia through self-study, and was admitted to the Polytechnic Academy of Cape Town University in Rainbow Country. This is already the best university in Africa. After graduating 30 years old that year, Hanam joined the Cape Town Affix Electronic Technology Company as an electronic engineer. Who would have thought that life is so wonderful? Just as Hanam silently sighed the ups and downs in his life, the cigarette in his hand suddenly stopped, because he suddenly heard that there was a rustling sound on the door of the living room outside his bedroom. Kaka. The more you are in the dark, the more sensitive the human hearing will be. At this time, although there are more than 10 meters apart, the sound of unlocking on the living room door, but it is very clear. Someone wants to break into their room. A thief? Robber? Or the girlfriend who just broke up a few days ago? Just when Hanam was flustered, he heard a bang, and the door was kicked open. Is the other party so bold? Hanam shook his hand, and the cigarette butt fell directly onto the bed. But at this time, Hanam didn't care about it at all. He quickly got out of the bed and prepared to jump out of the window to escape. However, before he had time to climb the window, a mess of footsteps suddenly came from behind him. Then a big rough hand fiercely grabbed Hanam by the back collar and pulled him from the windowsill. Calm down. Don't kill me, I don't have money. Hanam only had time to let out a scream, and suddenly his head hurt in the next second, and then he lost consciousness. When a basin of cold water was poured on Hanam's face, Hanam quickly woke up. There was a burning pain in the brain. Hanam looked around quickly, but found that he was tied to a chair, and even his mouth was stuffed into a strange rag. The entrance is in an unfamiliar room. Several black-clothed persons are standing in all directions of their own, and there up ahead is a somewhat rickety silhouette. Kidnapping? Hanam felt cold and kept begging for mercy, but he could only make the voice of woo-woo. Everyone, Please exit first. At this moment, the rickety silhouette suddenly spoke. Yes, Godfather. The vicious group of black-clothed persons exited the room like a flock of sheep, and closed the door as they left. The rickety silhouette walked in slowly, when Hannam suddenly realized that the other's face was a bit familiar. God. Isn't this guy Dlamini who often appears in the news? Dlamini gently pulled away the rag from Hannam's mouth, and then asked weirdly, You are Hannam? Hannam who was born in Gorob village? Your Excellency Dlamini Counselor. Hannam quickly defended, I was wrong. I swear I will never insult you on the internet again. Although you are running for mayor, the proposal at the time was too ridiculous. I finally voted for the current mayor, but if you continue to run for mayor next term, I will definitely vote for you. I just ask you to let me go. Hannam said incoherently. Even he himself didn't know what he said. Enough. Dlamini is coldly snorted. I ask you again, were you born in a village called Gorob? Yes, I was born in Gorob village, but I am definitely not a spy sent by Namibia. I dare to swear in the name of God. Hannam hurriedly defended. Damn, don't pretend to God before me. Dlamini suddenly became angry, although the point of anger made Hannam very puzzled. Seems to be aware of his gaffe. Dlamini quickly sighed, and then continued, Since you are Hannam, that means we did not find the wrong person. Speaking, he turned around and walked to the desk, gently turning on an Apple laptop. As I turned it on, the laptop did not show the Windows interface as usual. Instead, the screen flashed and changed to a pure black background color, and a pattern appeared on it. Weird sign. Hannam is sure that it is by no means the logo of Apple Computer. Good morning, Mr. Hannam. It is in Hana. When I was wondering, the computer suddenly heard a voice, and at the same time, a scribbled hand-drawn map appeared on the computer screen. Mr. Hannam, please forgive us for our presumptuous behavior, but I still need to ask, where did your map come from? This a map? Hannam was stunned for a moment when he heard this. But after he saw the content on that map, he suddenly became horrified. How is it possible? This map was based on it was drawn from the memory of a child and never published on the internet. How could it appear in your hands? So, did you draw this picture yourself? In the computer, the voice was not at all angry because Hannam answered the question but patiently asked, Are you sure that everything on the map is true? He hesitated. But when he saw Dlamini who glare like a tiger watching his prey on the side, he quickly nodded, Yes, that hole was discovered when I was a child, I'm sure, and besides me, there are 2 or 3 children of my age also know there. There are 2 or 3 children of your age who know the hole? The voice in the computer seemed to ponder. Then he continued to ask, Do you know the names of those children? Sorry, I don't remember this. Hannam shook his head quickly. That was more than 30 years ago, and even I have only a vague impression of myself. If I hadn't remembered the hole in my dream, I would have forgotten the existence of that memory. Well, that's a shame. The voice in the computer said indifferently, and then the voice said again, Mr. Dlamini, the task of transporting is left to you. I hope to see Hannam himself in one day. I understand. Your Excellency Judas. Dlamini is nodded, expression respectfully said, someone has already booked a ticket, and he will meet you soon. Wait. Hearing the conversation between the two, Hannam suddenly said in horror, You are going to transport me where to go? Of course, I went back to Gorob village. In the computer, the sound seemed to be laughed lightly, and then the computer shuts down automatically. Super USB Chapter 116. Super USB Chapter 116. There is a reef coast in the coastal zone 5 kilometers south of Gorob village, only a few kilometers away from the famous Sandwich Bay in Namibia. Sandwich Bay is one of the famous scenic spots in Namibia. The desert here is connected to the sea. Visitors can see the legendary sand and sea meet and pour the sand into the sea. So when Chen Chen rented the 50,000 hectares of land, he put a part of Sandwich Bay in his pocket to develop a recuperation center here in the future. However, outside of Sandwich Bay, there is still a common reef coast. At this time, on the turbulent Atlantic coast, several speedboats are constantly hovering along the coast, cautiously, to prevent the hull from touching the reef and scratching the hull. On the speedboat, a few mercenaries wearing diving suits and diving equipment dived into the water, searching for something in this area of the sea. This situation has been going on for 3 days. But at this time, another larger yacht sailed from afar. The past few days is like living like years. No one asked Hanam's wishes. After being forcibly taken to Namibia, Hanam had only time to be taken to eat a meal. And then I was drawn to this strange and familiar sea territory again. When I saw this reef coast, Hanam's eyes flashed a touch of recollection. It seems that in this brief moment, he went back 30 years ago, back to that carefree childhood. Unfortunately, this trance was quickly interrupted by the middle-continent man with gold glasses and greasy back. At this time, Kian Wen kept holding the map in his hand, corresponding to the scenery in front of him. Hanam, do you see if it is here? Sorry, after so many years, I only remember a rough location. In short, it must be on this coastline, and sooner or later, I can find it. Hanam explained carefully. Kian Wen can't help but smile. Big brother, are you kidding me? You don't even know how deep the cave is? Is there any reference? I didn't find the cave at the beginning, but a child who was also 18 years old. He just invited me to visit it. Hanam explained in a low voice. Kian Wen rolled the eyes, then pointed to the assistant behind him. Give Mr. Hanam a diving suit. No, I will look for it even if I get into the water. Not. Hanam's expression changed, and he waved his hand quickly. Besides, after so many years, I have forgotten how to swim. Mr. Undervalue oneself. Human memory is sometimes very cheap. Don't look at you now that you can't remember anything. Maybe when you hit the water, just remember it. Kian Wen put it away waved. It's not that you don't believe you, but we all want to open our eyes. As he said, he forcibly stuffed the diving suit into Hanam's arms. Hanam was crying. He looked at several speedboats all around, and the people coming in and out underwater, before he reluctantly changed into a diving suit. In the evening, when Chen had just left the laboratory, Kian Wen suddenly called. Boss, I found it. Kian Wen's voice came from the phone, full of excitement. Our people haven't found it for 3 days. That Hanam, when I hit the water, I remembered the location of the cave. It turned out that the cave was sealed by seaweed and silt. Good job. Chen praised. Can you go in and explore? For the time being, it's not possible. We measured it. The hole was about 50 centimeters outside, but it got smaller as you drilled in. The narrowest place was only 30 centimeters. 18 years old, and small children can barely get in and out. I know, then go back first. Chen thought for a while. Tonight prepare the tools for underwater operations, and wait for the tools to be transported tomorrow before exploring. Understood. Kian Wen agreed. After hanging up the phone, Chen went straight to the power control room of the research center. The main power control room is located on the negative first floor of the laboratory building. All the power in the laboratory center must pass through here before being distributed to each laboratory. For some reasons, Chen repaired the power control room to be stronger than that of the bank, with a metal-reinforced gate that is half a meter thick. The world's top biometric verification device, and the Hansen control of Xiao-X. Unless the research center is captured by the military force, no one except Chen can open the power control room. At this time, as Chen walked to the door of the power control room, he put his hand on the verification device to check the palm prints, and opened the door after identifying the iris. When he walked into the main control room, Chen looked at the USB flash drive inserted into a special plug-in board, and he sighed. Since this time, Chen not only relied on photovoltaic equipment to generate electricity, but also reached an agreement with the nearby Walvis power plant to establish a power transmission channel. Was sent here, was absorbed by the U-disc whale. But even so, the efficiency is still too slow. far unable to compare with the electricity obtained in Cape Town in 5 days. The power plant in Walvis Bay is just a small 100,000 kilowatt generator group. Supplying this small town with a population of hundreds of thousands is already a bit unable to make ends meet, let alone Chen Chen's side. And the photovoltaic generator set by Chen Chen, each hour can generate 6 kilowatts of electricity, calculated according to the number of 1000. The power is only the same as a 6000 kilowatt micro power station. In addition, the average daily sunshine duration is only 12 hours, and the whole day's power generation will be halved. There is no excess power for the U-disk to absorb. So in the past few months, the U-disk has only absorbed more than 1 million kilowatt-hours of electricity in bits and pieces, which can roughly allow Chen Chen to extract 1 kilogram of material. Looking at the silent USB flash drive, Chen Chen couldn't help hooking the head. If there was so much power when he first got the USB flash drive, Chen Chen didn't have to spend any troubles later. He could just eat NZT48 as jelly beans, and the same was true for the immunization injection. But for myself today, this energy is a little pitiful. Now Chen Chen can only wait for the completion of the nuclear power plant. Only then can he initially extract what he wants. Yes, it's just preliminary. After all, you must know that a 2 million kilowatt nuclear power plant can only provide 40 million kilowatt-hours of electricity for the U-disk every day, and this is still in the case of not transmitting electricity to the user. A day of 40 million kilowatt-hours of electricity, according to the conversion formula, about 30 kilograms of substances can be ingested, but only 11,000 kilograms in a year, which is 11 tons. In fact, it is impossible for Chen Chen to swallow all the electricity. He still needs to supply 23 of the electricity to Namibia, so the actual efficiency needs to be divided by 3, which is less than 3.7 tons. According to the volume shown by the crystalline superpower out of control, calculated according to the density of ordinary crystal 2.66 GCM3, the approximate weight is 9,3110.7 tons, which means that Chen Chen only consumes superpower crystal. It takes more than 2.5 years. It will take Chen Chen 3 years to just a piece of crystal, not to mention the various high-tech installations and the huge starry sky battleship Chen Chen expects. So, for Chen Chen, building a nuclear power plant is nothing more than a primary stage for charging U-disks. In the future, Chen Chen will definitely need to find a more effective way of charging. Super USB Chapter 117. Super USB Chapter 117. Second day. Chen Chen personally went to the Reef Coast. Namibia is sparsely populated. Only 2.5 million people live on an area of 800,000 square kilometers, and the area that deviates from the road is deserted. Just let 4 or 5 BSS team members drive in the vicinity to block any prying eyes. So Chen Chen does not have to worry about someone discovering his actions. At this time, Chen Chen was standing on the deck of a luxury yacht, watching a few capable BSS team members directly put on diving suits, and jumped into the underwater cutting equipment such as hydraulic wire saws. In the water. After that, there was a dull buzzing sound. Boss, from the bulge of this rock, 7 meters down is the entrance of the cave. Yan Wenhui stood beside Chen Chen and explained carefully, don't look at this area of reefs and coasts that don't seem to belong. There are several hundred meters in total, but because underwater, the difficulty of finding is really sharply increased. If it weren't for Hanam, we would probably not be in a month or 2. I can find the cave. Indeed. Chen Chen was nodded with emotion. I really don't know what the person who first discovered this cave went through. I asked. Although Hanam was not the first discoverer, the discoverer was a playmate of his childhood, and that playmate was discovered while looking for oysters on the beach. Then, have you been to Gorob village to find out clearly? Chen Chen turned his head and asked. I have probed. Yan Wenhui is nodded. There are indeed 2 people who know Hanam over there, but they are all women. Hanam's playmate is early, he died, and all of Hanam's brother-sisters died. That means that only Hanam knows about this cave. Should so, but I will pay close attention to it. Qian Wenhui said hastily. Chen Chen nodded. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case. The insider still has to work harder. Where is this Hanam? Qian Wenhuan suddenly lowered his voice. Now I found the cave. What should Hanam do? Isn't he an electronic engineer? Let him come here to work. Chen Chen didn't care. At the same time, erase his memories of the past few days, make up any reason, and leave him behind. Understood. With the two as people talked, the noise under the sea was getting louder and louder. After a while, several BSS team members emerged from the water again, shouting that they were pulled onto the boat. Boss, it looks like the cave has been opened. Qian Wenhui stood aside excitedly. Let the next group of people go in and bring the camera. Good. With Chen Chen's order, the second-day group of team members also put on diving suits. Not only that, they also wore head-mounted waterproof cameras on their heads, which were directly connected by a data cable, and the other end was connected to a monitor inside the yacht. When Chen Chen entered the cabin, a group of BSS team members were sorting their wetsuits inside. Sir. Chen sir. Seeing Chen Chen's arrival, everyone was taken aback, and then quickly stood up and saluted. It seems that Cheng training over this period of time is still very effective. Sir, you sit here. Brando, who was in charge of the command, stood up and gave up his seat. Thank you. Chen Chen said thank you, and sat down unwillingly. At this time, the second group of teams had already begun to move. Everyone looked from the monitors, and saw two team members dive into the water one after another, and then began to look for the location of the cave under the light of the lights. The cave is recessed and buried in a certain shadow. If it is not deliberately sought, I am afraid it is really difficult to find that kind of location. As the camera enters the cave, the whole world becomes narrow. The widest part of the cave is only 50 centimeters. Even though the monitor is across, everyone can still feel an inexplicable depression. On the data graph showing the physical condition of the two players, the data representing heartbeat and blood pressure also began to soar rapidly. This is still the psychological quality of mercenaries who have experienced high-intensity combat. If they are ordinary persons or claustrophobic patients, they may lose control in such an environment. Fortunately, this section of the road is not a long journey. It just swam more than a dozen meters and it came to the end. The space opened up again at this point, and then the two of them headed upstream. In a short while, the two of them left the water and came to a mountain within the body of the space. Everything is normal, we have arrived at our destination. Brando, who was presiding over the work, took a look at Chen Chen and saw that Chen Chen didn't mean to intervene, so he continued to face him. The headset ordered, now set up the signal antenna, then check the equipment, and prepare for the connection. Received. Following Brando's order, over there begin to set up video signal terminal equipment. As long as the signal line brought in is connected to the terminal, the camera above everyone's head is connected to the terminal with a wireless signal, and people outside can see the screen of everyone's camera in real time. After the erection was completed, everyone checked the firearms and various survival devices. Although Hanam kept on saying that there was no danger in it, no one would gamble on their lives because of a word from others. So people who entered the cave are equipped with automatic rifles. When everything was ready, Ren made a thumbs-up gesture on the camera in front of him. The third batch of team members keep up. Brando continued his order. With the support of the previous batch of people, the third batch of people will be much easier, but 1 minute's time has successfully entered the cave. In this way, the divers entered the cave at the speed of 2 groups, and finally a total of 4 groups dived in, and the lighting on everyone's head illuminated the cave. Okay, now everyone is in a row, each at least 3 meters apart, and follow the gap in front to explore inward. Brando ordered again. Also, no one is allowed to shoot without my order, in case there is flammable gas. Repeat, without the command of the command, no one is allowed to shoot, no matter what you encounter. Do you understand the situation? Understood. There were sparse answers from everyone in the video. Okay, now Thompson will start, Wen will follow, Kubo is third, and enter the caves one by one. Hurry up, hurry up. When you were in the army, you were the position of a field commander. At this time, you can do your job with ease. Thompson, turn on your gas and temperature detection device and pay close attention to the changes in the gas ahead. Others are ready. If there is a problem, just put on the breathing mask. Following Brando's command, everyone began to walk straight down the gap. Sometimes, I have to sigh for the extraordinary craftsmanship of nature. I don't know when this underground gap was created. It is extremely deep and narrow. Sometimes there is almost no slope, and sometimes it turns sharply. You need to keep climbing to reach the next section of the road. Not only that, everyone can see a lot of stalactites along the way. These are the materials that can only be formed in the long geological history of the carbonate rock area. In other words, the landforms here have not been available for at least 100,000 years. There have been changes, but for Chen entire group, this is indeed a good phenomenon. However, unlike the Hanam group of teenagers, the physique of mercenaries is far stronger than that of ordinary people. They only travel for half an hour before reaching the end of the gap. Super US Speak Chapter 118. Super US Speak Chapter 118. In the lens, everyone can only see the darkness in their vision. Only the place where the tactical flashlight has been irradiated can they see the stone pillars formed by one after another stalactite. These stalactites have grown for thousands of years. They are connected from the top to the bottom of the cave. The whole body is white, just like the jade pillar on the palace. Everything is normal. According to the tester, the altitude here is 723 meters, the temperature is 24 degrees, the humidity is 70%, the atmospheric pressure is 105.7 kilopascals, and no carbon dioxide is found. There should be a siltation phenomenon here. There should be a vent here. From the wireless electronics side, there are constant reports from the team. More than 700 meters underground? Chen is secretly nodded. More than 700 meters deep has exceeded the maximum range that some simple exploration methods can detect, which means that if a secret base is built in this cave, general exploration techniques are difficult detected, unless large-scale joint exploration technologies such as gravity, magnetic force, and electric method are used. But in his own territory, how could Chen allow others to do that? The hard limbs of the membrane-footed horse have traces of life. Suddenly one of the team members lowered their heads and the flashlight was reflected on a crawling long insect. This long worm has hundreds of pairs of gastropods, and its body is black and white. As it moves forward, hundreds of pairs of gastropods squirm like waves. But before the team member reached out to catch it, suddenly a lizard-like black shadow flashed past and quickly took the Malu away. Wow! The team member was shocked. What happened? The team members asked immediately. It's okay, a false alarm. It's just a newt. The team member shot the flashlight and saw a palm-sized newt holding a horseshoe and quickly disappeared into the darkness. I heard the sound of water. There is underground river here. I see. There is a pool in front of it. It is deep groundwater. In the water there are traces of blind fish. Hearing the reports one after another, Brando suddenly asked, "Can you estimate the shape and size of this cave?" According to laser ranging, the length of the underground space is about 500 meters and the width is 300 meters. It is a completely flat space. The rock structure should be composed of sedimentary rocks and fire mountain cliff. Sedimentary rocks belong to marine facies, debris and carbonate deposits. At Wireless Electronics, Thompson, who is responsible for geological issues, explained, apart from this, there is a pool in the center of the cave with the sound of flowing water. It should be an underground river, with fish living in the water, can be determined to be fresh water. It should be isolated from the underground rock layer, without seawater intrusion. What is the height of the inner cave? Brando asked again. The lowest point is about 20 meters, and the height is about 50 meters. It's a perfect hemispherical space. Hearing this sentence, the entire yacht, the Protector high-fived to celebrate. In this way, this place can become a perfect secret base. Wait until the rocks and water are sampled, come out. Chen on the side reminded, after all, the microbial environment inside has not been tested, just in case. Yes. Brando nodded. Everyone listens to the order. After exploring the entire cave and collecting rock and soil samples, you can exit. In the afternoon, Chen got a complete report. This latitude and longitude. Chen looked at the report on the paper and rubbed his chin slightly. Can you be sure that it is this position? Yes, the positioning has been carried out. Qian Wenhui stood in front of Chen's desk. It is at the southwest location of the research center, which happens to be a plain area, only 2 kilometers from the coastline. Right and left. Very good. Chen threw the map on the table. Mark that area as a residential area, and contact the Mid-Continent construction team in Namibia. I want to build a high-rise community here. Community? Qian Wenhui was shocked and almost thought he had heard it wrong. Yes. It is the same community as the high-rise residents in Zongzi district. Chen nodded. Not only that, I will also build a corresponding commercial street around, parks, hospitals, and even transportation facilities. Do you want to build a city? Qian Wenhui was stunned. How else is it called the Life Science City? Chen explained, although the welfare system of our research center is not bad. If you want those researchers to generate a sense of belonging, this method of allocating houses is still very important. After thinking about it, Chen added, the community is only one of them. I will also set aside a large number of villas on the beach for senior researchers. When the time comes, when the employees have a home, they naturally need entertainment and living facilities. Otherwise, no matter how big the house is, it's still just a dormitory for employees. Even more after the completion of a large number of recuperation centers, those customers who come from all over the world also need to make purchases here. You said. Qian Wenhui wiped the sweat of his forehead. Wenhuan, you are the top leader here. I will rely on you to manage it after I leave. Chen pointed to his head. Here will be you have to move faster. Boss, do you want to leave? Qian Wenhui panicked suddenly. How can I handle this by myself? Don't worry, it's only temporary. Chen leaned back. After a while, I will go back to Zongzi. By the way, Wenhui, you haven't been home for half a year. You will go back if you have time recently. This is not our company is in the development period. If I want to go back, I will definitely tell you. Qian Wenhui scratched his head. Sorry, by the way, I think that if you want to develop that underground space, you can do it together with the construction of the Life Science City, which will make it easier to cover people's eyes. That's for sure. Chen nodded, but the seabed passage is too troublesome, and another passage must be opened. After the engineering team arrives, the foundation of the community will be drilled first, and then the underground space will be opened in the name of drilling wells. Hearing Chen's order, Qian Wenhui quickly took out the notebook in his pocket and recorded these. Thinking about it, Chen reminded again, but you have to be prepared. After all, the more than 700 meters deep well is a bit deeper, and the rock must be drilled. The ordinary drilling machine is useless. You must use a large drilling machine. But if you use a large drilling machine, will it be too eye-catching? Qian Wenhui paused and hesitated. No. This is the case when drilling wells in Africa. Chen waved his hand, with the location of the underground space as the center. First plan to a small town of 3 square kilometers, and then 4 or 5 wells were drilled. After the underground space was penetrated, the workers who drilled the wells were bought out, while restricting their movement and communication, until they completed the construction of the underground, and then eliminated them. Memory. With the engineering cover of the Life Sciences City, we can easily transport the materials needed for the secret base, and it is difficult for Namibian officials to find anomalies. Qian Wenhui was nodded. Chen is responsible for setting the general policy, and the specific implementation is definitely his job. After Qian Wenhui left, Chen Chen fell into deep thought, looking at a missed call and a text message sent on his mobile phone. The calls and text messages are all sent by Wang Wei. Wang Wei told him in the text message that Professor Wang Zai has taken a long vacation during this period, and according to the performance in the recent class, it should be like the symptoms of Alzheimer's disease. Super US Speak Chapter 119. Super US Speak Chapter 119. Alzheimer's disease. Looking at the message sent by Wang Wei, Chen Chen couldn't help but recall the man with a hearty smile and used to drinking tea with a beaker, an old man who always runs a train in class. Professor Wang Zai was originally a senior academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and has a reputation in academia. However, after the age of 65, he reluctantly withdrew from the front line of scientific research due to physical reasons. I just didn't expect that the professor who was witty and humorous on the podium, the top scientist who was able to lead biology, would suffer from this ordinary human disease. Chen Chen secretly sighed, then raised his head and said, check me with Professor Wang Zai of the Zhongzhou District Commercial Capital Jiatong University. I want to know everything about him now. Received. The voice of little X was heard from the speaker immediately, and Chen Chen's computer turned on automatically, and the computer screen flickered like a flower. The windows popped up and closed one by one, but within half a minute, a piece of detailed information appeared on the computer screen. Department of Neurology, Central Hospital affiliated to Medical College, Shangdu Jiatong University, Alzheimer's disease. Seeing this line of words, Chen Chen already understands that Wang Wei's judgment is really. Looking back at this time last year, Professor Wang Zai gave him the help. Chen Chen immediately made a decision in his heart. Thinking of this, Chen Chen gently stroked his left hand. On the index finger of his left hand, there was a thick brass ring. As Chen Chen flicked the ring lightly, it seemed that he had touched some mechanism, and the ring surface suddenly bounced, revealing a few transparent pills inside. Chen Chen took out a pill and swallowed it gently, then gently closed his eyes and entered a relaxed state. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The familiarity that everything in the world is in control quickly returned. Chen Chen suddenly eyes opened and began to recall all the information about Alzheimer's disease. The so-called Alzheimer's disease is the senile dementia, as the saying goes, in the central continent, that is, neurodegeneration of the brain that may occur after reaching a certain age. This disease does not seem to be fatal, and it is accustomed to it because of too many examples around it. But many people do not know that it is actually the second only to cancer that limits human lifespans. Second killer. There are many causes of Alzheimer's disease. The most obvious factor is age. Starting from 50 years old, the incidence rate increases significantly with the increase of age. At that time, the incidence rate was as high as 2/5. As for age, there are too many factors: genetics, mental illness, head trauma, and even external factors such as widowhood, living alone, financial difficulties, and life turbulence may become Alzheimer's disease. One of the incentives, in other words, so far the academic community has not even found the cause of Alzheimer's disease. The medical community has always believed that A_deposition and abnormal phosphorylation of tau protein are the main culprits of Alzheimer's disease. But with the development of some medicines, these arguments have long been questioned by the academic community. It is now more recognized in the medical community that A_deposition and abnormal phosphorylation of tau protein are only manifestations of Alzheimer's disease, but not the root cause. The so-called A_deposition refers to amyloid protein deposition, which is a kind of intracellular pathology, which can lead to mitochondrial damage, and even cause many fatal diseases such as apoptosis. This kind of deposition phenomenon first appeared in the cerebral cortex, and as the disease gets worse, it will spread to the depths of the brain until it destroys the human brain. Today, among the 6 internationally recognized effective therapeutic medicines, except for one NMDA receptor antagonist, the others are acetylcholinesterase inhibitor medicines. To put it simply, All medicines in Advanced International can only slightly slow down the disease and make patients live for a few more years. Apart from this is useless. I heard that a medicine for Alzheimer's disease has also been launched in central China recently. It is advertised as the first medicine that targets the brain-gut axis in the world. Although the name is very big, it can be said to be plain just a medicine that controls intestinal bacteria. I won't talk about this. At present, Alzheimer's disease is still irreversible, even with medication, because the cause of the disease is the death of a large number of brain nerve cells. At the later stage, the patient's brain has completely shrunk, and there is no consciousness. According to Chen, there is no consciousness, even if this person is still alive. What is the difference between death and death? So if you want to treat Professor Wang Sai, you can't delay it. Thinking of this, Chen got up quickly, moved towards the electric power control room, and at the same time ordered, "Little X, download the first part of Rise of the Apes for me." Then Chen walked out of the office door and entered the elevator. If you want to treat Professor Wang Sai, you have 3 methods. 1. And the easiest way, use a USB flash drive to capture the Rise of the Apes information on medicine ALTS 112. ALTS 112 is a virus with specific genes that can regeneratively repair neural circuits by infecting the brain. Different from the later ALTS 113, ALTS 112 is not contagious, and there will be no extinction of the virus in the movie. The disadvantage is that ALTS 112 only temporarily treats Alzheimer's disease, but it cannot cure it. However, Chen's expectations for the first way are not high, because the U-disc cannot extract any life, and the virus is a kind of life, so he can only extract the information of ALTS 112. The scene of the data only appears for a moment in the movie, and there is no guarantee that the data is complete. 2. If the first way fails, Chen can try to make a movie about Alzheimer's disease and extract the medicine from his movie to solve the problem through this almost cheating method. This is also Chen's new attempt on the function of U-disc. Of course, the chance of success is extremely close to 0 in Chen's eyes, because if this method is really successful, then Chen can make an energy movie and set up a prop like the ZPM in Interstellar's Gate at will. Wouldn't there be endless energy? In this way, the law of conservation of mass and energy is broken. However, although I understand that the probability of this happening is basically 0, I still have to try. While trying the second way, Chen will also simultaneously carry out the third way active research. After all, Chen has the trump card of NZT48. Previous experiments have learned that NZT48 has a certain effect on Alzheimer's disease. If it is not possible, Chen can proceed from this aspect. Breakthrough, supplemented by neural stem cell therapy. The human body does have the ability to regenerate brain nerve cells, but this ability will decrease with development. When humans reach adulthood, the central nervous system will not undergo regeneration and repair if damaged. The reasons are that one is the lack of necessary cytokine stimulation, and the other is that the dead cells are degraded and filled with other cells to produce steric hindrance. This is the irreversible root of Alzheimer's disease. But this method of neural stem cells can break this rule. Super USB Chapter 120. Super USB Chapter 120. When Chen entered the power control room, Xiao X had already finished Rise of the Apes for Chen. The Rise of the Apes, released in 2011, is about the protagonist inventing a viral medicine called ALTS 112 to treat his father's Alzheimer's disease. The principle of this medicine is to infect the human brain through an artificially modulated virus, thereby regenerating and repairing the brain nerve. However, many people don't understand the specific original ideals. In fact, you can make an analogy. In 2015, German scientists discovered a special gene called RGAP11B that only exists in modern humans and close relatives of humans. This series of genes with names helps the reproduction of brain stem cells, allowing the brain to produce more neurons during the development process. and the appearance of advanced cognitive abilities such as thinking and language. In other words, it is very likely that it is precisely because of the existence of this gene that humans can break away from the food chain and climb to the top of nature. In order to further study the function of this gene, this group of German scientists conducted an experiment. Through genetic engineering, they implanted this gene into the embryo of a little white mouse and used it for observation to obtain what will happen to the little white mouse of fruits of wisdom, and the results are very gratifying. After these genetically modified little white mice were born, their brain capacity increased significantly. Be aware that the cerebral cortex of an ordinary little white mouse should be very smooth, looking like a peanut. But after the human gene is transferred, it has to be squeezed, due to the large increase in surface area. Compression and folding, the same phenomenon as the human brain cortical folding occurs. It can be seen that the RGAP11B gene plays a vital role in the development and evolution of the nervous system. I don't know if these little white mice were successfully escaped at the end of the experiment. If they succeed, maybe a realistic version of Rise of the Mouse Ball will be staged several hundred years later. The ALTS 112 virus in Rise of the Apes is based on the same principle. By transferring alternative genes to the brain, it prevents the death of nerve cells caused by Alzheimer's disease and restores the vitality of brain nerve cells. Moreover, the plot of the movie is very similar to the experiment above. The protagonist of the movie carried out this experiment on a chimpanzee. As a result, the chimpanzee's intelligence greatly increased and even gave birth to the child Caesar, become the culprit of the demise of human civilization. Although the methods of the two are different, the purpose is the same. However, in reality, we can only modify the genes of biological embryos, but cannot modify the genes of adult organisms, because there are trillions of genes in the body of adult organisms, which cannot be changed. That's why retroviruses, a means of altering genes throughout the body, appear in the movie. T-virus, G-virus, DX1118 virus, etc. also share this principle. Back to reality, Chen pulled out the charged USB flash drive, plugged it into the computer, and then tried to drag the downloaded movie Rise of the Apes into the USB flash drive. However, an unexpected voice came. This seemingly scientific movie was rejected by the USB flash drive. Chen raised his eyebrows, and tried again as if he didn't believe it. But the result is still the same. Chen thought for a while, taking advantage of the U-disc not paying attention. Lightly clicked on the name Rise of the Apes.mp4, the cursor flashed suddenly. It quickly changed to a Dream of Red Mansions.mp4, and then quickly dragged it to the U-disc. Well, the attempt to fool the U-disc failed. It seems that this movie does not conform to the core values of the USB flash drive. Chen shook the head helplessly. Without the slightest surprise, the first step failed. In fact, anyone who knows a little bit of biology will understand that the movie Rise of the Apes does have many pseudo-scientific elements, such as the protagonist's father. The protagonist's father himself is a patient with mid-stage Alzheimer's disease, and by the mid-stage, the brain cells in this disease will die in large numbers, even if the remaining neurons are saved through ALTS 112 later. But the damage to brain function and memory loss caused by it is also impossible to recover. So the situation where the protagonist's father is directly restored to a normal person in the movie is impossible. Also, the reason why the human brain is smart is not only its complexity, but its size is also a very important factor. The capacity of the human brain is 3 times that of the chimpanzee. So the chimpanzee in the movie directly reaches the human IQ. The degree is also impossible. Apart from this, even if there is a virus designed to transform the brains of chimpanzees in reality, this virus may not be able to transform the brains of other types of orangutans. Just like the virus like ALTS 113, it can increase the intelligence of chimpanzees, but it is lethal to humans. ALTS 113 is also impossible to appear in movies. This is not just chimpanzees, even orangutans, Orangutans such as gorillas and bonobos can achieve the effect of enlightenment and enlightenment. The origin of this movie is the ALTS 113 virus. Without this virus, everything will not happen, but this virus is beyond the scope of the real virus. Will it? The truth about dragging movies into U-Disc. The origin of the movie. Chen thought for a while and downloaded a movie again, Deep Sea Shark. This movie is also related to Alzheimer's disease, but it uses protein in the shark's brain to treat this symptom. According to the method in the movie, dropping a few drops of protein directly on the brain cells can activate the dead brain cells for 6 seconds. In Chen's view, this is no longer science fiction but fantasy, and the result did not exceed Chen's expectations. The move to drag Deep Sea Shark into the U-Disc still failed. Seeing that the first plan he envisioned failed completely, Chen didn't think about it anymore. He plugged the U-Disc back into the charging port, and then found an address book in the phone. Thinking about it, Chen dialed the phone directly. Mr. Edwards, I am Chen. I have a task. I don't know if you are interested in accepting it. It's about shooting a movie. Yes, the story is provided by me. I need a famous screenwriter, a famous director, and a group of famous movie stars to interpret and succeed in the story I provided. At least 100 million box office is required for release. Of course, the time is as fast as possible. It is best not to exceed 3 months from script writing to release. I invest money. I will come out. 1,000 information points. More impossible. Happy cooperation. Immediately Chen hung up the phone. Chen is in contact with a family named Edwards in North America. Edwards Consortium, a well-known Wall Street financial giant. Its industries include, but are not limited to, electronics, optics, space, missiles and other electronics industries, and most importantly, it also involves the entertainment industry. The Edwards family holds shares in more than 200 Hollywood film and television companies, equivalent to 20% of Hollywood. The one Chen contacted was one of the 3 helmsmen of the Edwards family, and the member who came to the meeting at the time, Robert Edwards. Super US Speak Chapter 121. Super US Speak Chapter 121. The plan for filming was laid out. Chen came to the project team of Alzheimer's disease reversal treatment and asked for all the research results of the current project team, as well as a few little ones. White Mouse. The Alzheimer's disease reversal treatment project team does exist. The leader is another neurology Professor Evans invited by Chen. He has participated in Alzheimer's several times. Disease clinical trials. This project can be considered his line of work. But Chen does not plan to experiment with Evans, because Chen needs to use NZT48 for experiments. Chen will not tolerate NZT48 being known to any outsider until his power completely surpasses the commonplace. So Chen can only conduct experiments alone. As the project team asked that a few little white mouse wants, it is a human tau carrying the mutant form of genetically modified strain of mouse brain will begin to appear when 6 months old. The tau tangled and showed signs of nerve system damage at 9 months. This is the genetically modified little white mouse, similar to the Alzheimer's symptom model created by humans. Chen on the 5th floor opened a laboratory. After these data are moved in, one by one began to research. Professor Evans watched this time. Foreign academic circles have been adhering to the tradition of who discovers and named after. More than 100 years ago, a doctor named Alzheimer dissection examined the brain of a patient who died of Alzheimer's, found a shocking phenomenon. The deceased's brain was not only severely atrophied, but even the cerebral cortex, which controls memory, thinking and language functions, was completely scrapped. It was replaced by necrotic brain cells and abnormal and strange brain deposits. Starting from this day, human beings formally crossfire with Alzheimer's disease, a disease of the century. However, because of the hidden nature of Alzheimer's disease, people at first did not pay attention to this disease. Until the last 2030 years, human lifespans have become longer and longer. Alzheimer's patients for more This is the medical profession completely seriously. However, as human beings have more and more in-depth investigations, it is found that Alzheimer's disease is far more terrifying than human imagination. According to the statistics of the Earth United Lab Research and Development Association, the results show from 1998 to 2017, including Bayer, Eli Lilly, GlaxoSmithKline, Merck, Pfizer, including leading pharmaceutical group, has invested more than $600 billion. The test failure Alzheimer's disease medicine total of 146 times. Counting 2018 and 2019, scientists of the global cream of the crop have failed 154 times in the face of Alzheimer's disease in the past 20 years. The most shocking is that in January 2018, Pfizer, the world's largest pharmaceutical company, issued a statement: due to lack of technical capabilities, it will suspend the research and development of Alzheimer's and Parkinson's medicines. In the face of this century's disease, the world's top medical forces are unable to do anything. Chen expression: calm, with your fingers across the piles of data. These data are used folders of paper tucked, one will have 5 centimeters thick, then piled in front of Chen's body as high as a hill. But as Chen turned over a notebook, but a few hours, this information will be far less than half, but after reading the information on behalf of the accumulated pile higher and higher, more and more thick. At this point, if someone close, you will find more information look at. The more Chen's bright A's, as if to finally flashing rays of light in the darkness in general. After reading the latest experimental materials, Chen finally exhaled and turned on the computer again to compare with the most cutting-edge results on the internet. After reading these, Chen looked thoughtful and closed the web page. Very good. The direction is already there. Chen raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, then took out a finger-sized piece of chocolate, peeled off the tin foil, and stuffed it into his mouth. NZT48 to allow the brain high speed, but will also consume a lot of fat, carbohydrates, and proteins, and these substances can complement the chocolate, theobromine, while nerves may also gain system, to help improve the amount of oxygen in the blood. Therefore, Chen has recently developed the habit of eating a few pieces of chocolate after taking medicine. As the chocolate slowly melted in his mouth, Chen also started his own experiment. He first put on sterile clothes and disinfected his whole body. Then he put on disposable rubber gloves in the laboratory, took out NZT48, and slowly dissolved it in glucose. At the same time, Chen took out the mice with the most obvious signs of nerve system damage, and infused them with equal proportions of NZT48 solution according to the method of grouping, and then put them into each observation cage. This is just one of the experiments. In addition to experimenting with the efficacy of NZT48 on Alzheimer's disease, Chen is also conducting another experiment at the same time, but it is different from the experimental direction on the market today. Chen intends to start with inflammation. Start research. Science and technology now generally agree that the cause of Alzheimer's disease is amyloid deposition and tau abnormal protein phosphorylation, which scientists have proposed etiology of Alzheimer's disease hypothesis to amyloid theory. Most of the clinical trials are based on amyloid to target, or attempt to prevent the formation of decomposition of amyloid deposition. But as I said before, all global treatment experiments targeting amyloid beta have failed. Chen then determined, starting from the hypothesis that inflammatory aspects of immune cells to brain. There are several hypotheses about Alzheimer's disease. Among them is this inflammation hypothesis. A study in the journal Neurology in 2018 found that the herpes virus is present in the brains of Alzheimer's disease patients. Then in 2019, a team published a paper in a subjournal of Science. They found Porphyromonas gingivalis in the brain of the patient and allowed the bacteria to invade mice through experiments on mice. Brain death in mice. They found that neuronal death in the brain of mice, while amyloid levels also increased. At the end of 19, in the journal PNAS, a team found that a protein called TOM1 in the brain of the patient had a sharp decrease, and TOM1 is essential in a type of inflammatory response of the substance. After the expression of TOM1 decreased, the amyloid protein in the brain of mice increased significantly. At the same time, these mice also experienced cognitive decline. By increasing TOM1 in reverse, the cognitive ability has been restored. This is the inflammation hypothesis recent research results achieved, and even Professor Evans also moved towards this direction of research. In addition to the direction of the inflammation hypothesis, Chen also added the immune cell deficiency hypothesis. As a characteristic of Alzheimer's disease brain is the formation of beta deposition and tangles of tau, and a condition known as immune cells by microglial cells to clear these deposits and tangles to protect the brain. They surround these harmful substances, engulfing deposits and entanglements piece by piece. However, the latest study found that microglia, although limiting the accumulation of harmful substances, but it may be a double-edged sword, because microglia can secrete a substance called APO, which in turn enhances the formation of beta deposits. At the same time, in the later stages of the disease, once tau tangles are formed, microglia attack tangles may damage nearby neurons, leading to neurodegeneration. Found, if not microglia or microglial cells not activated, tau tangles and deposition will not accumulate and grow till late neural system is not impaired. This is the study of the direction of Chen after with these directions. Even if Chen is still no cure for Alzheimer's, but there are at least short to limit disease progression. The disease will be solid this century. Lock in the early stage. Super USB Chapter 122. Super USB Chapter 122. 2 months later, Chen stood quietly in the laboratory, his face a little pale. Before him, a little white mouse is constantly swimming in a Morris water maze. This little white mouse swims extremely flexibly. Although it looks a little confused, it can always find the right way quickly after long attempts and finally find a platform hidden underwater. No one can see that these mice had signs of serious nerve damage 2 weeks ago. Looking at the number 5 experimental mouse coming to the platform, Chen gently pressed the timer, and said expressionlessly, 28 seconds, 2 seconds faster than yesterday. Subsequently, Chen began to fill in the experimental record. 6-month-old genetically modified model mice were treated with surgical transplantation of cloned neural stem cells, and at the same time through myeloid cell trigger receptor 2 TREM2 agonist interleukin IL-4 treatment induces microglia activation. Immunohistochemistry, Western blotting, and fluorescence quantitative PCR were used to detect the expression of TREM2 at the protein and gene levels. The water maze experiment showed that model mice showed cognitive function recovery in the water maze experiment. In this model, after IL-4 treatment, TREM2 expression increased. The memory and cognitive function impairment of model mice was greatly improved. Result: the activation of TREM2 may reduce the autophagy of microglia through inflammation. Then Chen bent down and caught the little white mouse resting on the platform, dried it and fixed it on the CT machine, and fixed the brain to a state where it could not rotate. Next, Chen turned on the machine, and the CT machine began to scan the brain structure of number 5. Comparing the new CT with the previous image, I saw that the brain structure of the little white mouse is much fuller than last week, and it has undergone tremendous changes compared to 2 weeks ago. If the brain of a little white mouse was like a shriveled walnut 2 weeks ago, now it has become a lot fuller, just like an expanded dough. Randomly organize these data into corresponding categories. Chen looked at the few little white mice remaining in the experimental cage with the same performance, and then covered the experimental cage. Then Chen turned around and held the head of the little white mouse number 5, while holding the tail root of the little white mouse with his right hand and gently pulling it. Crack it! A clear click came, and the number 5 in his hand died in a rapid and effective cervical dislocation. Chen placed this little white mouse on the dissection stage and began to dissection its brain. 10 minutes later, The brain of number 5 was completely separated. But it was not until this time that Chen Chen discovered that the brain of this mouse was not well recovered. Because of the large number of neuron deaths produced by Alzheimer's, many connective tissue masses are produced in the area where these nerve cells die. These tissue masses occupy the original space of the brain and make the brain unable to restore its previous state. It's a pity. Chen Chen shook the head and soaked these brains into a solution filled with formalin. In the past 3 months, Chen Chen has used cloning as usual to clone this group of little white mice. At the same time, in these mouse models that also have Alzheimer's disease, a compound treatment method is used. 1. Use the gene overexpression method of TOM1 protein to enhance the brain's resistance to inflammation and gradually eliminate inflammation. 2. Use the solanezumab antibody developed by Eli Lilly to remove A_protein and amyloid deposits in the brain. Although this medicine has failed several clinical trials and proved to be unable to treat Alzheimer's disease, its ability to clear A_protein is still worthy of recognition. 3. By injecting neural stem cells extracted from cloned embryos, at the same time using cytokines to activate G2 resting stem cells that originally exist in the brain to stimulate the brain to heal itself. There is one last item, that is, during the early stage of Alzheimer's disease, the microglia are first activated to actively engulf abnormally deposited proteins. However, if Alzheimer's disease has entered the middle or even late stage, the opposite method is adopted to inhibit the activation of microglia until the solanezumab antibody is used to remove most of the A_deposits before the small glue plasma cells are activated. This is the method Chen Chen took. Through the treatment of inflammation, neural stem cell transplantation, and the intervention of the brain's own immune system, this compound method can be used in early stage and mid-stage. Suppress Alzheimer's disease so that it cannot get worse or even get better. Actually, the actual medical world is not unable to achieve the effect of Chen Chen. The only limitation is still cloning. In addition to this limitation, cost is also a factor restricting this treatment. After all, with this set of treatment plans alone, the cost is sky high. If it is used in business, a course of treatment will cost millions of dollars. As for the steric effect caused by the death of a large number of neurons, and the connective tissue occupying the brain, Chen Chen is helpless. Perhaps it is a way to remove these connective tissues by craniotomy. Good method. As for NZT48, due to the lack of time and no actual progress, Chen Chen stopped the experiment. Since the NZT48 experiment was stopped, Chen Chen started beckoning his assistants and assigned some less important tasks. This was how quickly the results of these experiments were obtained. Now that the experiment has yielded results, Chen Chen no longer hesitates, and directly asks his assistant to send in the old chimpanzees that he had prepared before. The scientific community has long discovered that chimpanzees can also suffer from Alzheimer's disease like humans. So before the little white mouse experiment was completed, they asked their assistants to create Alzheimer's disease of chimpanzees, model and cloned these chimpanzees. This can also save a lot of time. Not only that, Chen Chen also asked the team to protect his parents in Zhongzhou district to separate one person, go to Shangdu to secretly extract the somatic cells of Professor Wang's eye, and then bring them back to clone Professor Wang's eye. When Professor Wang's eye came to the research center a month later, he could use the cloned neural stem cells immediately. For so much effort, it can be regarded as a kind of reward to Professor Wang's eye. Thinking of this, Chen Chen was just about to carry out the next experiment, when suddenly the phone rang. Chen Chen frowned, picked up his mobile phone and took a look, only to realize that it was the call from the screenwriter responsible for the new movie. Leaving the laboratory to the assistant, Chen Chen walked out of the laboratory and got on the phone. Modified. I know, I will check it later. It turned out that the screenwriter has once again modified the script in accordance with Chen Chen's requirements and brought it to Chen Chen for review. This is the task Chen Chen entrusted to the Edwards family. When I came to my office, I didn't need to order. Xiao X had already opened the mailbox and put the script projection sent by the other party on the wall. Chen Chen spent a few minutes reading the entire script, and then barely nodded. The story background of the script is set 3 years after reality. This is required by Chen Chen. After all, the U-Disc only accepts movies close to the reality structure, and it is safer to set it directly into the reality background. The main line of the story is a little-known pharmaceutical company in North America. A researcher named Alexander suddenly discovered a small chemical molecule that can completely inhibit Alzheimer's disease. This small molecule can not only prevent tau tangles and A_ deposition, but also eliminate inflammation and completely end all symptoms of Alzheimer's disease. This medicine is the core of the story, and the plot is that an unknown black force got the news from nowhere. In order to get a sample of medicine, he began to kidnap colleagues around the protagonist. After discovering the situation, the protagonist quickly ran away with the medicine. The old story of hunting down. This script has been passed by Chen Chen several times before. In desperation, the screenwriter removed some unreasonable parts of technology and logic in the film. Although these parts are very dramatic, they are also very selling points. But this time, it has almost met Chen Chen's expectations. It's a pity that Chen Chen didn't expect that the speed of Hollywood was so slow. It took 2 months from script writing to revision, and it was impossible to rush out the movie in 1 month. Fortunately, Chen Chen has found a cure for Alzheimer's disease. As long as it can be successful in chimpanzees, Chen Chen can enter clinical trials. Thinking of this, Chen Chen, as an investor, replied with a pass. In this way, Hollywood movies can be officially launched. Super US Speak Chapter 123. Super US Speak Chapter 123. On the dim and dim dance floor, the messy air is filled with the smell of tobacco and alcohol. At this time, Rolling Kate is holding a bottle of brandy, and the company's most beautiful and alluring woman, Jennifer, is swinging frantically on the dance floor. Jennifer is about 30 years old, hot and enchanting, wearing a sexy dance skirt, enchanting posture, constantly shaking with the rhythm of the dance floor, making all around people dreamy. Ira, tonight you're charming. Kate's eyes blurred to extend the hand. It tried to touch each other's posture, but they just listened to the ear. There was a chuckle, but Jennifer had walked behind Kate at some point. Kate laughed and quickly turned around to hold each other. The two left the dance floor surrounded by each other, moved towards the bar and walked outside. It seems that the concentration of a certain hormone is gradually increasing. The two of them got into the car in a hurry. Before Kate plugged in the car key, she suddenly felt an astonishing heat coming from her side. And then there was a burst of fragrance. Strikes. Cut. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, and a group of strangers suddenly appeared beside Kate and Jennifer. Some people took the lamp in their hands to light it up, while others skillfully put on makeup for the two of them. A time-ambiguous atmosphere opened to dissipate completely. At the same time, farther away, a man dressed as a director sits on a recliner and knows loudly, "The third act is complete. Everyone has worked hard, and then the fourth act is prepared for the villains!" Immediately, everyone is busy for a while. At this time, Cheng Zhao was smoking a cigarette silently, looking bored at the busy people, looking a little helpless. Because Qian Huan, responsible for matters relating to the construction of Biological Science City, so just put Cheng Zhao sent out overseas side of Hollywood movie shooting schedule. Although Cheng Zhao has never been in the film industry, he has also served as a supervisor, which means supervisor, to prevent the crew from taking money and not doing work. At this time, the film has been shooting for a week. Chen investment in the film, called Life and Death Crisis, Shaking Plan, although the film was some bad customs, but with Edward's family connections go to the movies more than First Line Coffee, while there is also the famous Hollywood director Step-Punk finale, which can be described as an all-star lineup. The film has immediately attracted the attention of many fans since the project was established. These well-known directors and actors have their own fans, and coupled with the momentum of the director group, The momentum is not weaker than that of the same filming, The Avengers 5. But what does this have to do with Chen Zhao? Not at all. Now he just sits in a daze next to the director every day, or just stands in the corner and smokes silently, ignoring everyone. Even some female crew with night secretly contact Chen Zhao attempt to usurp the throne. Chen Zhao still remain unmoved. Gradually, everyone ignored the production of the Stone Man. Next, 5 group performers wearing black tight clothes and holding unknown props appeared one after another. The martial arts director began to design actions for these group performers, while the protagonist and the heroine continued to discuss plot. But for some reason, seeing the looks of the villains, Punk suddenly frowned and said to the side stylist, "Mr. Mill, do you think this outfit will, how do you say, some old you suits? Hey, this is the most classic villain nowadays." The big bearded man on the side quickly defended. "I bet there is absolutely no more classic look than this movie in 5 years. It's not that I question your professionalism, but I think the villain's outfit will look too. It's a bit more ostentatious. It's like putting the word "I am a bad person" on your forehead." Punk frowned and reminded, "Is it possible to make the image deeper?" "So what do you think?" The bearded man suddenly became a little unhappy. Punk heard this suddenly thinking, he looked around all around, as if looking for inspiration, but when he saw Chen Zhao, his eyes suddenly lit up. "By the way, how about we put a layer of casual clothes on the villain, just like Mr. Chen Zhao? Isn't it cool?" Punk pointed at Chen Zhao. "As long as we use the lens more, it can highlight the tight clothes around the neck. For the audience, it can also fit the villain's idea of concealment, right?" Mia hearing this also looking at Chen Zhao on the side, looking thoughtful. "What you said does make sense." After hearing the conversation between the two, Chen Zhao was speechless. He knew that the other party was watching. "I only say this until I wear a GS battlesuit." GS combat uniforms do have concealment features. The only flaw is that the collar is too high. Few clothes can cover it. Apart from this, the 4 blue buttons on the collar are glowing. It is extremely cool and full of science fiction. In order to prevent the buttons from glowing, the BSS team members simply dyed these buttons black. But what was helpless was that people around them would still notice the details on the neck if they spend too much time together. This can be considered the only flaw in the GS combat uniform. On the other hand, the primate experiment went extremely smoothly. In just 1 month's work, all chimpanzees' Alzheimer's disease was successfully suppressed. The brain has entered the recovery phase. Seeing this, Chen finally stopped hesitating, and asked Xiao X to book a ticket to return to the capital, and left Africa with a pile of materials for treating Alzheimer's disease. 10 hours later, when Chen got off the plane and set foot on the land of Zhongzhou district again, he couldn't help taking a deep breath. "In 1.5 years, I finally returned to my hometown." After staying in Switzerland and Namibia for a long time, Chen almost forgot that he was a native of Central Europe. It was not until he got off the plane and saw the faces of yellow people in the airport that he felt exceptionally cordial. "It feels like going home," Chen murmured, then walked forward and queued up at the Immigration Management Office, waiting for the immigration administrator to check. This time Chen did not inform the head office of his return. Now the head office is in full swing under the management of Xia Yin. The translator can sell hundreds of thousands of copies every month, although there are the reason behind the state's support, but it's not easy. However, internationally, the development of simultaneous translators has not gone smoothly. Various countries have been certified for simultaneous translators, and seem to be waiting for their own crackers. But it doesn't matter to Chen. The core code of the translator is there anyway. If the group of people can really crack it, why would Chen give the company to the other party? This can involve the dignity of the programmer. 10 minutes later, Chen walked out of the airport, then took a taxi and moved towards the medical college-affiliated hospital of Shangdu Jiatong University. Super USB Chapter 124. Super USB Chapter 124. Because of the importance of Professor Wang's eye to the country, The hospital has been doing all-out treatment for this period of time, but it is limited to conventional treatment, and there is no sign of improvement. Half an hour waiting, when Chen Chen came to the hospital, asked to see Professor Wang Zai senior ward, but was informed that Professor Wang Zai is not news in the ward. Professor Wang Zai is trying multidirectional brain stimulation therapy under the advice of the expert group, and he will not return to the ward until the evening. If you are his student, you can contact him directly. The doctor looked suspiciously. He glanced at Chen Chen and reminded him. Chen Chen said the sound "xi" gently, then joined outside the hospital, took out the phone, dial a phone that had not been played. "Hello. Is it Small Chen?" After only a while, there was a familiar voice on the other end of the phone, still with a hearty smile. "How come there is Sora called me?" "Professor Wang, really didn't expect you to remember me." Chen Chen asked with a smile. "Your people though I forget, but I remember you wrote the paper, to the cell students cannot much." Professor Wang Zai said with a laugh. When Chen Chen heard Professor Wang Zai being noisy, he asked, "Professor Wang, are you busy?" "If you are busy, I will call again later." "Not busy. I'm at a signing event to see an actor, that's all I once liked." Professor Wang Zai replied, "Is there anything I can help?" "Something is very important. Where are you now? I'm going to look for you directly." "I am at number 554, Long and West Road." "This is called Huan Building." "I'm in the conference hall on the second floor." Professor Wang Zai without the slightest hesitation would say his position out. "Okay, I'll come right now." Chen Chen hung up and took another taxi to Huan Building. This time Chen Chen arrived at the bottom of the building in only 10 minutes. At this time, an inflatable arch was placed in front of the main entrance of the building, and a few Jiangda newspapers were posted beside it, which seemed to be doing some activity. Chen Chen looked at the poster and found that it was an old generation international movie star who held the signing ceremony here. As soon as I walked into the hall, there was a faint chant of excitement from the meeting room on the second floor. Chen Chen said to the security guards at the door, and the other party directly let Chen Chen in. As Chen Chen pushed the door of the meeting room, the noise suddenly became louder. As soon as Chen Chen entered the door, he just heard a word from an international movie star: "Joke is not nonsense, and adaptation is not chaos." The venue was about 1,000 people, but there was only 1/3 seated sparsely. The international movie star was wearing a red coat and was talking emotionally on stage. Chen Chen swept around at random, and saw the first row of the audience, Professor Wang Zai's familiar figure sitting there. And with the eyes of Chen Chen, Professor Wang Zai, even if the field back too far toward Chen Chen, smiled and waved. Chen Chen nodded, bent down slightly and walked towards the first row. On the stage, the international movie star still went on, "I've seen a drama, Sun Wukong called Skeleton Demon Jing Jing, White-boned demon called Sun Wukong Empty." There was a burst of laughter from the audience. "Is it funny?" the international movie star on the stage said in pain. "Anyway, I can't laugh, my tears are spinning in my stomach." Chen Chen came to the top platoon, quickly sat next to Professor Wang Zai. "Old Wang, Shu." Professor Wang Zai shook the head. "Listen first, if you have anything to do, wait until you finish hearing this." Chen Chen, hearing this, was taken aback, and then laughed. Indeed, after 3 months of waiting, there is no need to rush for a while. Thinking of this, Chen Chen gradually relaxed. At this point, we saw international stars on stage to come up with a long stick, rushed the audience. "I still remember which of the films is played." As he said, he put the stick on his shoulders, and at the same time turned his head and said, "Master, go." Then he swaggered away skillfully. Suddenly there was a burst of laughter from the audience, and the stage was filled with cheerful air. Soon, when the speech, after thorough finish, Chen Chen and Professor Wang Zai was out of the hall together. At this time, Chen Chen discovered that Professor Wang Zai was still following 2 people, who seemed to be like bodyguards. "Professor Wang." Chen Chen organized the language and said as he walked, "I already know your illness. As far as I know, We don't have any in Zongzi district. How many hospitals dare to say that they can treat your disease? Are you interested in going to other continents for treatment? Other continents? Professor Wang Zai is hearing this happy. School Y said that you opened a research center in Africa. Isn't that there? So you already know it. Chen Chen explained immediately said, yes, I developed an anti-Alzheimer's compound therapy there. Now it performs very well on primates. I wanted to wait for the clinical trial to notify you, but I didn't know at that time what year and month is coming. Your condition can't be delayed after all. Professor Wang Zai heard this and was silent for a while. I'm not sick, but I'm afraid of giving it to Liu. Trouble. Chen Chen did not respond. He had read Professor Wang Zai's information and knew that Liu that Professor Wang Zai said was his 45-year-old daughter. It seems to have been thinking about it for a long time. In the end, Professor Wang Zai still shook the head and patted Chen Chen's shoulder. Forget it. I believe you also understand that with this disease, it will not take a few years to live. Speaking of this, but Professor Wang Zai's expression is full of calmness. In this case, there is no need to toss about these and other things, just let the flow go. Professor Wang, how do you know that this disease must not be cured? Chen Chen laughed, and handed over the information in his hand. This is, as a person in scientific research, he is naturally very sensitive to technical information. Even Professor Wang Zai has not reacted to it himself. His hand has already received instinctively. After this stack of information, turning on the first page gently, Professor Wang Zai's eyes suddenly lit up after reading the introduction, and the impatient fell into the text. He helped Professor Wang Zai into the car. Chen Chen nodded to the bodyguard in charge of the care, and then got into the back seat, and the two bodyguards consciously got into the front seat. Then the vehicle moved towards the direction of the hospital. After a while, Professor Wang Zai came back to his senses a little confused, pointing to one of the lines of data and saying, Small Chen, your technique of inducing neural stem cells is a bit wrong. According to the above data, it is difficult to induce neural stem cells. Will it? Chen Chen accepted the data pretending to be suspicious, and then said with a smile with great certainty, Professor Wang, my line of data is okay. The results have already been produced. If you don't believe me, you can look at the back first. Really no problem. Wang Zai the professor glanced suspiciously at Chen Chen, and saw Chen Chen's eyes full of determination. Then he stopped talking and kept watching until seeing Professor Wang Zai re-enter the thinking. Chen Chen was secretly blushed with shame. In fact, most of the data in this information are true. Only the technology of inducing neural stem cells has been faked. After all, Chen Chen already has a more precise and convenient cloning embryonic stem cell technology than induced pluripotent stem cells. How can it neglect the root and pursue the tip to develop induced pluripotent stem cells stem cell? Furthermore, this technology has many hidden dangers, including the risks of tumor formation and mutation, and it is far less safe than cloning embryonic stem cells. However, although the technology of cloning embryonic stem cells is not against international law, it will trigger a lot of public opinion. Therefore, Chen Chen can only use induced neural stem cells to make up for the loopholes. I just didn't expect that. Even Chen Chen didn't see the problem with this information, but Professor Wang Zai knew it was wrong when he got it started. Sure enough, even if he has retired to the second line for many years, even if he has suffered from Alzheimer's disease, Professor Wang Zai's biological level is still among the best in the world. Super USB Chapter 125. Super USB Chapter 125. Back to the hospital ward, Professor Wang Zai has been holding the hands of this information again and again, like a dragon guarding treasure. Life and death do not want to go to bed. Don't help me, I can still watch. Professor Wang Zai yelled loudly, like a child who didn't want to sleep when he was a child. In the end, there was no way. The nurse had to let Professor Wang Zai read the entire document before he lay down on the bed contentedly and fell asleep. Silently collected the scattered materials, Chen Chen turned and left the ward. But just walked out the door, he saw a middle-aged woman blocking her footsteps. The woman has a face similar to Professor Wang's eye, but unlike Professor Wang's eye, she has a stronger temperament between her eyebrows, her eyes are overbearing, and she looks like a strong woman. Good aunt. Chen Chen smiled slightly, nodded as to salute. Do you know me? The woman, hearing this, eyebrow raised, sweeping look forward to Chen Chen. I don't know each other, but I can still judge your identity through your face. Chen Chen replied decently. The middle-aged woman only slowed down her expression. Good resilience. Tell me about your purpose of returning to Central Continent this time, just to see my father? Not yet. Ask. Aunt, your job is. Chen Chen deliberately revealed the color of confusion. Wang Luo, Deputy Director of the Political Department of the Academy of Business, capital of Zhongzi District, the woman said powerfully. It turned out to be Director Wang. Chen Chen nodded. I know that you are here for me. In fact, don't worry, I never represent any foreign forces. As for Wang's eye, Professor Chen Chen was silent for a while, and then expressed seriously said, because he helped me once, so I have to pay it again. Pay it back? How do you pay it back? A hint of irony flashed in Wang Luo's expression. Just rely on your cell paper, or your research center in Africa, so you already know it. Chen Chen nodded. Not unexpected. I know that you are not at all to seek refuge in foreign powers, but I heard that you use the local medical institutions to be inadequate to engage in clinical trials. Wang Luo, complexion sank, asked, do you know this? What kind of behavior is it? Academic misconduct, right? Chen Chen raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, and opened his mouth without waiting for the other person to speak. Wang aunt, this is what you said is wrong. What is academic misconduct? Falsification, plagiarism, and violation of scientific spirit and morality. These behaviors are called academic misconduct. May I ask, what am I doing wrong? Why, I don't even know where I made it. The crow's feet at the corner of Wang Luo's eyes trembled slightly, revealing a sneer of determination. Science is the people-oriented, service four-person system involves relationships. If the relationship cannot restrain the wheel of experiments and allows researchers to experiment recklessly, then it is completely depriving lives and trampling on human rights. Doesn't this violate the morality of human relationships? Oh, putting it that way, Andre Vasilius midnight ghouls, but also the academic misconduct. Chen Chen won here's a weak spot discourse, then she asked. Wang Luo frowned, immediately retorted, can you compare with the founder of dissection? No. Chen Chen's calm shook the head, a look of modesty. My accomplishments and of course cannot be compared to the pioneer, but perhaps your ability to understand some of the problems, but that's okay. I can just comb it again for you. Chen Chen sound good air said, I believe it is also common sense for you. Andre Vasari published a book in 1543. At that time, Bishop made 3 orders and 5 indictments, and no desecration of corpses was allowed. In this case, Vasily stole the corpse. Even dissection corpse move, whether on behalf of the violation of human relations. Wang Luo hesitated a moment. He is to human medicine, moreover when it is religious restrictions and do not represent the current human relations. Then, here comes the problem. Without waiting for Wang Luo to continue to explain, Chen Chen interrupted directly, since aunt, you said that it does not conform to the modern ethics, then can it be understood that modern human relationships are the ultimate standard of human science? Wang Luo opened his mouth, but said nothing. You don't need to speak. I already know the answer. Chen Chen quickly said, since you also understand that modern human moral standards do not represent the past. So in the context of the 16th century, broke Andre Vasilius whether contemporary human relations? Whether it is academic misconduct? Sharp-tongued, Wang Luo angry. I did not saw replays this kind of word game with you. Aunt, please calm down. I have not finished speaking yet. Chen Chen waved his hand and continued. I know Vasari pioneer must not be described as academic misconduct, but do you use this term for me? Is it slightly biased? Suppose, I was born in Namibia the Obervan, I returned from studying in the central continent and established a research center in Namibia to study biology for the rise of the country. However, because of the incomplete medical system in Namibia, I can easily apply for a large number of clinical trials. May I ask if this is my academic misconduct? Wang Luo, hearing this, was silent again. No, right? Chen Chen laughed. According to your logic, the same result. If I am from Namibia, it would not be considered academic misconduct, but because I am not from Namibia, or academic misconduct, don't you think that your judgment of me is biased? Wang Luo was hearing this, and his face flushed immediately, almost vomiting a few from his teeth. In a word, very good. Chen Chen laughed, then walked to the water dispenser and poured a cup of boiling water. Aunt, can I have a cup of tea for you? Quiet. Enough. Wang Luo took a deep breath and looked at Chen Chen. Forget it. I can't tell you, but before you asked my father, would you like to go to your research? The center. What is the point, and what is the information you let my father see? Chen Chen didn't accidentally. Wang Luo knew this. After all, Chen Chen was talking under the eyes of the two bodyguards at the time. Yes. He just passed the information in his hand to Wang Luo. Presumably based on your knowledge, it shouldn't be. I can't understand it. Wang Luo is coldly snorted, and received a piece of information. Open up. At first, Wang Luo could still maintain a stinky face, but as she continued to look down, the astonishment in her expression grew more and more. Later, there was almost only shock. These all are really? Are they all researched by your research center? Authentic. Chen Chen nodded, took the first page from Wang Luo. Tom 1 protein gene overexpression, assisting Solane's UMAB antibody, inducing neural stem cell implantation, activating G2 resting stem cells, and activating microglia. After this set of procedures, is it possible to cure paternal disease? However, in terms of clinical trials, a glimmer of hope flashed in Wang Luo's eyes, but he hesitated again. Clinical trials can be launched at any time, but, Chen Chen asked, how long can Professor Wang's eye last? If Alzheimer's disease enters the mid-stage, then it means that the degree of brain damage exceeds one of 20%. Even if he recovers completely in the future, how much his current memory can be retained? And if a person loses his memory, is he still him? 3 consecutive questions. Let Wang Luo look pale. If you and the official are concerned about my kidnapping Professor Wang's eye, then it is not necessary. Chen Chen patiently persuaded. My parents are also in Zhongzhou. Presumably the official has noticed that since I started to prosper, I will slowly enter the official line of sight. And I was originally from Central Continent. Even if I was in the outer area, I have been trying my best to cooperate with Central Continent. Nuclear power plant is an example, so the official told me Chen Chen's behavior should be knowledgeable. Immediately, Chen Chen asked in a low voice, even more how? For you, shouldn't Professor Wang's eye's personal safety be more important? Hearing the last sentence, Wang Luo's body shook suddenly. Super US Speak Chapter 126. Super US Speak Chapter 126. Second day, in Zhongzhou Academy Shangdi Life Science Research Institute. At around 7 o'clock in the morning, 5 or 6 male and female employees were wiping tables and chairs in a meeting place, while they were chatting about things on the internet in their spare time at work. Because it was not time to go to work, from time to time, the girls' crisp laughter came out from the venue, bringing a touch of freshness to the quiet and solemn research institute. Until 7:30, everyone will wipe away the dust falling in the arena and begin to wipe the windows and railings. Why haven't you finished? At this moment, a middle-aged man in a straight suit rushed in urgently. Hurry up. 8. Click here to use this venue. Group leader, don't worry, it can be cleaned before 8 o'clock. A young girl smiled and replied, why are you in such a hurry? What do you know? The middle-aged man's expression became even more anxious. I just received the news that the dean and the deputy dean came to this venue. Don't you guys know that our academy is used to arriving 10 minutes earlier?" Everyone was shocked and quickly accelerated their movements. On the man at anxious middle-aged, and he is even ready to roll up sleeves when suddenly behind him came the sound of footsteps. Middle-aged man subconsciously looking back, they saw a young man wearing a white shirt came over. "Excuse me, where is the number 3 conference hall, right?" "Yes, I ask you." Middle-aged man youth see some unfamiliar, the hospital is not aware of who they subconsciously looked at the work permit on the other side of the neck. Chen, I have never heard of it. I am the speaker of this conference. The young man named Chen looked inside. "Can I go in now? I want to prepare in advance." "Oh, yes. Please come in." The middle-aged man quickly stepped aside and watched the young man step onto the stage proficiently and started debugging the projection equipment. I can't help but feel a little surprised. It was the first time he saw such a young face standing on that podium. Even more how? This time it was the dean himself. Everyone who cleaned the venue looked at the young man curiously, and did not dare to continue talking. The movements in their hands accelerated a bit, but the venue was cleaned up in 10 minutes. The middle-aged man was secretly relieved. He finally glanced at the podium, and saw that the young man was still checking the PPT with a serious expression on his face, and he gave everyone a gesture, ready to leave the venue. However, just when he was about to take everyone away silently, his heart suddenly became tense. On the corridor, the dean and a large number of academicians have already moved towards here. "Go." The middle-aged man hurriedly shouted at the crowd, and a group of people quickly left. In a few minutes, in the venue, a group of men dressed in work clothes and different expressions filed in. Although they have not yet begun to speak, these people are still sitting quietly in their seats, showing excellent qualities. This group of people are not students, but a group of middle-aged and elderly people over 50, some even over 60. However, unlike ordinary middle-aged and elderly people, everyone here is at the top level in academia, and some of them are famous throughout the world. These people are basically academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and the others are also senior managers like Wang Liuo. What Chen has to do is to persuade this group of top elites in academia, because only this group of people recognizes the feasibility of Chen's plan can be regarded as an explanation to the government, and Professor Wang's I will also agree to go abroad for treatment. Looking at the meeting place that was already full, Chen bowed slightly and began to speak with a long breath. The so-called Alzheimer's disease is a kind of destructive neurodegenerative diseases occur mostly in middle-aged and elderly people, with an average of 5 to 8 patients out of every 100 people over 60 years old. And this number is still increasing exponentially with the global aging. But unfortunately, more than half of the people in the world do not understand this disease. In the context of the world medical advanced by leaps and bounds, Alzheimer's disease has become nearly the only disease in which the mortality rate has increased in recent years. As Chen spread his hands, the big screen behind him continued to show the reports intercepted by various newspapers and periodicals. These reported data are horrible to see. Alzheimer's disease, here I am referred to as AD for short. I believe that some of you already know it well. After all, there are only 2 main complications, A_protein deposition and tau protein mutation. But until we investigate deeply, we will find that the clues inside are extremely complicated. Behind the 2 complications, there are countless factors at work, just like endless coils of thread twisted together. Chen pointed to the screen behind him. So far, the most in-depth discovery in academia is probably microglia. As a type of brain immune cells, experiments have proved that microglia are after being activated, it can effectively swallow A_protein and abnormal tau protein, and inhibit AD symptoms. But at the same time, this immune cell is a double-edged sword. Chen turned around, and the screen behind him showed several research reports. Recent studies have shown that microglia not only engulf abnormal proteins, but also secrete a substance called apolipoprotein E, which is APO. The gene responsible for secreting APO has 3 conformations, APO2, APO3, and APO4. The protein genes of each person within the body are in 2 groups, and each person only you can have 1 or 2 of them. A list automatically appeared behind Chen. In other words, everyone's within the body. The probability of your genetic combination is probably all about 1 of 60%. APO originally helped to remove A_ deposits, but in subsequent studies, scientists found that E2 is more effective than E3, while E4 has the opposite effect. It will aggravate A_ deposition. Having a copy of E4 gene will increase the risk of AD by 3 times, and if your gene sequence within the body is E4, then congratulations, you have AD. The risk is 12 times that of ordinary people. Following Chen's words, there was a quiet conversation from the audience. Microglia not only affect the deposition of A_ protein, but also affect tau protein mutation. Chen spread his hands. Tau protein phosphorylation mutation can cause neuron fiber tangles, causing nerve cells to die. But how does this death happen? Today's research results are that this death may still be caused by microglia. When attacking those tangles, it will damage nearby neurons. At the same time, APO4 secreted by microglia will amplify the toxic effect of tau protein on neurons. After genetic identification, can we restrict or activate microglia based on the patient's genes? Chen followed good advice, and my Blacklight Biological Research Center is based on this. There were several old men in the audience who looked at each other, nodded approvingly. Chen uploaded the data and photos in his hands to the projection instrument. AD complications are always accompanied by inflammation, and in recent studies, people have discovered an IL-1 cytokine. It can cause inflammation, and the increase in IL-1 cytokine is due to the sharp decrease in TOM1 protein. The paper published in PNAS confirms this view. After the expression level decreased, the A_ protein in the brains of AD model mice did increase, and the cognitive ability of these mice also declined. So, when I experiment, I use genes. The overexpression method activates the TOM1 protein gene, and the condition of the experimental body has been greatly improved. Chen uploaded the experimental materials one by one. You can imagine TOM1 as the brake structure of a car, and in the brains of AD patients, this brake fails, and what we have to do is to repair this brake at the molecular level. Everyone hearing this is expression changed. Through the first 2 ways, we have temporarily suppressed the condition of AD, but if we don't find a solution in this way, the result can only be tragedy. So what we will do next, it is to eliminate the deposition. Therefore, the third item of our research center is solanezumab, developed by Eli Lilly. This is a monoclonal antibody against A_ peptide chain to prevent its deposition, aggregate and eliminate it from the human brain. Of course, this is not enough. So we have the last and most important process: truth-induced pluripotent stem cell way to create autologous neural stem cells, and at the same time activate the G2 resting stem cells of the human brain. In this way, we can restore the brains of AD patients again. Even if it does not return to the original state, it can still most of the recovery. Following Chen's words, photos and evidence after animal experiments appeared on the screen, and everyone in the audience finally couldn't help but began to discuss in a low voice. I will publish these results on Cell in the future. If you are interested, please contact me and I can provide you with detailed data. Chen turned off the projection instrument, turned and walked off the stage. Bang 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 bang. The crowd applauded. Seeing this scene, Chen couldn't help but remember the scene when Professor Wang Zai gave a lecture to himself. More than a year ago, I was still sitting in a university class, listening to Professor Wang Zai's mouthful of the train, and constantly instilling forward-looking remarks into my group of students. At that time, the lifelong goal of many people was probably to become an academic expert like Professor Wang Zai within 2030 years. But I didn't expect that after just over a year, I would stand on an almost equal position with Professor Wang Zai. However, This is just the beginning. Chen Chen meditated. Super US Speak Chapter 127. Super US Speak Chapter 127. After Chen Chen's speech and everyone's deliberations, most people think that there is indeed room for experimentation in this compound treatment. As an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, even if Professor Wang Zai wants to go abroad, he must obtain permission from the upper management, and Chen Chen's speech is an explanation for the official. In fact, the reason why Chen Chen Wang Luo have so much prejudice, but it is still a question preconceived. Chen Chen was originally from the University of Business and Communications, but then he set up a research center in Namibia to engage in clinical trials, which in itself would arouse some people's disgust. This is not to say disgusted Chen Chen trampling on human rights and resentment, but that his side would like to apply for a primate experiments as immune, clinical trials and more. Needless to say, but Chen Chen was able to taking advantage of it so easily makes some people feel unbalanced. That's all. However, these people automatically ignored the monetary price Chen Chen paid for exploiting the loopholes. They would not care about the entire process of development. They just wanted to find a catharsis goal and reason. Furthermore, this unbalanced psychology cannot be directly expressed, and Chen Chen can only be labeled as academic misconduct. After that, this reputation reached Wang Luo's ears, which naturally affected Wang Luo's impression, and now Chen Chen's sudden visit is naturally not hidden from Wang Luo. In her opinion, Chen Chen's approach to his father is of course purposeful. This situation has been after Professor Wang Zai's old confused. It happened many times. So Wang Luo naturally didn't need to show Chen Chen a good face. But she did not expect, Chen Chen is really no desires. Professor Wang Zai just want to repay it. A few days later, Chen Chen asked the research center to send someone to take Professor Wang Zai to Namibia, where Qian Wenhuan took care of him. However, Chen Chen did not rush back together, but with the couple in the dormitory. Individuals came out and got together. The next few days, Chen Chen Han will drive back to his hometown. Han is a second-tier city under the jurisdiction of Zhongzi district. It is located along the Yellow River Basin. However, in ancient times, several dynasties set up their capitals here, so it was called Du. But this time I came back. Chen Chen's parents have already lived in a villa in the western suburbs of Handu, and the car has changed from the 100,000 Volkswagen to a million Mercedes-Benz, which is considered complete to outsiders made a fortune. In the eyes of the group of relatives, probably the Chen family out of a good son, the providers are tall cosmopolitan city opened a company, go dog shit luck to earn a sum of money, nothing more. After all, Chen Chen's company is also well known in the circle only, not to the well-known point. When asked about the specific work situation by the 7 aunts and 8 aunts, Chen Chen was only a casually replied, yes, abroad. I am doing ADC work in Ionia. Sometimes I also take care of app. Yes, Nagada, Africa. Nothing is great. You can make money if you go there. Many relatives have learned about Chen Chen making money abroad. Chen Chen stayed at home for about a month, and in mid-July, news of the finalization of the movie came from Chengzhou. In fact, the movie will be shot in early before the completion of half a month. But there is need to take into account late effects, and therefore spent half a month's time. Fortunately, there are not many special effects required for the movie, and it was processed quickly. If it is a Hollywood blockbuster that attracts audiences with special effects, usually post-production has to drag about a year. At this time, Chen Chen stayed in his room, turned on the air conditioner, and watched silently as the progress bar for downloading attachments came to an end. Immediately, on the computer desktop, a movie called Life and Death, The Shocking Project was downloaded. This is the original movie sent by Chengzhou, which has not been released yet. Chen Chen clicked on the movie and began to watch it silently. At the beginning of the movie, the protagonist trolling Kate is busy in a high-tech experiment, and together with the protagonist are 3 colleagues in the same uniform. Like the routine of Hollywood until now, the researcher of the experiment will inevitably have a beautiful and alluring girl, a staid professor, and a black researcher with few roles. As the plot unfolds, the movie lens is switched to the screen in front of everyone from time to time, and the data flickers quickly, but if there are people in biology, they will understand that the formulas are true. Worthwhile. At this time, as the protagonist exclaimed in front of the electronic microscope, everyone gathered together. Look, after dropping the compound, the IL-1 in the petri dish was inhibited. Not only that, the A deposits are also continuously dissolving. Aside Kate, we may have made a big discovery. The old professor said seriously. Kate, we may have made a big discovery. Everyone kept talking about some terms that an ordinary person didn't understand. If it were a professional film reviewer, maybe I think this kind of behavior is very stupid. After all, the audience is not here to listen to these incomprehensible terms. Only Chen Chen will understand that the reason why he requested this is only to be more in line with reality, that's all. Finally, with the efforts of many researchers, a bottle of blue fluorescent liquid appeared in the lens, and everyone named it AD001. The name implies the #1 medicine for the treatment of Alzheimer's disease. The protagonist was then given a mission, which was to take this tube of liquid to Los Angeles and bring medicine to the board of directors. Then the old professor slowly told the protagonist that the reason for this action was that part of the company's equity had been maliciously acquired by another company, and the board of directors was also infiltrated. The research institute is a royalist, so naturally this epoch-making medicine cannot appear in the hands of another company. The protagonist is in danger and is ordered to leave immediately. But he didn't know that immediately after he left, a group of people from the mysterious organization broke in and captured the old professor and the black researcher. The two have finished their roles. On the other hand, after accepting the order, the protagonist did not at all immediately fly to Los Angeles. Instead, he was going to take the road. The night before he left, he was ready to meet the heroine in the plot, which is what happened to the beautiful and alluring female researcher of the institute. Just before they had time to have a relationship, a group of villains appeared in casual clothes with black tight clothes inside. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen couldn't help twitched. Why does this dress look familiar? This group of villains have extremely advanced technology, and they can be easily found no matter where the protagonist hides. Coupled with the director's rendering and lens editing, the villains inside give the audience a great impression. Gunfight scenes, highway chase scenes, Dangerland counterattack scenes. A variety of popular scenes can be found in this movie, but the protagonist in the movie is extremely lucky. Every time he is forced into a desperate situation, he can escape from the villain for various reasons. Chen Chen watched it patiently. At the end of the movie, the protagonist has gone through suffering untold hardships and finally came to Los Angeles, where he personally handed over the medicine he developed to the board of directors. Then, the movie ends in this unexpected situation, but there seems to be an Easter egg in the ending of the movie. That is, when a member of the board of directors shakes hands with the protagonist at the end, the protagonist finds the board member wearing a pair of black gloves. The protagonist raised his head in amazement, but found that the villain's iconic black-clothed traces were also on his neck. From the audience's perspective, this is clearly the second part of the movie foreshadowing. The Hollywood movies of the recent period are all in this style. If the box office sells well, the second one can be continued. But if the box office generally even loses money, it will naturally all be assumed that nothing happened. Finally, Chen Chen looked at the cast at the end of the film, revealing a looking thoughtful expression. Super USB Chapter 128. Super USB Chapter 128. After watching this film, Chen Chen revealed a grave expression for the first time. In his mind, a conjecture faintly emerged. Thinking of this, Chen Chen picked up his mobile phone and called Cheng Zhao. Boss, Super Z, were you always in front of you when this movie was shot? Chen Chen asked softly. Yes, I have always followed your requirements, and I am by my side in every scene. Cheng Zhao replied on the phone. What's the matter with the villain in the movie? Chen Chen pulled the progress bar to the center, and happened to appear those villains with stupid expressions and all kinds of casual clothes. The camera. Why do these people dress up like we wear GS combat uniforms? It turns out that the villain wears black tight clothes directly, but the director suddenly found it impractical during filming. And then I saw my dress again, so I was inspired and changed to what I am now. Cheng Zhao whispered, "Boss, you are afraid that this look will give us arousal after the movie is released." Trouble? It's not, it's just. Chen Chen opened his mouth and finally ordered, "Super Z, you stare at the director over the first, pay close attention to his movements and see if he has contact with suspicious persons. I will come over soon." "You want to come to me?" Although Cheng Zhao was a little confused, he still replied, "Okay, I will keep an eye on him during this time." After hanging up, Chen Chen's eyes became more solemn. He silently continued to pull the movie progress bar forward until it reached the beginning. In the opening shots of the movie, a date hangs on the calendar of the laboratory: May 30, 2025. This time is also because Chen Chen set the background of the movie 3 years later in order to be close to reality. In Chen Chen's view, the director may not have more than 1% of the problem. Cheng Zhao has a chip here. Once he has a second heart, he will be discovered immediately, so it is impossible to have a problem. Then, the only answer can only be. Chen Chen lowered his head and suddenly looked towards the USB flash drive inserted in the computer, revealing a look of hesitation. "Anyway, let's take a look at the results first. If you can't put the USB flash drive, then I think about everything naturally." Chen Chen muttered in a low voice, and then selected Movie File, press Ctrl+R plus C at the same time. Then click on the U-Disc and press Ctrl+R plus V. The progress bar flashed away. I saw the computer screen flash. Life and Death, Shocking Project. .mp4 successfully appeared in the space of the USB flash drive, becoming the 8th movie on the USB flash drive. My day! Exclamation mark. Is it really possible? Question mark. At this moment, Chen Chen suddenly felt an extremely absurd feeling, as if he had seen Sadako climb out of the Hadron Collider in the Institute of High Energy Physics. This is beyond Chen Chen's cognition. No, it's not right. Maybe it's another reason. Chen Chen took a deep breath, quickly took out an NZT-48 into his mouth and swallowed it, then staring at the screen. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Half a minute later, Chen Chen only felt that his thoughts had suddenly flowed, and in an instant endless conjectures poured into his mind. The concepts that had been broken before reorganized quickly. Chen Chen slowly raised his head, and a sneer from the corner of his mouth provoked to see through everything. So that's how it is. Speaking, he opened the movie directly from the USB flash drive and dragged it to the close-up of AD001 medicine at the same time. At the moment when his hand reached into the screen, it was like a puddle of clear water. Chen Chen was very familiar with this feeling. He did not hesitate to hold the tube of medicine, and then lightly pumped it. Suddenly, a transparent test tube with a silicone stopper and a length of only 10 centimeters appeared in Chen Chen's hands. In the test tube, there is a bright blue liquid. The liquid emits brilliant fluorescence in the sun. It looks very beautiful. Interesting. Chen Chen shook the head looking at the same liquid in the tube in his hand as in the movie. According to the previous reasoning, Chen Chen has always guessed that the movies made by the U-Disc holder cannot be accommodated by the U-Disc, because there is a contradiction that violates the universe principle. If a movie made by a USB flash drive can be accommodated by a USB flash drive, it is equivalent to, some people can design a prop that is the size of a rice grain but has a huge amount of energy in the movie, and then the U-Disc holder continuously extracts these things, as long as the energy consumed during extraction is less than the energy extracted, isn't it? Can I charge unlimited U-Discs? That kind of existence is called perpetual motion machine. Therefore, the impossible U-Disc extracts an item that is extremely small in size but extremely powerful. There must be a certain limit, which prevents Chen Chen from extracting such items. But nowadays, U-Disc not only accommodates the movies made by Chen Chen himself, but also ingests medicine that can cure Alzheimer's disease in movies, breaking Chen Chen's thinking and cognition. In this scene, it's as if someone has found a button, and the button's rules are written on it. Press it, and the sun will rise from the west tomorrow. No one believes this sentence is true, but some people thought that they would not get pregnant anyway, so they pressed the button. Then second day, the sun really rises from the west. No, I got it wrong before. Chen Chen shook the head, murmured in a low voice, it's just that there is a probability in it that I overlooked. As long as that point is confirmed, it can be proved that the law of conservation not at all is broken. Think of this. Chen Chen suddenly opened the web page and downloaded Black Clothed Person again. This time, he downloaded not Black Clothed Person, Global Wanted, but the first part of Black Clothed Person released in 1997. The first part of Black Clothed Person is also known as the most classic part of the entire series. Its main storyline is that the cosmic civilization Aquilon Empire and another cosmic civilization Insect Race are at war. The story of Prince who took the Milky Way to the Earth to take refuge, and then the Milky Way was taken away by the insect race. In fact, many people in the audience of this movie have a misunderstanding. Many people think that the pendant on the cat's neck in the movie is the galaxy in reality. This is actually wrong. This involves a translation problem. In the movie, the characters call the pendant galaxy, not Milky Way galaxy. In English, Milky Way galaxy is an accurate expression of the Milky Way, and the galaxy can refer to the Milky Way in uppercase, and it can also refer to the galaxy in lowercase. Just like we don't call all stars sun, Milky Way galaxy and the galaxy also have two meanings. If this evidence is not sufficient, there is a more favorable evidence in the movie. That is, at 1 hour, 08 minutes and 40 seconds. The heroine is seeing when the galaxy on the neck of the cat, the rays of light of the galaxy are glowing red. However, at the end of the movie, in the long shot drawn directly from the Earth to the entire Milky Way, the Milky Way is glowing white. As everyone knows, in the official human atlases, the Milky Way is indeed closer to white rather than red. As for the end of the movie, what is the meaning of the alien playing with the marbles of the Milky Way? According to the inertia of thinking, most people directly understand that the human galaxy is the fragile marble. Humans may die at any time because of aliens. This is not impossible. Of course, it can also be understood as the director using an exaggerated method to express the infinite universe view similar to one sand and one world. Not the Milky Way in the palm of aliens. Aliens must be stronger than humans, and perhaps in a certain grain of gravel in the human world. They also live there. In the ending of the second part of the movie, this concept was expressed more clearly. Because a group of small aliens lived in a cabinet, the protagonist Jay said to release the group of little aliens, or stay in the cabinet. Isn't it pitiful? However, Kay opened the cabinet door next to him directly at this time. Outside the cabinet door on that side, there is a larger world on the other side. The world where the protagonist is located is just a cabinet door of that world, that's all. In short, what is the meaning of these exaggerated and abstract shots is that the benevolent sees the benevolent and the wise sees the wisdom. And the galaxy in the movie, according to Wang Xingren, is a kind of cosmic subatomic energy, which contains extremely powerful energy. If this energy is obtained by the insect race, it will be the Aquilon Empire caused a devastating blow. This matter was known to the insect race for some reason, so the insect race sent a soldier to sneak into the Earth, killed the prince of the Aquilon Empire, and attempted to take away the galaxy. And everyone didn't realize until the end that galaxy had always been on the collar of Prince Aquilon's cat. This is the entire Black-Clothed Person. The plot is over. At this time, Chen Chen wants to use that galaxy to confirm his conjecture. At the speed of 100 Mbps exclusive optical fiber, the entire movie was downloaded quickly, and then Chen Chen pressed copy and pasted it in the U-disk. The progress bar flashed away. The USB flash drive still did not reject this comedy. Darkly relieved secretly, the next second, Chen Chen suddenly has a thought. He quickly took out his mobile phone and took a picture of the current state of the U-disk. After recording the state of the U-disk at this moment, Chen Chen opened the movie again and quickly dragged the progress bar to the screen of the universe's subatomic energy galaxy. Then Chen Chen extended the hand again and grabbed the pendant. Super USB Chapter 129. Super USB Chapter 129. Kai. However, unlike the previous situation when Chen Chen took the movie props, Chen Chen actually heard a voice in his ear. Like the clear water sprinkled on the red soldering iron, the sound of quickly evaporating. All this happened in an instant. When Chen Chen withdrew his hand, a pendant really appeared in his palm. An outer shell is wrapped by an unknown iron ring, and inside is inlaid with a pendant like a round glass bead. The subatomic energy of the universe galaxy. Success. Chen Chen showed a pensive color. If this is also successful, doesn't it mean that the law of conservation can really be broken? However, when he quickly looked inside through the support frame outside the pendant, he found that it was dark inside, like a pitch-black glass bead, without any galaxy light spots. The energy inside seems to have been used up a long time ago. No, there is still a trace. Chen Chen squinted his eyes, as if sensing his sight. In the dark and cold glass bead, a little red light suddenly diffused, like only one star in the endless darkness. Hung alone in the sky, flashing coldly. Is the little energy left? Seeing this scene, Chen Chen showed a looking thoughtful expression. He looked towards the USB flash drive again, and compared it before taking the pendant on the phone photo. The USB flash drive seems to be a bit old. This is the characteristic of U-disk. Chen Chen has already figured it out when he first got the USB flash drive. The newness of the USB flash drive will show up with the amount of energy contained inside. At this time, the U-disk took in the glass bead-sized substance, which naturally consumed the corresponding energy. Thinking of this, Chen Chen's expression flashed suddenly. He quickly unplugged the U-disk, and then slowly moved towards pendant and pasted it. Click. The two were gently pasted together, but nothing happened. Sure enough, pendant can't directly transfer energy to the USB flash drive. Chen Chen put down two things, revealing a thoughtful expression. Although the energy in the pendant cannot be transferred to the USB flash drive for the time being to verify Chen Chen's guess, but with the status of the galaxy in hand, it has completely confirmed the fact that it is the substance ingested by the U-disk, and the energy contained in it is limited. In the original movie, this pendant is so dazzling, it seems that countless stars have combined to form a star river, gathered inside the pendant. At this time, when Chen Chen ingested it, the energy inside was gone, leaving only a dim star, less than 100 billionth of the original energy. This also allows Chen Chen to confirm his previous guess that it is impossible to recharge the U-disk with the energy props ingested by the U-disk, just like a human impossible stepping on each other with 2 feet and flying. If you have to take in the energy items in the movie, the result can only be an empty shell like this pendant. Of course, the empty shell here does not mean that there is no trace of energy, but that there is little energy. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why amnestics, park armors, stealth devices, and even STEM chips have a certain amount of energy retained when they are ingested. So Chen Chen guessed that the energy contained in the props taken from the USB flash drive will not exceed the energy spent by the USB flash drive when ingested. This is equivalent to another form of energy conservation. That's why Chen Chen made an attempt to transfer the energy of the pendant to the USB flash drive. If after the transfer, the USB flash drive returns to the state before the ingestion, then Chen Chen's conjecture can be proved. Unfortunately, it cannot be transferred. Thinking of this, Chen Chen took out a strong nylon rope and hung the pendant around his neck, then looked towards the USB flash drive again. The reason why Chen Chen did this experiment was to verify the conjecture of will the movie taken by the USB flash drive be accommodated by the USB flash drive. This conjecture is related to the law of conservation. If it can be accommodated, it shows that the law of conservation can be broken. It cannot be accommodated to prove that the law of conservation will not be broken. But now, it turns out that USB flash drives still need to follow the law of conservation. but they can also accommodate movies made by USB flash drives. This is very interesting. In Chen Chen's conjecture, this represents the third possibility, the future and cause and effect. Chen Chen squinted his eyes when he saw this movie for the first time. The more he watched, the more awkward he felt, because he suddenly had an intuition. The villain in the movie seemed to be himself. Although that black tight clothes does not have the button device on the GS combat uniform, this is really easy to understand, because Chen Chen Impossible has always been ingesting GS combat uniforms by ingestion. In the future, he must have his own processing plant to mass produce this equipment. Furthermore, even if the technological content in the GS combat uniform is too high, which makes it impossible to completely imitate it, you can also mass produce a simplified version of the GS combat uniform. So, does the black tight clothes without buttons represent the mass production version of your future GS combat suit? Not only that, in the movie, the director seems to be trying to show the strength of the villain, so that the extravagant faces are all dumb, and even the villain appears in the movie. Even if he is seriously injured, he does not feel the slightest pain. It doesn't seem like a living person. And how similar is this scene to the technology of the God chip that I am studying to manipulate brainless human cloning? Furthermore, until the end of the movie, there is no statement about who the villains are. In the eyes of the audience, this may be prepared for a sequel, but in Chen Chen's view, this undoubtedly adds to a certain maybe. Even more, how? Chen Chen, in order to satisfy reality, directly set the time as reality 3 years later, even specific to a few months. In this brief moment, these factors are combined, seems to be a sign. Therefore, Chen Chen called Cheng Zhao to confirm, because of this plan for Chen Chen's future. In addition to the fact that the plot of this movie may really happen in 3 years, there is also a possibility that someone deliberately made the movie like this. Chen Chen has not yet determined where the USB flash drive came from. He guessed that it came from the movie Superbody, but because he could not come up with a strong proof, he ignored it. But if the movie was deliberately done by someone behind the scenes, so it means that that person probably knows the existence of the U-disc. Of course, this kind of probability is extremely small, because no one will choose to give up after getting a USB flash drive. Even more, how? Watching himself get a USB flash drive getting stronger and stronger. Chen Chen guessed that the person who got the U-disc before was probably killed by something in a horror movie. In short, Chen Chen is going to see you, that director. Let's see if someone made him shoot like this, or some mysterious power controlled him and made him shoot the movie like this. Think of this. Chen Chen picked up the bottle of AD001 again and narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this bottle of medicine really from 3 years later? If this is the case, then is it because you shot this movie yourself that led to the successful development of medicine? Or will medicine appear in 3 years before it will affect your shooting of this movie? Chen Chen couldn't help being lost in thought. The rules of U-disc seem to be more complicated. Super USB Chapter 130. Super USB Chapter 130. Late night, as the party at the Sirta Hotel ended, Stu Punk left the banquet hall with compliments from everyone. Stu Punk, a well-known Hollywood director, has filmed 40 movies since he entered the industry 25 years old, 2 of which have a box office breakthrough of $700 million and entered the top 100 in Hollywood history. The ranks of him can be described as brimming over with talent. This year, he is only 4 and 15 years old, which is in the peak period of his career. Just a while ago, his newly accepted script had just been finalized and handed over to the film crew. Stu Punk was not satisfied with the script. Obviously, there are too many meaningless elements in that script. Many settings have lost entertainment in order to highlight the so-called science and logic. This is in a box office business. The blockbusters are very unreasonable. After all, the audience came to the theater to pursue an audio-visual feast, not to find any rationality. It's a pity that this script was brought by someone from the Edwards family, and the other party appointed him to film it. Although this chaebol is extremely low, No one in the industry knows that the other party controls at least 20% of Hollywood. In the face of this level of capital, Punk has no room for rejection. So, without changing the general plot, Punk can only work hard on character creation. The helpless Punker finally decided to make the villains extremely powerful, and in order to highlight the mysteriousness, he did not even explain who these villains were at the end, but gave an open ending. Did the protagonist finally hand over the medicine to the board of directors? Has he succeeded or failed? No one knows. Obviously, this kind of shooting is extremely bold, and it will be sprayed worthless by major rating websites, but if it succeeds, it has several points of hope of counterattack. Now, I only hope that this movie will have a box office of more than 200 million after it is released. Punk secretly prayed that if it is less than 200 million, the Edwards family will lose money. Not only will their future be worrying, but the golden sign of their name will be greatly reduced. But these worries can only be pretended to be in the heart. On the surface, Punk still maintains a high level of confidence. As the party ends, Punk is in all the stars cup themselves around the moon, leaving the Silk Road Hotel. After finding his car in the parking lot, Punk slightly estimated that he only drank 2 cans of beer, and 2 hours have passed. At this time, the blood alcohol index should not more than 0.05. It is not illegal to drive in North America when the back index is less than 0.05. After all, I am only 15 years old, and I still have a lot of time to struggle and live. Punk doesn't want to ruin his great life just because of a little alcohol. After confirming that his state would not affect his driving, Punk cautiously got into the car, but before he could start, he suddenly felt an inexplicable coldness behind him. It's like someone is sitting in the seat behind him. Punk turned his head subconsciously, but found that behind him was empty. Not at all people in his back seat. Is it an illusion? Punk is frowned, and it seems that I should drink less in the future. As the car slowly started, the illusion of someone in the back seat was still hovering. As a last resort, Punk had to car audio, and suddenly, 80 years of punk rock music came out. Punk hummed to the music and drove towards the house. Until the car drove out of the city and came to the deserted suburban area, Punk suddenly felt a chill again. He couldn't help looking into the rear view mirror, but suddenly he trembled. At some point, a stranger sat in his back seat and stared at himself like this. Crunch. Punk subconsciously stepped on the brakes, and the whole car made a violent tire rubbing sound and stopped in the middle of the highway. The hallucinations caused by drinking too much wine? Still, Punk clenched the steering wheel tightly, the cold sweat on his forehead rustling down. He resisted the fear in his heart, and slowly turned to look at the back seat. Mr. Punk, it's me. However, before he could confirm whether all this was an illusion, the person in the back seat suddenly spoke. The man with the unique accent of Zongzi people. We boss want to see you. Mr. Cheng Zhao. Until now, Punk finally saw clearly. The man in the back seat turned out to be the producer of the calling card. Mr. Cheng Zhao, why are you in my car? Punk looked wary, but before he pressed the alarm button, suddenly his neck fell. The other party seems to have injected himself with something. Punk's heart sank, and he just wanted to resist, but suddenly a sleepiness came like a flash flood, and he lost consciousness before he even pressed the alarm. The suburbs of Los Angeles. Inside a dimly abandoned warehouse, Chen was sitting in the warehouse, playing with a pendant on his neck. It didn't take long before he saw a strange car stop outside the warehouse. The door opened, Cheng Zhao strode in, and he carried a comatose man on his shoulder. Boss, this is Mr. Punk, the director of our film. Cheng Zhao put the man on a seat and then scooped out the basin of water poured directly on the man's forehead. Under this stimulus, the unconscious man couldn't help but hit a shiver and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the other party wake up, Cheng Zhao turned around and walked out of the warehouse, guarding the outside. preventing anyone from approaching here. Chen Chen stared at each other silently. He had seen this person several times on the internet. He was well known and regarded as a Hollywood director close to the front line. At this time, as he woke up, Punk's eyes gradually returned to focus. He first looked all around and then showed a dazed look. Who are you? Where am I? Mr. Punk, I am sorry to meet you in this form. I introduce myself. Chen Chen spoke lightly, with a unique hoarse voice. My name is Chen Chen, I am the boss of the company, and I am also an investor in the movie you made. Investors? Punk wanted to stand up, but he felt weak. He had to hold his head and whispered, what do you want? I have finished filming the movie as you requested. What's going on with my body? Mr. Punk, we are not malicious. You are just under the influence of a little tranquilizer. This situation will recover within a few hours. Speaking, Chen Chen walked out of the shadow of the warehouse, walked to the shabby desk and gently pressed a button. Suddenly, a burst of ethereal music flowed. Under the dim light, Punk saw a tape recorder and a box of cigarettes on the table. Do you smoke, Mr. Punk? Chen Chen took 2 cigarettes from the cigarette case and handed them to Punk. Punk was originally I wanted to refuse, but I was afraid that the other party would get angry, so I had to accept it. Chen Chen lit a cigarette by himself first, and then stretched the lighter in front of Punk. Mr. Punk, please look here. Caca. With a clear sound of roller rubbing flint out, a brilliant flame rose slowly. In the ethereal music, Punk only felt that the other party seemed to blow a puff of smoke on his face. Mr. Punk, if I count to 1, you will go back to the day the movie was made. Someone seems to be saying something in their ears, but at this time, Punk could no longer hear, and his eyes were lost again, as if the entire seat between heaven and earth was left with only that brilliant flame. Super US Speak Chapter 131. Super US Speak Chapter 131. After 10 minutes. Caca. There was a shutter sound when the camera was shooting, and there was a white light in the warehouse that lit up, and it dimmed immediately. Chen Chen took off his sunglasses and walked out of the warehouse. Boss Cheng Zhao greeted him, but he saw Punk in the warehouse sitting in a seat dazedly. His memory had obviously been erased. It's okay, when he wakes up, he will leave by himself. Chen Chen waved his hand and turned to another car. Super Z. We go. Yes. Cheng Zhao was nodded and took the driving seat. As Cheng Zhao started the car, Chen Chen leaned his elbows on the window and slowly fell into contemplation looking out the window. Originally, Chen Chen hypnotized Punk, in order to dig out Punk's previous memories to verify Chen Chen's guess. However, apart from some of Punk's personal privacy, Chen Chen got nothing. In other words, Punk made the movie exactly like that by himself, without any human interference. This is very interesting. Chen Chen lowered his eyes slightly. Endless thoughts surge. Could it be said that there is really a power in the world that connects the present with the future? It's not that Chen Chen is suspicious, but this kind of thing often appears in movies. For example, in a movie, the villain listens to a fable from a fortune teller and gets A and B to get martial arts. So he get A and B by trick. But after getting the martial arts, the villain learned from the fortune teller that in the future, he would be defeated by A and B. So the villain became anxious, and he began to compare the strengths of both sides. First of all, he has a full level +5 God's outfit, lighted and flashed. Whether it is a sneak attack or a head-on, the lines are all true. Although there are 2 people on the opposite side, their level is 10 levels behind. Among them, the barbarian only has the attack speed knife, ready to collapse, while the sword saint is ready to use the wisdom end. A combo can take the 2 away at any time. So, the villain flashed directly on the faces of the 2 of them, played the crew combo, and set the light on the barbarian, and at the same time began to chase the blood sword saint. What? Can the blood sword slip away? What? Barbarians also drove away, because they didn't kill the 2 immediately. They gave the juggernaut and the barbarian time to develop, and they eventually grew up and then killed the villain, forcing the fortune teller's admonition. So, all of this is the cause of the fortune teller first, and then the future results? Or is there the future result first, and therefore the cause of the fortune teller back then? If the villain did not listen to the slander of the fortune teller, would this not happen in the future? All this disturbed, and kept flashing in front of his eyes. Chen Chen glanced at his wrist silently, as if he saw the black flash of the U-disc in the wristband. Silently staring at himself, thinking of this, Chen Chen couldn't help shook the head. Whether it is the future, it is enough to see whether the plot in the movie will appear on May 30th, 3 years later. In the movie, the company that invented AD001 medicine was named Osmond Biotechnology. Chen Chen specially ordered Xiao X to investigate. There is such a company in reality. But it's okay. Osmond means to be blessed by the divine and belongs to a more common name. Furthermore, this company is just a little unknown company, that's all, and has no financial resources to develop medicines related to Alzheimer's disease. There is no employee named Rolling Kate in the company, and the other tricks in the movie do not exist. It's as if everything is just a misunderstanding. You must know that the protagonist in the movie is the real movie star Bruce Kane, and the other supporting roles are also well-known Hollywood movie stars. If the scene in the U-disc will really be staged in reality, how to solve this? The identity of the group. Can it be said that after 3 years, Bruce Kane and the entire crew have turned to become scientists? Is this nonsense? Chen Chen thought for a while. If nothing happened on that day, naturally everything would have been thought of by himself. But if there are scenes in the movie, what should I do? Can it be said that in the next 3 years, you will use your own means? But even a scientist who has not received any training cannot deal with it. How is it possible? Fortunately, the ending of the movie is not that the protagonist directly kills the entire villain organization. Otherwise, even if Chen Chen is not sure whether this will happen in reality, he must take action in advance to eliminate all dangers. Budding. In short, this movie is too weird. Chen Chen will not make the second one, and starting today, Chen Chen will let Xiao X monitor all the actors in the movie and even the company of the same name. Prevent any changes. This is Chen Chen's plan to come to North America himself. Chen Chen had to do this when it came to his own survival. Fortunately, everything I did tonight is not without gain. At least Chen Chen has found out that in the case of using hypnotism, if you can use some tranquilizers, you can achieve even more amazing results. The trial of U-disc rules is still going on, but this time, Chen Chen decided to change to another form. A few days later, with the help of the Edwards family, Chen Chen was the investor, and Miramax Films was the production and distribution party. Together, they signed a long-term contract. In the contract, the two parties will cooperate to produce a batch of new movies. Chen Chen will provide the story structure and script for these movies, and Miramax Pictures will be responsible for shooting and selling. In the first cooperation, Chen Chen received 3 orders. The names of these 3 orders are Immortality, Cancer Man, Out of Control 2, Darkness Rise. The first 2 of them are scripts that Chen Chen specially spent an hour writing. The background of the first part of the story, Chen Chen set the future 300 years later. In that era, human science and technology were extremely advanced, which not only achieved controllable nuclear fusion, but also made up for the genetic defects of aging. There is no longer the disease of aging in human society. Because of the emergence of controllable nuclear fusion engines, space migration has become reality. With just a few atmospheric synthesizers, planets like Europa and Firestar can be transformed into an environment similar to the Earth. As for the plot of the whole movie, it is the protagonists through childhood nuanced stories, with laughter, parting, youthfulness, and growth. To put it simply, this movie does not have any scenes that stimulate the secretion of adrenaline, but simply tells the protagonist's ordinary life for hundreds of years. Apart from this, many high-tech equipment appeared in the movie, such as an automatic teaching machine that can instill 100 Mbps information into the brain in 1 hour, an automatic surgery machine that can treat various diseases, and spaceship's low-temperature dormancy warehouse. etc. According to Chen Chen's explanation, this is a science fiction film with production. Although Chen Chen set the background in reality 300 years later, there are no villains and fights in the movie. If you want to come this way, you should not have any intersection with yourself. If there is no intersection, there will be no surprises. In the second part of Cancer Man, Chen Chen positioned the background of the story in the parallel world, mainly about a scientific genius who developed a medicine that can treat cancer. 005. This is a targeted medicine, but its target is not human, but all cancer cells within the body. In other words, this is a medicine that can kill cancer cells in any part of the body without harming human beings. This is a perfect target medicine. With this medicine, the protagonist won the world's highest acclaimed medicine award, but he was not satisfied, and started looking for a way to control cancer cells, because in his opinion, cancer cells clearly have unlimited potential. Wouldn't it be a pity if they were all killed? If cancer cells can be controlled by humans and compensate for the trauma and aging of the body when needed, doesn't it mean that humans can be undying and inextinguishable? Finally, the protagonist once again developed a medicine called Cano9, and started clinical trials while concealing the government. However, these experiments all failed in the end. Not only that, the volunteers also died because their whole body cells were transformed into cancer cells. Just when the government learned of the protagonist's plan and sent someone to arrest him, the protagonist knew that he was not immune, so he simply staked all on one throw and injected himself with Cano9. As a result, he succeeded. This movie, Chen Chen plans to build it into a horrifying ethical style similar to The Fly, and finally ends in tragedy. Make it a perfect sci-fi commercial blockbuster. Super USB Chapter 132. Super USB Chapter 132. As for the third part, Out of Control 2, Chen Chen is preparing to make another attempt at the ability of the USB flash drive. In a box of a 5-star level hotel in Los Angeles, Chen Chen sits casually on the seat, knocking on the laptop in front of him. There seems to be sandalwood in the room, but Chen Chen is inevitably frowned when he smells these smells. After a while, the door of the private room was knocked gently. "Please come in." Chen Chen did not lift the head, just said indifferently. Suddenly, two beautiful waitresses walked in. One of them is holding a silver plate, on which is placed a bottle of Romani Conti, and the other is holding several crystal containers that have been wiped shiny. "Sir, the wine you want?" the older waitress politely asked. "Do I need to open it for you now?" "Open right, but when the person I invite comes, remember not to pour me wine, just add water to my glass," Chen Chen said without looking up. Yes, although Chen Chen's request is a bit strange, it is at best attributed to the quirks of the rich. The waiter, who has received strict training, did not hesitate to follow suit. As the dust-covered wine for 21 years was opened, the room suddenly filled with a rich fragrance. This is not the cheap counterfeit in the bar, but the real Romani Conti 2002. In this year, Romani Conti produced 6,100 bottles of wine, and this is one of them. After pulling out the cork, the elderly waiter expertly observed the wine inside under the light and confirmed that the precipitate did not float up, then slowly poured the wine into the decanter. Suddenly, a ruby-like liquid flowed down the mouth of the bottle. Under the reflection of the overhead light, it exuded a magnificent color. Exquisite carpet, gorgeous crystal, the lights, the decoration of gold and jade in glorious splendor in the room, coupled with the rich and strong aroma of wine, together depict a picturesque dream scene. However, when the waiter was pouring the red wine cautiously, a messy footsteps suddenly came from outside the door, and Chen Chen lifted the head. The next second, the door of the box was knocked again. "Please come in." Without Chen Chen's reminder, another waiter opened the door of the box. At this time, two men of European and American descent were standing outside the door. "Roman Conti, my God, I am not going to the wrong box, am I?" Two men aged not too old, up to 3, 15, 16, with the two entered the box, and one of them blew his whistle. "This smell can't be wrong. Let me guess which year it is. 10 years. '08. It is '02 vintage. Chen Chen stood up from his seat. I did invite you, and the two of you did not go wrong in the box. Josh drunk. Among them, the carefree man shook Chen Chen's hand. The 2002 Romani Conti is not cheap. You are so kind. Nothing. The reason for choosing this year is just because of me. That's all. Born in this year. Chen Chen shrugged, turned his head and looked towards another horsey-faced man. You are Mr. Max Landis, right? I've been admired for a long time. Thank you. The other horsey-faced man was obviously absent-minded. After pouring the wine into the decanter, several waiters again served the fruit plate and then backed out, leaving space for 3 people. I believe both of you already know the reason I invited you to come here. Chen Chen took out a contract from the table and handed it to the carefree man. This man, no one else. It was Josh Drunk, the director of the Super Runaway movie. After reading the contract, Trunk raised his eyebrows, and then handed it to the horsey-faced man, who was the screenwriter who had lost control at the time, Max Landis. From the perspective of Chen Chen, it is clear that the relationship between the two is not very good, and it can even be said that there is some hatred. At this time, it is just maintaining the surface politeness. After handing the contract to Landis, Trunk said with a smile, "It's amazing. You are willing to spend tens of millions to buy a movie from the vampire of Fox Pictures. Copyright, this is comparable to the investment in a movie. Does it have such potential in your mind? I just like this movie too much." Chen Chen expression seriously said, "When I saw this movie for the first time, I was amazed by it, because it covered almost all my childhood dreams. So I always look forward to one day that it can make a second one." So after learning that the results were hopeless, you started your own investment in shooting ideas. Trunk added with a smile. Chen Chen nodded, personally poured wine for the two of them, although the sober time is not enough, but it is almost ready to taste. The two took the high-feet cup, thanked me. I believe that for both of you, this movie is like your child, Chen Chen continued. Although I have bought the copyright now, if I can choose, I still hope the second part is still carried out by 2 people. Speaking, Chen Chen took out 2 contracts again and handed them to them. Mr. Drunk, this time I will invest 100 million yuan. US dollars are used for the pre-shooting of the movie. If it is not enough, you can add it. As for the salary, I will pay you an extra 10 million US dollars. This money can be credited at any time. No matter what the final box office of the movie is, it will be enough if you make an all-out effort. Now, as for Mr. Landis, Chen Chen looked towards the horsey-faced man. As the screenwriter of this movie, I will offer you a price of 3 million. You just need to compose an excellent story in the framework I gave. Can you do it? The two looked at each other hearing this, and they were a little surprised by Chen Chen's handwriting. The price given by Chen Chen is almost the price of first-line directors and screenwriters in Hollywood. I am very satisfied with the price. As long as there are no other special requirements, I have no problem. Trunk said readily. Wait a minute. However, Landis on the side pondered, then said, "What you just said by giving a frame means that I can't make original creations." Yes. Chen Chen nodded, seriously said, "I will give a general framework, such as the beginning and ending of the second part. You can fill in the appropriate details, but it can't be violated." Landis heard this and fell silent. Looking at Landis, who seemed to be struggling in his heart, Chen Chen remained calm and composed while handling pressing affairs and took a sip of water. Not at all persuasion. The reason why he hired 2 people again was just for an extra layer of insurance, that's all. Since the first film shot by the two can be put into a USB flash drive, now that the director, screenwriter, and even the starring role remain unchanged, the second movie should also be accepted by the USB flash drive. Right. As for Landis in the struggle, Chen Chen actually knows it. As early as 10 years ago, Landis suffered a similar loss. When Out of Control became popular all over the world, he originally wrote the second script, but only the second one. The plot was too dark, and the film party was worried that it would affect the box office, so he asked him to modify it. However, the stubborn Landis did not want to modify any plot, and eventually angered the producer and kicked him out of the crew. "It's time to mature, Landis." Truck on the side sighed suddenly. Although he didn't despise Landis's lifestyle, he faced this brimming, the old partner of over with talent. Trunk still reminded him. Hearing the persuasion of Trunk, the struggle in Landis's eyes slowly faded. He lifts the head, his expression slumped. "I understand. I will do it according to your requirements." "Very good." Chen Chen, hearing this, applauded, then held a glass of water and held it in front of the two of them. "Then we will have a good cooperation." The two also picked up the red wine, and lightly touched each other. Happy cooperation. After the three people met, the atmosphere was obviously a lot eager. Chen Chen opened the notebook on the side again and told Randy C. said, "Mr. Landis, then tell me about the original setting of the movie. I will decide the next plot based on the original setting." "You want to write a story frame?" Both of them were a little startled. "Yes, this is my wish," Chen Chen said with a slight smile. "Well, if you insist." Landis scratched his head. "Actually, after so long, many of the previous assumptions have been blurred. Please allow me to sort out from the beginning." "A moment." Speaking, Landis drank the red wine in the goblet, and then poured himself a glass again. It took a long time before slowly said, "This story is still going from there." Speaking of the outer crystal. Super USB Chapter 133. Super USB Chapter 133. Wait, you mean, did the crystal fall from the sky? Chen Chen confirmed. "Yes, the crystal doesn't look like a product of the earth, does it?" Landis spread his hands. "After all, we all know that there is no such thing on earth. This is a kind of substance, and crystal is just a storage device. It should be the alien plants inside that really give the protagonists superpowers." Chen Chen, hearing this, sinks in his heart, and suddenly a bad feeling thoughts, but he didn't interrupt the other party. Landis continued, "I got the inspiration from an article. I wonder if you have heard of it. A torture expert who is good at using polygraphs discovered that plants actually can receive the human will. The torture expert at first just wanted to know the time required for the water to go from the bottom of the dragon's blood tree to the leaves, so he used a polygraph. You should know that when a person is lying or emotionally fluctuating, the lines on the polygraph drawings will fluctuate sharply. When used on plants, the lines will slowly rise because the resistance of the leaves is due to moisture. It slowly decreases. But the actual situation is the opposite. The lines on the drawing go down at first, and then jump slightly, just like a person who is afraid of being tested for a polygraph. Landis Xigzu said, then he wanted to continue to explore the emotional response of the plant, such as giving it a huge threat. When he came up with the idea of burning the leaves with a match, the lines of the polygraph drawing began to fluctuate violently, but he had not burned the leaves yet. Well, I just wanted to do this, but somehow the dragon's blood tree seemed to sense this idea and became extremely frightened. Chen Chen listened quietly. Then, he actually lit a match and shook it under the leaves of the dragon's blood tree. The lines on the drawing still jumped up and down, until he put the match back in place. The line on the drawing, the line eased, and finally turned into a straight line. But if such false threats were made many times, the dragon's blood tree would not have any response. It seemed to know that the experimenters were not serious. Landis said with a smile, this experiment gave me inspiration. The alien plants in the plot can secrete a substance, which is the crystal in the movie. They protect themselves through this method. At the same time, it can also give humans superpowers, just like the host of a computer, and the three protagonists are extensions, so the three can sense each other and the presence of the host. With Landis' words, Chen Chen's heart sank a little bit, but he still asked, the principle? Why can alien plants give humans superpowers, and what is the principle of the three protagonists' abilities? Hearing this, both Landis and Trunk took a strange look at Chen Chen. Trunk had to explain embarrassingly, I'm sorry, we didn't think about this issue at all. Like Superman and Hulk, the audience only looks at superpowers, But who cares about the scientific principles behind superpowers? Landis is also helplessly shrugged. We should leave these problems to the scientists to consider. Chen Chen was hearing this, feeling helpless, but he understood that what the other party said was true. Superpowers are a customary thing. Even the X gene in X-Men only shows that the X gene can produce superpowers. But who can explain it? Why does X gene give people superpowers? But at this moment, Chen Chen's heart suddenly moved and thought of some possibility. Perhaps, it is because it has not been set up that there are unlimited possibilities. Like Out of Control and Rise of the Apes, anyone knows that the second movie is more sci-fi than the first, but the U-Disc only admits that the super is out of control, but not the Rise of the Apes. Why is this? If it is like Planet Rise, it is a kind of RNA retrovirus, but in reality, there is no RNA retrovirus that can achieve the scene in the movie. Instead, it is regarded as non-compliant by the U-Disc science. Actually, this story is strictly speaking. I didn't think of this story, but the idea of drunk. While Chen Chen was thinking deeply, Landis looked towards the side drunk, continued. Yes. This movie is my inspiration on the set of Ghost Shadow Record. It is equivalent to a daydream of mine. Later I found Landis and asked him to the idea of becoming a reality. Trank seemed to think of that year, showing reminiscence. High school boys have the superpower of year for something even in dreams. Just like muscles. They just need to practice hard. It will become stronger and stronger. This is my earliest thought. Then you turned your daydreams into nightmares. Chen Chen quipped. After all, we don't want to make cliche_superhero movies, we want to pursue some depth. Landis explained. By limiting the protagonist's character and family, the dramatic effect of the movie turns it into a tragic movie. This is what we are going to do. Chen Chen heard this, and his heart secretly sighed. Ask the last one. The question is, will people with superpowers be in danger? For example, it can affect the human heart, the danger of being possessed by plants, etc. When we designed the first part, we didn't think about that many. After all, it's something that has nothing to do with the plot. We still focus on shaping the protagonist. Landis is also a little helpless. Until the second part, I do want to set the plants darker and more dangerous. Yes. It's a pity that I was kicked out by the main creative company. Hearing this, Chen Chen was refreshed. In other words, in the first part, you don't at all say that plants are threatening the setting? Yes. Neither of them understood why Chen Chen wanted to get to the bottom of it, but it was still nodded. Very well. Please wait a moment, two of you. Chen Chen was satisfied and started to crackle writing on the computer. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that Chen Chen exhaled. In this case, I will set the time for the second part in 10 years. Chen Chen began to describe. The ending of the first part of the year was, Andrew's inner dark side broke out, and his cousin Matt stabbed Andrew to death, and then went to travel the world. Then the second part can start like this. The two did not speak, waiting for Chen Chen's next words. In the past 10 years, Matt has traveled all over the world, but did not find any clues about the crystal, and they discovered that the location of the crystal had been blocked by the government and ordinary people could not approach it. Chen Chen whispered. So, after looking for a clue for 10 years, Matt sneaked into the cave secretly. But after suffering untold hardships entered the cave, he found that it had been transformed by the government. It is a huge underground base. At the same time, he also found that Andrew was not at all dead. It turned out that although he was penetrated through his abdomen, he was rescued by the government and let him. He has been in a coma to study his body. Moreover, the government also cut the crystal into thousands of fist-sized crystals, and removed the alien plants inside. I took it out, and then discovered that those crystals can only store part of the plant's power. What is really important is the plant itself. However, the plant died soon after leaving the crystal because it could not adapt to the environment of the Earth, and the government has therefore lost the means to mass-produce superpowers. This also explains why the government has not killed Andrew for 10 years. Chen Chen typed while talking. After the passage was finished, he turned the computer screen in front of the two of them. After the plant dies, the crystal that stores part of the plant power becomes a disposable consumable. The government used the divided crystals to create superpowers one after another, but their radiation was only a few 1% of the original 3 of the protagonists, so the superpowers obtained were very weak, and even growth it is also extremely low, far less exaggerated than Andrew and the others. And if you want to get stronger power, you can only get more supercrystals. Chen Chen took a deep breath, stood up and finally concluded, "This is all the settings I gave for the second part. Both of you must follow the settings I provided to complete the second part. At the same time, give us a happy ending to our childhood." Super US Speak Chapter 134. Super US Speak Chapter 134. 3 movies represent Chen Chen's attempts in 3 directions. In the first, Immortality, Chen Chen used life and death, the shocking project, to deduce the possibility that the U-disc can interfere with the timeline, so as to make further attempts. Moreover, there are multiple technologies in the movie. As long as they can be recognized by the USB flash drive, it is equivalent to holding the future in your hands. In the second, Cancer Man, Chen Chen set it in parallel world. In this case, the movie plot it shouldn't be conflicts with reality. After Alzheimer's disease, cancer, a century-old human disease, can be put to an end by Chen Chen. And the third, Out of Control 2, is a movie designed by Chen Chen for himself. After all, the setting obtained from the screenwriter can almost be regarded as the original setting. As long as the writing continues and there is no conflict with the first part, there will be no rejection by you. This is the one that Chen Chen thinks is most likely to be recognized by the USB flash drive among the 3 movies. Moreover, by separating the crystals with plot, Chen Chen can verify whether the supercrystal is harmful to humans at the least cost. Not only that, Chen Chen also killed alien plants in a plot, so that even if the plants pose a threat to superpowers, they can ignore it and eliminate all dangers to the maximum. In addition, Chen Chen has said that the influence of crystals can be superimposed. It doesn't matter if the ability obtained at first is weak. As long as the crystal blocks are constantly ingested, Chen Chen can reach the level of Andrew in the movie. Even stronger. I just don't know. What kind of experience is it like to be the world only one superpower? Chen Chen turned on his phone when he was bored, and specially downloaded a Boo search for this question. Didn't expect, actually found a few. So Chen Chen opened his anonymity and wrote in his answer, "Laxatives, people in Africa, just got off the plane. Monthly income is 10 million yuan. Interests are related. Comments are hostile, it's too heavy to hide." After staying in North America for a few days, Chen Chen left again, and this time Chen Zhao also followed. After all, as the trump card proficient in 500 methods of killing, leaving Chen Zhao here alone is really overkill. Chen Chen is going to pick a few people from the company to be the producer. Afterwards, Chen Chen and Chen Zhao returned to Namibia by flight. Yan Wenhuan's efficiency is very fast. Starting from Chen Chen's research on Alzheimer's medicine, it has only been more than 4 months since the embryonic form of Life Science City has appeared. Just as soon as he walked out of Walvis Bay International Airport, Chen Chen's eyes were bright. When I left Africa a month ago, the Life Science City was still paving the road. When I came back, I saw several newly built arterial roads completely opened. These roads are like the Black Dragon extending to the sky. There are also tall buildings under construction in the distance, which has several points of Zongzi district. At the beginning, Chen Chen was very wealthy and invited several urban designers from the central continent. This group of designers pooled their ideas, but in a week they worked together to design a town full of modern style. The town has a bright architectural style, wide roads, complete urban greenery, full of modern humanity, and public facilities such as the central commercial street, Central Park, hospital, and school. Along the coast, there are also a large number of villa areas, as well as many health centers that stand in Sandwich Bay. This is only the first phase of the project. A lot of vacant planning land has been set aside in the town. If the number of people in the town increases in the future, the corresponding second or third phases of the project can be started, which is enough to reduce the size of the town, expand to more than 100,000 people. When Chen Chen left the airport, what he saw was this hot and thriving scene. Boss. Outside the airport, Qian Wenwen had been waiting for a long time. He knew Chen Chen did not like ostentation, so he only brought 2 members of the security service department. When I saw Chen Chen leaving the airport, he immediately greeted him. This person who used to set foot in a foreign country alone and barely became a business manager in a medium-sized company has now shed his rusticity and transformed himself into a successful person in the upper class. Sure enough, no one should be underestimated. Qian Wenwen was not favored by Chen Chen, and he was only given a chance. But no one thought that just by this opportunity, Qian Wenwen managed everything that Chen Chen assigned to him in an orderly manner, which was impressive. Don't look at Chen Chen. He is either researching or fluttering around the entire federation. He is completely an arm-flinging shopkeeper, but with a small x. Chen Chen still knows the company well. That's why he understood how much Qian Wenwen had spent in the company's organization. Encouragingly patted the shoulders of Qian Wenwen, Chen Chen walked towards the car and asked, "How is the situation with my teacher?" Professor Wang is already studying. The center has moved in, and now every day all is receiving treatment. There is a plan you designed. I heard that the effect is very good. But even though he said so, Qian Wenwen clearly showed a wry smile. It's just that this big guy always uses brain trauma and needs less rest. He talks to the group of researchers in our research center all day to discuss various projects. I heard that he has become familiar with the people in our research center. Chen Chen hearing this laughed. Professor Wang's eye's brain injury should take less rest. It was published in Nature magazine. To put it simply, a team used a laser to make the brains of mice suffer a stroke-like damage, and then compare the 2 groups of mice. The final result is that the mice that enter the working state immediately after the stroke have a higher degree of brain recovery and faster recovery than the mice that enter the work after 3 days of rest. In other words, after a brain injury, rest may not be the best way to repair the brain, but to keep the brain busy is more helpful to the recovery of brain function. Of course, these are just theories and have not been verified on humans for the time being. Since my teacher is willing, let him go, as long as I don't touch the real secrets of the research center. Chen Chen waved his hand and walked to the car. Qian Wenwen opened the car door first and let Chen Chen sit in. Wait until Cheng Zhao also replaced the original driver. Let the driver and the bodyguard brought by Qian Wenwen go to the second car, and then moved towards the research center. By the way, how about the underground base? As the vehicle started up, Chen Chen suddenly asked again, "Is it noticed by Namibian officials?" "Don't worry, boss," Qian Wenwen said hastily. "We signed a confidentiality agreement with the workers who built the underground base. At the cost of 3 times the salary, this group of people must stay on the construction site 24 hours a day. You can't leave or contact the outside world at any time. You can only wait until the construction period is over. Not only that, I also installed a large number of shields in the community. We also built the fence and monitors first. This group of workers is guarded by the security service department every day, and will never be set back." Chen Chen hearing this nodded. "Go directly to the underground base. Look over there." "Yes." Super USB Chapter 135. Super USB Chapter 135. Soon, the car drove into the construction site of Life Science City. The site of hundreds of buildings being built at the same time is magnificent. When did Africa see this kind of battle? This wonder even gave birth to a number of new professions in the local area. These new professionals are composed of local loitering residents. Their task is to watch the rising floors every day to kill time. Chen Chen jokingly calls them observers. At first, Qian Wenwen also drove this group of people out, but after a few evictions to no avail, he just left it alone. The only trouble is that because of this group of people, various tools are often lost on the construction site. Although the loss is small, the number of times is very disgusting. As the car drove to the top of the hill, Chen Chen suddenly saw huge trucks coming and going at the foot of the hill. These trucks were loaded with gravel and building materials and looked far away, just like the industrious ant colony. And this road is the cave where ants enter and exit. This is a grand occasion that Namibia has never seen before. Under my feet, I saw several large drilling rigs working continuously, and there were waves of violent shaking. Although most of the seashore is salt water, as long as the barrier is penetrated, freshwater resources there are also many. For the convenience of water fetching, these construction teams directly drilled a well. Although Africa is arid, as long as an accurate location can be found, groundwater resources are not lacking. Only in Africa, local residents are more willing to run 10 kilometers a day to transport water to other places than to dig wells in front of their own homes. This is a difference created by habit and environment. When people outside are wondering why they would rather run 10 kilometers a day to get water than dig a well, they are actually even more surprised. Why dig underground water? Is the water in the river not enough? Soon, along a repaired road, the vehicle drove to a huge wall. This is a 10 meters high fence, which is as tall as it is. There are barbed wire and monitors on the top of the fence. Chen Chen has only seen this kind of fence in prisons. The gate of Chen Chen's community is an electronic fence gate. All trucks carrying goods need to be registered before entering and exiting. Inside the gate, there is a huge storage area. The goods will be unloaded inside. Only when the goods are unloaded and the truck leaves, the workers on the construction site are allowed to move forward to carry the building materials, which directly prevents all the workers in the community from contacting the outside world. At this time, 7 or 8 buildings in the community have been built up, with the same style as Zongzi district, and there are also underground garages connecting the whole community. Following Qian Wenhuan's guidance, Cheng Zhao drive directly into the entrance of the underground garage. There are also many small transport vehicles in the underground garage. These transport vehicles go in and out, and constantly carry various materials into the gate of the underground garage, like a huge abyss that can never be filled. Obviously, the entrance to the underground base is here. In the entrance of the underground garage, there is the last level. After passing the last level, Chen Chen finally saw a huge cave in the center of the underground garage. Because it is still under construction, this bottomless cave is uncovered and exposed in the middle of the underground garage. As Chen Chen got off the car, he immediately felt a hint of cold wind fill it up. On the 4 sides of the hole, a large number of steel frames are erected in a mess. These steel frames have been extended along the hole to fix the outer wall of the hole to prevent it from collapsing. There is also a huge elevator fixed at the top of the tunnel, powered by dozens of diesel generators. These generators are placed in the vicinity in a messy manner, constantly making deafening noises. Hey, who? Qian Wenhuan originally led the way, but when he saw a man dressed as a foreman in front of the cave reprimanding other workers, he suddenly loudly shouted, "Come here, Mr. Qian, what's the matter?" The nodded man dressed as the foreman ran over with a bow. "Oh, these two beside you, is it? This is Mr. Chen, the boss of our company. Now we are going to visit the construction site. You are familiar with this, and find a guide for us." Qian Wenhuan was too lazy to be polite and instructed directly. It turned out to be Boss Chen. The man dressed up as the foreman flashed up, without feeling embarrassed at all, but proactively stepped forward and stretched out his hands, fortunately to meet Chen. Chen Chen did not hesitate, and the expression naturally shook hands with the other party. Since others have shown their attitude, Chen Chen does not need to put on a high-pitched air, no matter whether he is asking others or not. No one knows anyone anyway. This scene made Qian Wenhuan laughed embarrassingly, and quickly straightened up his erratic attitude recently. Seeing that Chen Chen didn't underestimate himself, the man smiled happily. "Don't look for a guide. If you don't dislike it, I'll just be a guide for a few of you." He looked at Chen expectantly. "Chen, of course I can't ask for it." Chen Chen nodded. "I don't know your surname." "My name is Hasenquen. The man took out the cigarette and handed it to the three of them. Chen Chen took it naturally, but only when the other party was about to light his cigarette. He waved his hand and said that he would not smoke now. Hai Sung-kwan, this is 3R. Qian Wenhuan was subconsciously teased beside him, but Chen Chen glanced at it and shut up immediately. Hey, I don't know how my father gave me this name. Hai Sung-kwan smiled carelessly, and brought the three of them to the big cave and pointed. The huge cave said, the big hole dug out is about 5 meters. It was dug out with a large drilling platform for a month. This is a big project. Don't look at it now. It's ugly. When the work is completed, the outer wall of the big hole will be fixed with steel plates. When the time comes, it will be very beautiful. As Hai Sung-kwan explained, the elevator in the center of the big hole suddenly went wrong. Wu turned around, and several arm-thick steel cables began to shrink quickly, as if he wanted to pull something out of the ground. It takes about 5 minutes to rise from the bottom of the earth to here. It seems that Chen Chen can't wait. Hai Sung-kwan added, don't look like it's slow, but it's already fast in the freight elevator. According to the average speed, the lifting is more than 2 meters per second. With Hai Sung-kwan's explanation, a freight elevator platform rose up, and several workers seeing Chen Chen and the others were all stunned, but didn't say anything. Without a word, they began to carry the pile of materials on the side. You can stop here and take a break for 10 minutes. Hand the 3 hard hats with headlights to Chen Chen and Hai Sung-kwan to the workers. After giving the order, he took Chen Chen and the 3 of them to go up. In simple terms, this lifting platform is like a simple elevator. But the length, width and height are a bit exaggerated. For example, the length and width of this lifting platform are 4 meters, and the height exceeds 5 meters. All around are equipped with rollers, and the outer wall of the cave is fixed with guide rails. Hai Sung-kwan walked to the side of the console and pressed the button, and the lifting platform immediately closed the door and began to slowly descend. As the transportation platform began to drop, Chen Chen looked towards the outside world through the grid fence. Under the light of the miner's lamp, there was still red mud at first. As the transportation platform continued to drop, the outside soil turned into grey-brown rocks. This is where they have entered the rock layer. The freight elevator platform was very stable, without the slightest turbulence, and finally landed to the bottom after 5 minutes. Suddenly, a huge cave came into view. The countless stalactite pillars were completely destroyed and replaced by hundreds of square cement pillars. These cement pillars replaced the former stalactite pillars and supported the caves more effectively. The whole cave is brightly lit. Chen Chen can see the end of several hundred meters at a glance. This space is indeed a perfect hemispherical space as originally described. In the center of the cave is a pyramid-shaped building, but unlike the Egyptian pyramids, this building is closer to the shape of a Mayan pyramid. What's even more amazing is that the whole building is made of steel, like a pyramid made of steel, standing in the center of the cave, and even directly attached to the top of the cave. Here is the top laboratory of Chen Chen. Yearn for something even in dreams, which is different from the biosafety laboratory with only level 4 on the surface. Here, Chen Chen will create and research on Tyrant Dragon. The highest level has reached the unprecedented level 5 biosafety protection laboratory in the world. Super USB Chapter 136. Super USB Chapter 136. Following the guidance of Hai Sung-kwan, Chen Chen made a circle in the underground base. However, to his disappointment, in the past 4 months, the construction of the underground base has been completed only 30%. And it will take at least half a year to wait until it is completed. But after thinking about Chen Chen, I understand that this speed is already very fast. The underground pyramid laboratory is constructed in a modular manner. It is built with a large number of one-time stamped steel plates through a spliced steel structure. The material of stamping steel plate is tungsten steel alloy, one of the hardest special steels, with extremely strong hardness and toughness, extremely high oxidation resistance, corrosion resistance and high temperature resistance. It's like building Lego blocks. The entire laboratory is built on modules. In fact, This new type of building method has sprouted in the whole world. As early as 2011, the Zhongzhou district used modular building methods. It only took 12 days to let a skyscraper of 100 meters high rises from the ground. Because the whole process of building a building is like building blocks, the whole world even calls it a building that rewrites the history of architecture. The reason why this laboratory is also designed to be like this is mainly for limiting certain accidents that may occur in the laboratory in the future, such as alien and other extremely powerful creatures that accidentally escape the experiment room, resulting in an irreversible containment breach situation. The advantage of this structure of the laboratory is that it has sufficient strength and toughness, and its seismic resistance is dozens of times stronger than that of traditional reinforced concrete buildings. Even if the ground is plowed by a nuclear bomb, it can guarantee a depth of 700 meters. The underground laboratory was unharmed. Of course, the cost of this kind of laboratory is also extremely expensive. The bottom area of the pyramid laboratory is about 10,000 square meters. It is composed of a square bottom surface with a side length of 100 meters. The height reaches 60 meters. The internal altogether 9 layers will reduce the area of 1/3 each layer. It's spread to the top of the cave, like a huge pillar supporting the entire cave. Chen Chen is considering that after the underground facilities are completed, it is necessary to fill the entire underground cave with concrete, so that it is really foolproof. It's just that it's a bit of a waste of the vast underground space. After visiting the underground for several hours, Chen Chen finally returned to the ground and returned to the research center. The first thing I did when I returned to the research center was to meet with Professor Wang Zai. At this time, Professor Wang Zai had just finished today's neural stem cell transplantation, and grinned in pain. When Chen Chen came back, he was somewhat laughed proudly. "Back? I am back." Chen Chen looked at the old professor, who was obviously more energetic than before, nodded and said, "I heard that they have already started transplanting neural stem cells for you." "Yes, otherwise, I will die that many brain cells. How can I learn if I don't patch it up?" Professor Wang Zai lifted the quilt, as if sitting up. "Don't move, I'll peel you an orange." Chen Chen stepped forward and helped Professor Wang Zai to sit up, warned repeatedly, "By the way, they are how did you do neural stem cell transplantation for you? Lumbar puncture and subarachnoid injection transplantation, plus intravenous injection transplantation." Professor Wang Zai waved his hand helplessly. Signal Chen Chen to sit down. "I heard that I wanted to puncture my ventricle, but I was afraid that I was getting older, so I changed my spinal injection." Chen Chen sat in a chair on the side and replaced Professor Wang Zai. "Peeling the oranges, indeed. Lumbar puncture transplantation allows stem cells to circulate into the brain along the cerebrospinal fluid. It is less traumatic. It is the most suitable transplant method for you. It just needs to pass through the blood-brain barrier, and the loss of stem cells is greater." However, Professor Wang Zai seems to have thought of something. He took out the pile of materials on the bedside and looked at Chen Chen with a weird expression. "Small Chen, I ask you a word. You have to answer honestly me. Do you have questions about the effects of inducing neural stem cells?" Chen Chen didn't wait for Professor Wang Zai to ask. He immediately knew what the other party wanted to ask. "It's fine if you know." Professor Wang Zai heard this seriously. The kid Shinya Yamanaka, the founder of induced pluripotent stem cells, I know too well. Although his the IPS technology won the Nobel Prize 10 years ago, but at our level, who doesn't know the defects of IPS technology? The neural stem cells it induces will not have the effect I have now. Speaking, Professor Wang Zai opened the information. Moreover, when I first read the information, I felt something was wrong. I can understand the rest of the information, but when it comes to the induced neural stem cell technology, I don't understand anymore. Don't think I'm confused. Chen Chen hearing this is nodded. There is no accident. If the problem is not found for so long, then he is not Professor Wang Zai. It's true that I can't hide it from you. In fact, It's not neural stem cells induced by IPS technology, but neural stem cells extracted from your cloned embryos. Sure enough. Professor Wang's eye sighed, only then showed a relieved expression. After waiting for a while, the expected criticism did not come. Chen Chen couldn't help asking, "Don't you scold me?" "Why scold you?" However, Professor Wang's eye was so angry that he blew his beard and stared. "Do you think I'm such a pedantic person? Obviously you brat is here to treat me so hard, but I put it here because of a cloned embryo. Teach you. Do I have such a bastard in your heart? The reason why I ask this is that you secretly used some unreliable method and put me to death. You taught me, yes." Chen Chen quickly nodded with a smile. "In fact, in everyone's impression, you know that you are not this kind of person." I took a few flattery photos for Professor Wang's eye, Chen Chen. Then he turned and left. After Chen Chen left, Professor Wang's eyes watered. The expression that was originally smiling suddenly faded and returned to plain again. And in his hand, I don't know when, a bottle of medicine emitting blue fluorescence appeared. AD001. This is the medicine Chen Chen extracted from the movie he invested in. As long as you give this medicine to Hannibal and the others, you can quickly determine the medicine efficacy. After confirming that the medicine is not harmful to humans and can cure Alzheimer's disease, people can analyze the ingredients and think of ways to infer them. It doesn't matter if it can't be reversed for the time being. Now the speed of U-disk access to energy is very fast. As long as AD001 is not available, it is still possible to supply it to a few people. After waiting 2 or 3 years, it will naturally be possible to slowly develop mass production methods. In fact, it is a wiser decision to reverse NZT48, and it may even allow Chen Chen to have a team comparable to top scientists such as Einstein and Niels Bohr. The reason why Chen Chen didn't organize manpower to study NZT48 is because he understands the horror of this medicine. It is fine if a stranger gets NZT48, but if someone close to Chen Chen gets NZT48, it means that all Chen Chen's secrets may be exposed. The power of NZT48 is really amazing. As long as someone gets NZT48 from Chen Chen, it is very possible to combine the movie instantly to figure out what this medicine is, and immediately clear comprehension. Chen, why did Chen, an ordinary college student, experience the change of heaven and earth turning upside down in a short period of time, and then inferred why Chen Chen needs a lot of electricity, and even inferred the existence of U-disk. So, Chen Chen is impossible to let the complete NZT48 fall into anyone's hands. Super USB Chapter 137. Super USB Chapter 137. 2 months later. Really unbelievable. Looking at the various data on CT, Professor Evans turned around and looked at Professor Wang's eye on the side, finally said in amazement with a smile, "Did you know that all these neural plaques in your brain have disappeared? Not only that, 90% of the neural tangles have also been restored, and there is no sign of recurrence, even because of the neural stem cell implantation during this period. Your brain's age is even younger than your actual age. Treat early, that's all. It's hard to say if it's in the middle of the disease." Wang's eye. The professor took the data and looked at it carefully, and then expressed his expectation. "How much will my treatment projects cost, and can they be promoted to the whole world?" Hearing this, Evans showed a weird look. "Are you sure you want to know?" "Well, I understand." Professor Wang's eye suddenly felt a little sorry. Then another question: "Is my chance of achieving almost complete recover completely, how high is it?" "The chance should not be very high." Evans hearing this, it also showed a strong look of doubt. "Actually, I'm a little surprised." In everyone's eyes, this process can only suppress the disease, but cannot eliminate the roots. But since half a month, your symptoms are almost always an irreversible way disappeared quickly. This is because there is an old saying in our central continent called "even helps the worthy." Chen Chen pushed the door enter, and switch off the topic. So with God's blessing, Professor Wang's eye's condition has improved. Is there even in the population of central continent, God? Aside, Evans asked curiously. "What a God is not God?" Professor Wang's eye glared at Chen Chen, and then explained, "No, brother, we don't believe in God. You can think of even in our mid-continent culture as Thegard of Spinoza, which is the law of physics in this world. In ancient times, we call the sky in mid-continent Emperatan, Kangtan, Hautan God, etc. This is also the official orthodox supreme god in the ancient middle continent. The so-called sacrifice to the sky is to worship this one." "Oh, I understand." Evans was nodded in agreement and stretched out his thumb. "God without personality, so that's how it is. The wide-ranging and profound culture of Central Continent, really fascinating." Chen Chen turned off the topic. "Wang Lao, since you have recovered completely, please remember to help me. I have written the paper. When someone asks you for confirmation in the future, you have to speak for me." Wang Zai helplessly nodded. "Of course. Where are you going to post the paper this time?" "Since Cell has been posted 2 articles, then try Nature this time." Chen Chen touched the chin thoughtfully. "By the way, Mr. Wang, I have posted so many SCIs. Can the school make an exception? Send me a bachelor's degree certificate. After all, it's not easy to get a bachelor's degree certificate this year." Professor Wang Zai just remembered this. One of his proud students seems to have been absent from school for a whole year. A few days later, sending Professor Wang Zai to the airport and watching the plane gradually fly into the clouds, Chen Chen couldn't help but fall into contemplation. In fact, Chen Chen has considered a showdown with Professor Wang Zai and invited him to join his company. After all, Professor Wang Zai is 70 years old. And when the academician is 70, he has reached the age to apply for retirement. Furthermore, as a biologist in the cream of the crop of the federal government, Professor Wang Zai's knowledge and experience are far from comparable to the dozen or so professors that Chen Chen dug up. In the end, Chen Chen gave up. After all, Chen Chen understands without invitation that Professor Wang Zai is impossible to agree to join him. The reason is also very simple. Professor Wang Zai will not depart from Zhongzhou. I have made a lifetime contribution to Zhongzhou, but when I retired, I went abroad to provide for the elderly. Lost reputation, no honor. If Chen Chen is not his student, Professor Wang Zai would rather die of old age dementia than go abroad for treatment. This is a moral problem. Although the loss of scientific research talents in Zhongzhou district has been very serious, as an example of Zhongzhou academia, it is worthwhile to suppress this trend in your own hands, even at the cost of life. This is not stubbornness, but the persistence of an older generation of researchers. However, after curing Alzheimer's disease, Chen Chen does not need to worry about Professor Wang Zai's health for the time being. With the current state of Professor Wang Zai, there is no problem living for another 10 years. When the time comes, there is naturally a lot of time and opportunity to continue to extend the life of this national treasure-level scientific researcher. In short, this matter is a meticulous job, and I can't rush it. The real reason for Professor Wang Zai's sudden recovery completely is, of course, AD001. After testing by Hannibal and Leal, it has been confirmed that AD001 has the effect of completely eradicating Alzheimer's disease, and the side effects are almost equivalent to none, which is very suitable for human absorption. So, Chen Chen secretly injected AD001 into Professor Wang Zai, so before half a month's effort, Professor Wang Zai's condition suddenly and irrepressibly recovered completely. Moreover, even Professor Evans, chief in charge of the Alzheimer's Reversal Project, did not know the existence of AD001 medicine. Chen Chen strictly blocked the news, and he will not expose the existence of AD001 for at least a few years, because their results are published in the journal Nature Impurity, as the world's first case of curing Alzheimer's disease, and the target of the cure is the top academics. This kind of news will definitely trigger a huge sensation in the academic world. This kind of sensation also plated a dazzling gold sign for Chen Chen's Life Science City. The original purpose of Chen Chen's construction of this Life Science City was to replace Switzerland and become a new health resort for the whole Federation. And the set of treatment procedures used by Chen Chen before includes the TOM1 protein A series of technologies, including gene overexpression, auxiliary solanezumab antibody, etc. How much benefit can Chen Chen bring to Chen Chen after this set of procedures? As the developer of this technology, when the time comes, once the Life Science City opens, naturally there will be continuously Alzheimer's patients coming to seek treatment. The profit here is terrifying. But if Chen Chen directly took out AD001, a cross-pock medicine, then this set of procedures would naturally be useless before. After all, AD001 costs no matter how much it can sell money. How can you make more money than that set of procedures? Even more how? Even though this treatment process is enough to surprise the world, it is still within the acceptable range of everyone. But if you directly take out AD001, it would be too beautiful tree in the forest. Therefore, the medicine of AD001 cannot be taken out, but it cannot be taken out now. Otherwise the benefits will not be maximized. Of course, if there is interest, there will be a market, and if there is a market, there will be competition. In the future, there will surely be a large number of competitors who want to use the treatment process developed by Chen Chen to get a share. But Chen Chen, as a pioneer here, is naturally the most authoritative. It does not matter if some cakes are distributed, but it can reduce the jealousy of everyone. Even more how? Those institutions only use the IPS induction method when implanting neural stem cells. The quality of neural stem cells obtained by that method cannot be compared to Chen Chen's side. When the time everyone knows how effective comes the treatment. Even Chen Chen can quietly use AD001 for patients after the patient's consumption reaches a certain amount. When the time comes, other institutions can only use this process to suppress the disease. While Chen Chen's side there are constant examples of cures. In the future, where more patients will choose, do they still need to consider? On the other side, Chen Chen has handed over the task of cracking AD001 to the three of Hannibal. Taking this opportunity, Hannibal, Leal, and Newman were also implanted with God chips and formally became members of God's restricted zone. The current level is Cleeville, which is also Gamma level. Super USB Chapter 138. Super USB Chapter 138. In the early morning, Arson Foster woke up from the single apartment with a burst of crisp bird song. The sun shines on his face through the morning sun window, bringing a touch of warmth in the cool morning. Gently pushing the window open, Arson exhaled the foul breath of the night, and then stretched out. He has spent his entire life, but in such a monotonous apartment he feels the relaxation and excitement he has not seen for a long time. Before getting up, Arson couldn't help looking towards his hands. This was the first thing he had to do every day when he woke up. Suddenly, two large, clean and delicate hands appeared in front of my eyes, with slender and strong fingers, and almost no wrinkles were visible. No one can believe it. These are the hands of a 65-year-old man. But Arson clearly remembered that 3 months ago, although his hands were pampered, they were already covered with traces of aging under the washing of time. It's like time has reversed on my own hands. Get out of bed with enthusiasm, and Arson moved his whole body up and down. At this time, his body seemed to have endless vitality gushing out. It was not in a state of soreness after a little activity. After feeling the vitality of his body, Arson hummed a 70-year-old rock music of the last century and danced into the bathroom. The mirror in the bathroom shows the appearance of a middle-aged person in his 40s, with long brown hair, sharp eyes like a falcon, and three-dimensional features like sculptures. Looking at the long-lost young look in the mirror, Arson couldn't help but laugh in a low voice. Immediately, the laughter gradually expanded, and finally turned into an irrepressible laughter, echoing in the small apartment. Half an hour later, Arson, dressed in white sportswear, walked downstairs neatly. Here is the Blackwatch Biotechnology Research Center, and the place where Arson lives is the apartment where the outsider lives in the research center. As one of the financial oligarchs invited by Chen Chen, Arson is a direct member of the Foster family and the younger brother of the family owner Norman Foster. At this time, Arson, as usual, got up at 7 in the morning, went to the cafeteria for breakfast, and then went to the research building for daily anti-aging treatment. To let a group of nobles standing on the top of the world get up and go to the cafeteria for breakfast every day, only Chen Chen did it. Even if the cafeteria is only a professor-level researcher qualified to go, it is still too low grade for these people. When Arsene walked into the cafeteria, many people couldn't help but look over. Several women are even more eye-catching. At the age of 40, it is the time when a man has the most mature charm. Arsene's handsome charm was even more popular in the British aristocracy, and the young women who have an ambiguous relationship with him are even more uncommon. A few ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Arsene greeted everyone politely, and then sat down at an empty table. Mr. Arsene, what would you like to eat for breakfast today? A Nakazu male clerk came over and asked softly. Give me a cage of steamed buns, a bowl of soy milk, and 2 fried dough sticks, thank you. Arsene took out the menu and ordered a few Chinese dishes. He also deliberately used Chinese, which attracted everyone's attention. Wait a minute. The waiter in the window went to prepare immediately. Arsene, you are eating Chinese food again. At the dinner table, Tom the Redbeard said both unsatisfactorily. Although it is not necessarily healthy, the taste of Chinese food is really good. I suggest you try it too, Arsene said with a slight smile. God let us, I have regained my youth. In that case, it is possible to make up for some regrets that year, isn't it, old partner? HMPH. I haven't had time to settle the account back then with you. Tom gave Arsene a glance, but in the end he didn't say much. When the waiter thoughtfully brought the food to Arsene, although he was eating Chinese food, Arsene still ceremonially wrapped the scarf around his chest, and then raised a small cage with the fork. Bow, took a light bite. Suddenly, a rich smell of meat filled his mouth, and Arsene couldn't help blowing on his hot red lips and let out a kai exhale. Sorry, can I sit here? Just as Arsene was grinning with heat, suddenly a familiar voice came, and Arsene quickly raised his head, but I saw a young Zongzi man standing across the table looking at him. The appearance of this person is very familiar to Arsene. The entire human lifespan escape plan was initiated by this person, and he created the existence of the research institute. Although he is the funder, if possible, the entire no one in the disciple council wanted to offend this young man. It turned out to be Mr. Chen. Arsene laughed embarrassedly and made a please gesture. Please sit down, I have no one else on this table. Thank you. Chen sat down opposite Arsene, snapped his fingers, and the waiter immediately came forward. Boss, what would you like for breakfast? Chen thought for a while, stretched out a finger, and said in Chinese, 1 dandan noodles, 2 lard cakes, fried lobster with green onions. Don't give me message. As a native of Central Asia, don't you like message either? Arsene asked in surprise. A small amount is okay. Chen nodded. Sodium glutamate in message will break down glutamate. If you eat too much, it will be catalyzed by enzymes. It transforms into an inhibitory neurotransmitter in the brain. Speaking, Chen pointed to his head. This inhibitory neurotransmitter will make people's nerve function in a state of inhibition, affecting your thinking. So that's how it is. Although I didn't understand, Arsene still nodded with a smile. I didn't expect message to be so big. It seems that I will reduce my intake of message in the future. After everyone had finished eating, they moved towards the building of the research center together. Congratulations to everyone. When everyone was talking in a low voice, Chen suddenly said again, everyone, today will be the last test. As long as this physical examination no problem, you can declare that Yijing reversal treatment has been completely successful. Following Chen's words, everyone was taken aback for a moment, and then there was a lot of joy in their eyes. Although Chen has provided everyone with better material conditions, after all, this is Africa where the world's most resources are scarce. Whether it is entertainment or other things, it is pitiful, and some people are already a little bit unable to stay. But this is only one of them. What really delights everyone is that since they can leave, It represents the success of the aging reversal treatment for everyone. These half-brained old people have extended their lives for at least 30 years. This is not a life of lying in a hospital bed and relying on various instruments to survive, but a high-quality life that truly transforms your originally decadent body into a young body. Thinking of this, everyone can't help but see rays of light, which is a kind of rays of light yearning for the future. Apart from this, I have another good news to tell you. Paused. Chen Chen continued, I know some people worry that Alzheimer's disease will still affect your lives even if young. From the beginning of the day, everyone no longer has to worry about this disease. We have heard about this. Tom Wilson turned his head and said, I heard you find a combination therapy that can suppress the deterioration of Alzheimer's disease. The speed of your news is amazing. Chen Chen, hearing this, suddenly said with a smile, I only announced this news at the Nakazu Academy, and even the Nature magazine has not been reviewed. You already know it. But the good news I said is not this. Not this. Tom was stunned. The good news I said is that the Alzheimer's disease reversal treatment project has a new breakthrough. Within 3 years, we will inevitably develop a special drug that can completely cure Alzheimer's disease. Everyone was shocked at hearing this. Are you sure you are not joking? Isn't this medicine not even discovering what the disease is? According to our latest research, Alzheimer's disease is actually a chain reaction disease caused by the deterioration of the body's environment due to the deterioration of systemic functions. Chen Chen walked to the door of the research building and finally said, so, in fact, the aging reversal treatment project also has a certain effect on inhibiting Alzheimer's disease. As for the real cure, I am temporarily inconvenient to disclose, but you only need to be prepared. Up to 3 years, a medicine will be born, ending this century's disease. Super US Speak Chapter 139. Super US Speak Chapter 139. Chen Chen's final words made everyone a little surprised. Since the birth of mankind, it has defined 2 things that countless people would rather spend their whole lives and pursue. One is power and the other is resources. However, because there is no absolute power in the world, the worship of power has been transformed into a power of gathering the crowd. From the beginning of the primordial society, the power of gathering the crowd has evolved continuously, and finally the concept of power has emerged. And resources are things that were indispensable for human survival and reproduction in ancient times, such as animal skins, stone tools, prey, and even women. In a harsh environment, as long as you can obtain more resources, you can live better than others and occupy more fertility rights. As the structure of human society becomes more and more complex, the intuitive embodiment of resources has also turned into abstract money, but the essence has not changed at all. In other words, power and money are everything that human society pursues today. With power, you can stand on top of 10,000 people, and with money, you can easily obtain things that an ordinary person cannot pursue. Therefore, whether it is money or power, when you reach a certain level, you can enter that corresponding circle and obtain many secrets that ordinary persons cannot know for a lifetime. These secrets are matters related to the security and interests of the political system and are only known to a certain range of personnel within a certain period of time. It includes information about politics, economy, military, finance, technology, etc. that the federal government cannot disclose. For example, in finance, if you know in advance that a certain project of a certain company has failed, you can deduce that the company's stock will fall in a few days. In terms of technology, for example, if you know in advance that a certain product is about to be successfully developed, you can prepare in advance and wait for the changes that this new technology will cause after it goes on the market. As long as you can know this kind of information, whether it is to gain benefits or avoid risks, there are great benefits. In the eyes of the upper class people who have this confidential information, ordinary investors are just a bunch of fat pigs waiting to be slaughtered, that's all. At this time, Chen Chen told the family in advance, a secret that the entire Federation could not obtain. Once AD-001 is born, whether it is the acetylcholinesterase inhibitor medicine on the market, or the NMDA receptor antagonist medicine, or Novartis, Johnson & Johnson, Biogen, Eli Lilly, Pfizer, Luoclan, Merck and other international pharmaceutical companies. The technology patents of these companies for more than 20 years and the investment of more than $600 billion will be turned into a pile of waste paper. When the time comes, what kind of heaven and earth turning upside down will happen to the entire international pharmaceutical market? Now Chen Chen reveals this news. Of course, it is not meaningless, but using the resources in his hands to draw a circle of his own. Tell everyone about this news. If they are willing to believe it, then if a pharmaceutical company asks them for financing in the future, these people will naturally know that it will converge by 30%, so as not to be washed away after 3 years. Even if this group of people don't care, it's okay. It's natural to see you after 3 years. When the time comes, this group of people verifies the authenticity of the news. Then the next time God's restricted zone will release similar news, will greatly increase prestige. Gradually, the God forbidden zone will also form a special circle, and useful news will be exchanged and passed on here. This is the true intention of Chen Chen, to tell everyone the inside information. Return reality. A few days later, the first batch of family members of the Disciple Council received perfect treatment. These elderly people with an average age of over 6 and 15 years old were rejuvenated one by one, returning to their appearance 30 years ago. And this kind of recovery also includes physical fitness. At this time, the physical fitness of this group of people has also returned to their youth, which is almost the same as that of 30-year-old adults. It seems that time is flowing backwards on this group of people. After sending these people on the plane one by one, Chen Chen understood that the temptation of the 11 families was officially over. Next, what I will usher in is the patriarch and the main members of each family. And this also means that the 11 great family has officially stood together with God's restricted zone, and there will be no possibility of a break in a short time. As for divulging the existence of God's forbidden zone, Chen Chen is not too worried about this. First, there is little X who is monitoring on the network, and any actions directed at him are easy to spot. Second, what if some clues are revealed? It is not a terrorist organization. The outside world thinks that it is the Mutual Aid Association that's all of a future ebols themselves. It is like a Freemason. The whole world knows the existence of Freemasonry, but what can it do? Furthermore, Chen Chen has a clinical trial qualification certificate. No matter how you look at it, Blacklight Technology is a legal biological company. It cannot be said that the clinical trial qualification certificate in Namibia is not a qualification certificate. As long as the deeper secrets are not exposed, no one can embarrass Chen Chen. At most, it comes from international reprimands, that's all, and these criticisms can be suppressed by buying a few Navy forces. In the past few days, Chen Chen's film also officially passed the censorship of North America and Central continents, and was screened across the 2 continents, while other continents will take some time. However, word of mouth is a little hard to say. On Rotten Tomatoes, one of the most authoritative film critics in North America, the Tomato Freshness Index of Life and Death, The Shocking Project is 40%, which means that 60% of the evaluations given by professional film critics is negative. The Popcorn Index is the rating formed by the audience after voting. The average score for Chen Chen movies by the audience is 2.5 points out of 5. On the IMDb side, Chen Chen's movie scored 6.0 points, which barely passed Get Lost. I really can't believe that this will be a film made by Steipunk. In addition to the gathering of stars, the qualified language of the lens, and the familiar road chase, its plot, it's just a bunch of shit. Psycho, God. This movie is about an idiot who has been chased by a more idiot force. The two sides compete on the level of who is more idiot. Idiots finally won the crown. I dare say that this is the worst movie I have ever seen in my life. There is no one kill. I think it's okay. The heroine is beautiful. The scene is very hot. so many big-name stars join. This ticket is worth it. Carpenter Xiaoqiang. So, the movie didn't even finish the story, right? Where did the group of villains come from? Was the director sleepwalking when he was filming? Duban Film Review. This is a classic film made by Stipe Unk. I gave it 5 stars. What? This was filmed by Zongzaran. Hee. It's no wonder that it's so rubbish. Make a 1-star balance. Many people went to the scene where the big names gathered, but this group of audiences watched a movie. The whole process was one. The face was dumbfounded, and the first week, the total box office of Life and Death, shocking project was only $10 million, of which 7 million in North America and 3 million in Central Continent. It seems that I can't return the book. Looking at the scolding under the rating website, Chen helplessly sighed, and then commented in the evaluation, P. Chen. Director SB. Super US Speak Chapter 140. Super US Speak Chapter 140. Sure enough, as the first group of family members who had been treated returned to the family, these chaebols were immediately shaken. A group of dying old man, half-breed old people. After only 4 months in Africa, they reversed the time and regained the most powerful age in their lives. I hardly hesitated. At this time, more than 50 people from 11 families have booked a second-round treatment, and the largest number of them belonged to the Mohammed family in the Middle East. Most of this group of people are collateral, so you need to pay for the treatment of God's forbidden zone, and the price is $10 million for 10 years. In other words, a collateral member pays $10 million in a lump sum. In these 10 years, in addition to regaining your youth, God's forbidden zone will also cultivate a clone of you to store, whether any disease has a chance to cure you, and after 10 years, if the clone is not used, God's forbidden zone will destroy it. The direct members of the Discipline Council are completely free. However, because of the existence of a huge family like Muhammad, there is another mark in the God's restricted area. That is, no more than 30 members of the immediate family can receive treatment, and if they exceed it, they must pay like a collateral family. The only person who is qualified to talk to God's restricted area is the person with the highest authority in the family. Other members of the family are not at all authorized to do business with God's restricted area. As a member of the 12 disciplines, each time these families become a discipline, they can obtain 100,000 information points. These information points can be used to purchase some resources in God's forbidden zone or obtain some secret information. Can also be used to post tasks. The person performing the task is the other members of God's forbidden zone, and even the God forbidden zone organization itself. A few days later, there was a sound of conversation in Chen's office. On the phone, Chen was talking calmly with an old voice. Don't worry, our God's forbidden zone has good ethics. If you don't even have this credibility, how can you attract the next batch of chaebols? About your son, by the way, I know how to deal with it, please don't worry. Chen got stuck in the revolving chair, and while talking on the phone, he played with a long black strip of about 30 centimeters in his hand. This long strip is like a knife handle, with an oblate hand guard on one end, and a kink of convex structure for finger grip in the middle. The only thing missing is a blade at the top. However, there is a light gray button at the position of the hand guard. This structure happens to be able to be touched and pressed with the thumb when grasping. Of course, Lord Norman, I look forward to your arrival. Yes. Welcome. After the two parties finished the conversation, Chen hung up the phone silently, then held the handle of the knife and pressed the gray button. Zheng. With a light sound, a long and narrow blade bounced out of the inside of the handle. It is strange that the blade of this knife is black all over, like a matte black paint. From the appearance, it looks like a katana from Eastern Sea, but with high-tech ingredients added. The blade can be long or short. The shortest is only 30 centimeters, and the longest can reach 2 meters. Gant's sword. This is Chen once again ingested a prop from Slaughter City. It can be stowed and carried with him at ordinary times, and the blade can be quickly ejected during battle. It can be described as a must for home travel and murder and arson. Divine item is out. As for the principal, It is the same as the Park armor of the Iron Blood Fighter. It is an NO arrangement structure. Even when the strength of the blade is blocked by an object exceeds 100 newtons, the blade will automatically generate 3 kHz. The high-frequency oscillations cut off the obstacle in front of the blade in an instant. With so many high-tech additions, a Gantz sword weighs 3.8 kilograms. Chen Chen kept playing with Gantz sword in his hand, and gave this knife a popular name, Eggs knife, which happened to be a set with GS combat uniform. Your godfather, Prince Steele of the Mohammed family, has notified us that the Symphony of the Seas cruise ship they took has been officially approved by Namibia and will arrive at Walvis Bay in 2 hours. Stop. Just then, Xiao X's voice suddenly came from the speaker. Understood. Let Qian Wenwen prepare to take someone to Walvis Bay to meet him. Chen Chen wiped the blade and said casually, "Be careful not to throw those old people now. It's all money." But the other party also sent an invitation, inviting you to board the cruise and experience a luxurious trip. Xiao X added, "Luxury trip? Where to go?" Chen Chen was taken aback, lifts the head, asked puzzledly, "Didn't I tell you before? The Mohammed family invited other members of the Disciple Council to the cruise ship, and then came to us together." According to the cruise ship, travel is not must have a purpose, because the cruise itself is a pastime. Is taking a ship a pastime? This touches my knowledge blind spot. Chen Chen shook the head with a blank expression. Xiao X patiently explained, "Cruise is a tourist carrier based on sightseeing experience. It does not necessarily have a fixed route. It can stop in various countries to appreciate the customs. At the same time, it also provides a lot of entertainment facilities, such as swimming pools, bars, casinos and even opera houses. Even if you are traveling, you can get a high level of enjoyment." I understand. Is it the Titanic ship, right? Chen Chen hit snap your fingers. Yes, Little X replied. It's just that today's cruise ships are much larger than the Titanic back then, such as the Symphony of the Sea under the Mohammed family. The number is 362 meters long, 65.7 meters wide, 73 meters high, and weighs 228,000 tons. The size of the Titanic is less than 14 of its size. Hearing this, Chen Chen is looking thoughtful. This kind of cruise ship is so big, it must require a lot of electricity to drive it. Yes, the Symphony of the Sea has installed 6 Leroy Sumulsa 62 generators with a total power of 100,000 kilowatts. Xiaox replied, "The power is the same as the Jingwen Port power plant, enough to supply a small city." Who knows? After hearing this, Chen Chen stood up decisively. Notify Qian Wenwen to form the convoy headed to Walvis Bay Port. Xiao X, by the way, you can check the world's major shipyards and give me an analysis report. Which aspect of analysis do you need? Xiao X asked. Price, time, power generation. I also want to customize a cruise ship. Understood. With Chen Chen's order, soon Cheng Zhao drove the Wrangler to the downstairs of the research center. When Chen Chen took the USB flash drive from their main control room and came out, Cheng Zhao and Qian Wenwen were already waiting outside. Boss. The two lowered their heads slightly and walked out with Chen Chen. Qian Wenwen asked, "Boss, we are going." The second group of people from those families has arrived. Let's meet him and take a turn on their cruise ship. Chen Chen said as he walked, "Wenhuan, you often go abroad. Have you ever taken a cruise?" "I've heard of it, but I haven't taken it yet," Qian Wenhuan said with a smile. Embarrassingly, those are things for people with money and time to take a ride. No one who pursues work efficiency can take a ride. Just fly. Chen Chen nodded. Indeed. Even if you can afford to sit cruise ships, but unless they are traveling, they are far less efficient than flying. Thinking of this, Chen Chen lowered his head and got into the car, and then the car moved towards the dock. Behind them is a long line of extended welcome cars. A line of more than 10 cars moved towards Walvis Bay. Super USB Chapter 141. Super USB Chapter 141. As the second largest city in Namibia and the largest coastal city in the country, Walvis Bay is just like the business capital of Central Continent. At the same time, Walvis Bay is the only deepwater port on nearly 3,000 kilometers of coastline between Lobito, Angola and Cape Town, Rainbow Country. In 2014, the Central Continent contracted a $800 million project in Namibia to reclaim the sea and build land in Walvis Bay and build a new type of deepwater terminal. This project was not officially completed until October 19. The new terminal includes a 100,000-ton container terminal with 800 TES, a 372-meter-long cruise terminal, a 410,000 square meter land yard, and corresponding railways, roads, supporting facilities such as water, electricity, communications and housing construction. In other words, if it were not for this new type of terminal, Walvis Bay would not even have the ability to berth the Symphony of the Sea cruise ship here. But there was nothing at this time. It was just 3 o'clock in the afternoon. A group of black extended welcoming cars grandiose appeared in Walvis Bay, attracting countless residents to watch from afar. Because of the construction of the nuclear power plant, the wharf of Walvis Bay has been extremely hot. There are constantly 10,000 leaf freighters docking at the wharf. After being unloaded, these goods will be loaded one by one. The car was quickly transported to the nuclear power plant project. This is why Chen must be built near Walvis Bay via a nuclear power plant. Walvis Bay not only has the only deepwater port in Namibia, but also connected to a railway. The farther the nuclear power plant is from Walvis Bay, the higher the transportation cost of materials, and vice versa. When Chen's vehicle appeared at Walvis Bay for entry and exit, the highest officer of the entry and exit here had already greeted him first. Chen shook hands with the other party, and then said the reason for coming here. Come out. The other party will naturally not be embarrassed, and quickly completed all the procedures for Chen. Even the procedures for the family members who have not yet arrived in Namibia are also prepared. Only the other party is required to sign. About half an hour later, a small white spot appeared on the sea level from a distance, accompanied by a whistle sound from a distance, which seemed to be a cruise ship. However, as the cruise ship got closer and closer, many people were shocked to discover that the size of the cruise ship seemed a bit surprising. That's the Symphony of the Seas. As a giant cruise ship that can be ranked in the top 5 in the Federation, it is very famous in the circle of marine professions. I don't know who said a word in a low voice, immediately caused many people to whisper. Gradually, the cruise ship is getting closer and closer, and what follows is a huge visual impact, just like facing a 24th layer tall building. The key is that this tall building is constantly approaching itself, like a roaring mountain. Just as everyone was depressed, there was another dull roar, with a low and heavy voice, like a rare beast in the deep sea. It took more than half an hour before the huge cruise ship officially docked at the pier. As the passenger elevator was put down, a group of old, elegant and poised white men walked down from above. There are more than 58 people in this group who came to the Research Center for Aging Reversal Treatment, which is nearly 3 times more than the previous batch. These gray-haired old men travel and cross conferences. After passing the entry and exit, after a little greeting with Chen, he got on the welcome car Chen prepared for them and drove to the research center. And Chen took Qian Wenhuan and Chen Zhao on board the cruise. Please come with me, 3 gentlemen. The person who greeted Chen on board was a white-haired steward-like figure. I am Steele, the prince's advisor. His Royal Highness has been waiting for you for a long time. I have worked. Chen nodded. I heard that His Royal Highness has chartered the entire cruise ship. Yes, Prince Steele spent $20 million to cover the use of the Symphony of the Seas for 1 month. Now, apart from the 2,175 crew, there are only 500 passengers on board. There are about 100 VIPs, and the rest are all their entourage and friends. Chen nodded, secretly thought the Middle East is really a luxury. A monthly rent of $20 million which is 130 million. The bucks exceeded the small goal that Pharaoh had set for 1 year. The reason why this ship was contracted is because His Royal Highness has a soft spot for the entertainment of this ship. The white-haired old man proudly said, "There are 7 communities on the Ocean Symphony, including a Central Park, a Parkway Happy City, an Imperial Family Avenue shopping street, more than a dozen large and small swimming pools, a spa and a fitness center." Speaking, Chen Chen officially boarded the cruise ship, and it seemed to have been arranged in advance. Chen Chen boarded the ship from the stern, so when he boarded the ship, he immediately saw a mini park. The reason why it is called a mini is because the total area of the square is only a few thousand square meters. And it is called a park because it is densely covered with various plants, and there is a unique room on both sides, bars and restaurants. Chen Chen also saw steakhouses and Italian restaurants. At the same time, as he continued to move forward, Chen Chen saw bars, gyms, basketball courts, SPA halls, and even a theater that could accommodate 2,000 people. Although it was only shocked Hong glanced at it, but Chen Chen was shocked by the sheer size of this cruise ship and the complete functions on it. After traveling for about 10 minutes, Chen Chen finally followed the other party to the destination, the largest banquet hall of the Symphony of the Seas. At this time, a large group of people are already waiting in the lobby to greet Chen Chen, which is a great deal of face for Chen Chen. Unlike the old people before, here are the younger ones in the direct and sidelines of the family. There are as many as 100 men and women. "Welcome to you, Mr. Chen." The leader is a sandbar man with a white turban and a big beard. Chen Chen has been on TV before. I have seen it before. It is the younger brother of the Shazza King, Prince Steel. Unlike other continents, Shazzu still maintains an autocratic monarchy, strictly speaking, and he is the highest-ranking person in the field. "His Royal Highness, your hospitality made me flattered." Chen Chen leaned slightly to show respect, while Prince Steel stepped forward and went with Chen Chen over near ceremony. Then, there was a long introduction. Prince Steel introduced Chen Chen to dozens of members of the higher-ranking families present. After the introduction of these people, the official dinner party began. The dinner is like a buffet. One after another dishes from all over the world are provided at the party, including hot pot, barbecue, seafood, Japanese food, pizza and so on. On the side, there is the world's top music team constantly pulling chords and struggling. Finally let Chen Chen see what the real aristocratic circle of this world is. This group of people kept wandering among each other, gathered into small circles one after another, talking and laughing proficiently, a piece of business that an ordinary person can't hear, see, or make for a lifetime, just continuously produced in such conversations. And Qian Wenhuan and Cheng Zhao Chen Chen also let them go around at will. At this time, Qian Wenhuan also has a target to talk about, while Cheng Zhao sits silently in front of the buffet, gnawing steak bit by bit. After a round of greetings with a group of people, Chen Chen left the evening banquet hall and came to the deck outside the venue. Hardly felt the passage of time before, unconsciously, the ship had arrived late at night. As early as Chen Chen got on the ship, the Symphony of the Seas set sail again and sailed into the vast sea. At this time, the sky has become indigo azure, combined with the deep azure ocean. There is really a kind of the artistic conception of sea and sky. The bright moon is born on the sea, the horizon is at this time. An ancient poem was blurted out from Chen Chen. Good poetry, good poetry. There was a footstep behind him, and a tall silhouette walked to Chen Chen's side, learning Chen Chen's movements and lying on the railing. I have always admired the ancient poetry and culture of Zhongzhou. Mr. Lane has also heard of this? Chen Chen asked, tilting his head. This man, Chen Chen, has not met for the first time. As early as the first time he invited 11 families, the Foster family sent him. Ryan Foster, the only heir of the Foster family, helmsman, and Norman Foster. Super US Speak Chapter 142. Super US Speak Chapter 142. I have always admired the culture of Central Continent. Ryan nodded silently, glanced back, and then said, By understanding the culture of Central Continent, we compare our Western culture. You can always find many common grounds. For example, Chen Chen asked without looking back, looking at the ocean. For example. The culture of killing children. Ryan glanced at Chen Chen. You should know 24 filial piety. Chen Chen nodded. There is a story in 24 filial piety that I am very interested in, Ryan said with a smile. In the year of the disaster, a filial son named Go tried to save the next bite of food to ensure that the mother does not go hungry. So he buried his son alive, because he thinks that his son can be reborn if he dies, and the mother cannot be resurrected if he dies. It makes sense. Chen Chen nodded. Ryan was in a daze, and then said with a smile, Morning, you are so humorous. This story is too simple. I will tell it again. In ancient times, there was a man named Shun who was very talented, but his father didn't like him, and often beat him badly for no reason. But Shun never resisted and beat him lightly. Endure obediently, he fled to the wilderness and cried bitterly when he was hit hard. Later, Shun's father got worse. Once, he asked Shun to repair the roof, but Shun just climbed. When he got up, he took away the ladder and set the house on fire. In the end, Shun had to use the hat he was wearing as a parachute and jumped down and escaped to death. Speaking of which, Ryan observed Chen again. Chen's expression found that Chen Chen was still expressionless, just looking at the distance indifferently. Free-owned secretly, Ryan continued. Then 2 days later, Shun's father asked him to dig the well again, and Shun went obediently and honestly. When Shun got down to the bottom of the well, his father hurriedly dug the soil and wanted to bury Shun directly alive. Fortunately, Shun was very vigilant, knowing that they were not at ease, so he dug out the side wall of the well as soon as he hit the well. Secretly thought, and then another life. After speaking, Ryan finally couldn't help but asked, Morning, do you think Shun's father is disgusting? It's okay. Chen Chen nodded. If I were Shun, I would be very sad. Yes, I think so too. Seeing Chen Chen's attitude, Ryan was secretly delighted. Before he continued to speak, he heard the captain's voice on the cruise ship's dialogue device. Dear ladies and gentlemen, Symphony of the Seas will leave Namibia's territorial waters in half an hour and arrive at the sea territory on the high seas of the Atlantic Ocean. Repeat. Symphony of the Seas will leaving Namibia's territorial waters in half an hour. This announcement sounded 3 times. Suddenly, the people who were still at the banquet cheered. Many people left the banquet and moved towards the deck below. I will be on the high seas soon. Lane's expression was overjoyed, and 3 people walked out of the banquet hall and came behind them. Chen Chen, Ryan, how about going together? Among the 3, one is the heir to the Wilson family, Davis, and the other 2 are the heirs to Alexander and Edwards. Of course. Ryan turned his head and looked towards Chen Chen, inviting. Morning, are you interested in going to the casino for a round? Casino? Chen Chen asked. Yes, not only the casino. In order to welcome you, Mr. Chen Chen, a few of us have specially prepared a special show. I believe it will make you worthwhile. The 3 people on the side also started to encourage them. It is a great honor. Looking at the invitation of the 4, Chen Chen nodded. I also want to see what kind of special program is. Before boarding, Chen Chen has learned some information about cruise ships. The reason why these cruise ships exploded like this fire is because of the opening of casinos. According to international law, the territories on aircraft, ships, and other vehicles belong to the country of the carrier. That is to say, the cruise ship belongs to a certain country. If certain criminal cases occur on the cruise ship, then investigated and controlled by this country. Therefore, as long as this country does not prohibit gambling, cruise ships in this country can open casinos on board. Of course, if this cruise ship enters the sea territory of a country where gambling is prohibited, he must immediately close the casino and will not open it again until he leaves the sea territory of this country again. Before following the crowd to leave, Chen Chen finally glanced into the distance. At some point, the moonlight disappeared. A dark cloud slowly floated from the sky, and it spread silently with thick darkness, covering the bright moon. It seems that a rainstorm is about to come. Because there is still half an hour's voyage to the high seas, so in this free time, Chen Chen was invited by the heirs of the four families and walked into the opera house. In the theater that can accommodate 1,000 people, only a few people are seated, but the stage is still huge, and a group of stage actors are working hard. And Chen Chen saw this opera also very interesting, telling the story of Zeus becoming the divine king in Greek mythology. According to legend, in God world, Uranus, the god of the sky, imprisoned his children underground. As a result, his son Cronus rose up by the wind and castrated his father with a sickle, replacing the god of the sky rule. But the god of the sky once cursed Cronus before he died, saying that he would be killed by his heirs just like himself. So, Cronus made a decision to eat all the children born. And he did exactly that. When his first 5 heirs were just born, they were swallowed in his stomach without opening his eyes. Until the birth of the 6th baby named Zeus, Mother Rhea hid Zeus and wrapped a stone in a swaddle and offered it to Cronus, calling it their child. So, Cronus swallowed the stone in one bite. Zeus survived by chance. As he grew up, he began to understand his own life experience and decided to expand revenge. He first put emetics in his father's wine, and vomited after his father drank, and he vomited his 5 brother-sisters. These 5 brother-sisters, among them are the famous Sea King Poseidon and Hades. In the end, the brothers work with a common purpose defeated Cronus and imprisoned him at the bottom of hell, and Zeus became the king of the gods. How do you feel? As the opera ended, Ryan asked with a smile, "Morning? Do you find that our Western father-killing culture and your Eastern killing the subculture has the same difference in the same way? When a person grows up, he has to overthrow the will imposed on him by the previous generation in order to obtain a complete personality and become the true self. There are still some differences." Chen Chen shook the head, denying, "This is actually a cultural difference. We are good at farming in Zhongzhou. The longer we grow, the more we can accumulate enough experience to farm. So as the society multiplies, there is a situation where the older the age and the higher the seniority, the greater the right to speak. The Greek civilization is not the case. The Greek land is poor and not suitable for farming, but it can produce olive oil, wine and wool. So the Greeks went to the sea to do business and sold their goods to other countries in exchange for food. However, the sea is obviously the world of young people, riding the wind and waves. Fighting is something older people can't do, so the Greek culture worships younger people more, so the myth of father killing appeared. Chen Chen analyzed, so, these are two civilization and ideology are different. In fact, the killing of sons in Central Continent is far less serious than the paternal killing complex in the West. Everyone looked at each other. The people who were still excited suddenly fell into deathly silence. By the way, didn't it mean that there is a different kind of show? Chen Chen suddenly turned off the topic, showing an interesting look. We can go now already? It should be the soon. Let's go to the casino lobby first. Davis on the side made a roundabout. Let's go the first, and then go watch a boxing match. Super USB Chapter 143. Super USB Chapter 143. Boxing match? Chen Chen curiously asked. Ryan quickly recovered his expression and explained with a smile. You should have seen UFC. Unlike UFC, this type of boxing match is irregular, whether it's hands or legs, or even teeth. It can be used as a weapon. Yes. Although many people like to watch UFC, it can really arouse the animality of people. The adrenaline rush is still an irregular boxing match. Davis on the side showed a bloodthirsty smile. There is no medical staff, no physical examination, no doping check, even no referee. There is a difference between victory and defeat. Only one side stands and one side falls. I haven't seen this, so what are you waiting for? Chen Chen walked forward first. Ryan, who was slightly behind, looked at Chen Chen's back, a gloomy flash in his eyes, and then glanced at Davis beside him. Davis was nodded, and then the four quickly followed along. Until arriving at the casino, Chen discovered that the originally closed doors of the casino had been completely opened. Not only that, but there was also a large flow of people inside, and most of the cruise passengers gathered here. Before entering the door, there was a fiery atmosphere surging out. "It seems that the person we invited hasn't arrived yet," Ryan said with some regret. "So in the morning, how about a few rounds of blackjack with us?" "What is blackjack?" Chen asked casually. "Oh, dear Chen, don't you even know blackjack?" Ryan didn't know whether to cry or laugh, and simply pulled Chen. He walked in his sleeves. "Come on, dear Chen, let us have a good lesson for you." As he said, he pulled Chen into the casino. Until completely walked into the casino, Chen somewhat understood why that many successful people with billions of wealth would be so obsessed with this kind of place, and even lost self-control to gamble, eventually burn it. The interior of the casino is very splendorous and majestic, with thick and complicated carpets, gorgeous golden inscriptions on the walls, and the incomparable gigantic crystal lamp at the top of the hall, making it like a human world, immortal realm. But under the decoration of this gold and jade in glorious splendor, it is a kind of psychological suggestion to the best of your ability. The windows here cannot see the outside world, making it impossible. I feel the loss of time. There is no mirror to look at, so people can't see their distorted and hideous face. Also, considerate service to the extreme, and the bargaining chips that can't feel the passing of money in the hand, all make people abandon all the sanity and can only sink endlessly. The more the casino atmosphere is, the more exhaustion fills the air. The breath of his bottom. Walking through the aisle in the center of the casino, Chen has already seen several red-eyed gamblers. They pushed up their chips desperately, panting heavily, and already lost their rationality. It took humans millions of years to evolve rationality, and gamblers abandoned it in only 3 minutes. Prince Steel, before inviting the 11 big chairballs, said he allowed these chairball families to invite their relatives and friends to board the ship, so there will be such a large number of people on board. Most of these people are to get to know more contacts, so they entrusted the second-class small chairballs or wealthy businessmen on the ship, and even Chen saw a few people from Central Asia. At this time, a handsome young man with long brown hair passed by Chen, and he kept explaining to his companions, "This is my last time buying chips. This 4 million is my last stubbornness. You are impossible to see me charging $1 in this casino. I will win 400 million for this 4 million. Chen shook the head slightly. It's not that easy to win 400 million in a casino. Ryan and Davis took Chen to a gaming table with the prompt blackjack on it. Several people said that this is blackjack. Blackjack, it's actually 21 points. Ryan quickly explained to Chen, first, take 2 or 3 decks of cards, and remove 2 aces for each one. Among the remaining cards, 2 to 9 are counted as the corresponding points. 10, J, Q, and K are all counted as 10 points, and A is counted as 1 or 11 points depending on the situation. The outcome of the game is very simple. Players can keep taking the card, depends on the point ratio of the cards in the hand, but the total can only add up to 21 points. If the total number exceeds 21 points, it means passing the card and directly failing. If the number is the same, it is a tie. Then who do you compare with? Chen asked. It's the dealer. Davis pointed to the sexy dealer opposite the gaming table. The 2 sides of the game are divided into the dealer and the player. All players only need to compare with the dealer. We don't need to be between the players. Compared. Yes, after all players have finished holding cards, it is the banker's turn to look at the cards. The rules of the banker are, when the points are greater than or equal to 17 points, the cards are not drawn, and vice versa. If you click, all players will win. Lane added, the dealer tonight is the Prince of Leicester. He sponsored hundreds of dollars for each of us. While Ryan was talking, a staff member of the casino took a few chips and handed them to everyone. Chen also picked a few and held them in his hand. Let's have a game then. Davis impatient said, I've got itchy hands." As he said, he sat on the chair and cast a chip, indicating the dealer on the opposite side of the table deals the cards. Chen Chen shook the head, also sitting on the side 2 seat, threw 2 chips. For the first time, Chen Chen got a whole card and a bright card. The whole card is 2 of spades and the bright card is diamond 10. Chen Chen frowned. The addition of 2 and 10 happens to be a number that can't be lowered. If you continue to take the card, the next card may be broken directly. If you choose to end the card, the probability of losing is also huge. Immediately, Chen Chen looked towards the dealer on the opposite side. The dealer's card on the surface was 7 points. "Mr. Number 1, do you want to continue the bidding?" The croupier followed the procedure and started asking Ryan's opinion. "Damn it, I don't want it anymore." Ryan laughed and cursed, and his on the surface card was 10 of hearts, the same as Chen Chen. A game of probability. This kind of gameplay seems to be solved by mathematics. Seeing this, Chen Chen couldn't help but tilt his head. "My point is 12 points, and the dealer's card is 7 points. If I choose to end the card, then according to the rule that the dealer must be greater than or equal to 17 points, there is only one winning situation, and that is when the dealer bursts. Suppose the probability of the dealer's failure is PS. Then, at this time, the dealer's whole cards have 13 kinds of probability. T represents 10, J, Q, K, then FT plus 7. If the dealer does not draw the card will not explode, regardless of F9 plus 7. If you draw 6T, the card will explode. F9 plus 7 equals 813. And so on. Finally PS equals F equals 0.26231. That is to say, at this time, I ended up with the card. The probability of winning is 26.231%. Chen Chen glanced at Ryan and Davis on the side and continued to think. "However, if I continue to hold the cards, I will win in 2 situations. 1. I will not wear the next card, and the dealer will wear the card. 2. Neither the dealer nor I pass the card, but I have more points." This probability can be set as PH. The probability of the dealer passing the card is the same as above, but if it is the second case, then it is divided into 4 situations. P1, I got 21 points, the dealer got 20 to 17 points. P2, I got 20 points, the dealer got 19 to 17 points. P3, I got 19 points, the dealer got 18 to 17 points. P4, after I got 18 points, the dealer got 17 points. Analyze first. If I draw the next card and the points are from 12 to 13, then it means I have drawn an A, so I can set W12 equals 1, then W13 equals W12113 equals 0.07692. This can be used to calculate W18, and the dealer takes 17 points, which can be calculated by the same principle Z17, so the formula of the 4th probability is P4 equals W18 plus Z17, the same can be calculated as P1, P2, P3. So, when the 4 cases add the probabilities, then PH equals P1 plus P2 plus P3 plus P4 plus PS 913 equals 0.43577, that is to say, when I continue to hold the card, my winning percentage is 43.577%, higher than the winning rate at the end of the card. All this seems to be a long time, but it is just a flash in Chen Chen's mind. When Chen Chen lifts the head again, it is just round to his speech. "Mr. Number 2, do you want to continue bidding?" the croupier asked softly. "One more one." Super US Speak Chapter 144. Super US Speak Chapter 144. In half an hour. In this round, the banker has 18 points, number 1 17 points, number 2 20 points, number 3 wears cards no. 2 wins, number 1 and number 3 loose. The official expression calmly spoke, and at the same time pushed a part of the chips to Chen Chen with an iron ruler. At this time, Chen Chen's chips in front of him have been piled up to the height of a small half of the table. and a large number of spectators gathered behind him. Omega. As the croupier announced, the crowd behind him suddenly murmured, "Morning, how did you do it?" Ryan and Davis, who had already lost all their money on the side, also had an incredible look. It was obvious that everyone had lost. There was a win, but the chips in other people's hands slowly moved to the dealer's side. Only Chen Chen's chips continued to increase. It's just a question of probability, that's all. Chen Chen also felt that it was almost the same, so he threw down his cards and said to the croupier, "Here is a total of $1,06120,000 US dollars, 10 million of which are transferred to my account, and the remaining fraction is yours." "Thank you, sir." The croupier was surprised with an expression and quickly bowed to thank you. With this tip, she can retire directly. As Chen Chen left, the spectators behind him couldn't help but applaud gently, and then slowly dispersed. Chen Chen took out his mobile phone to check the time. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. At the same time, he found that although the cruise ship's Wi-Fi was connected, the traffic was all zero. Suddenly he said strangely, "The cruise ship's Wi-Fi is out, is it? Let me see." Ryan also took out his mobile phone, and said in amazement, "Mine too. Although it is connected to Wi-Fi, it can't connect to the internet. There seems to be a problem with the Wi-Fi." At sea, this kind of thing often happens. Davis said nothing. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of helicopter propellers outside the gate of the casino. The moment they heard this sound, Ryan's expression suddenly shook. "The players we invited are coming soon." With that, a few people moved towards the casino and walked outside. Chen Chen followed the crowd. After walking out of the casino, he followed the sound and saw only the dark in the sky. A small helicopter flashed red light, floating above the symphony of the sea. "When the Pathfinder helicopter arrives, the people we invite will come right away." As if afraid Chen Chen would not understand, Davis explained. Chen Chen nodded. Sure enough, as the helicopter landed on the helipad, a short while later, another cruise ship appeared on the horizon and quickly approached. It was a jet-black cruise ship. Although it was not small in size, it was like a small mound next to a big mountain, completely compared to the symphony of the sea. As people on the helicopter came to communicate, it took more than 10 minutes before 30-40 men with different costumes boarded the ship. From Chen Chen's point of view, this group of people is full of fierce radiance, full of a sturdy breath. It seems that everyone exudes the smell of blood, that is only seen essence, chi, and spirit can only be possessed by blood. Chen Chen stood on the upper deck and looked down. Prince Steele's bodyguard and crew were conducting a full body check on everyone, and took them one by one until all the suspicious items were taken away. Kaming. At this moment, a gust of cold wind blew over, messing up Chen Chen's hair and making the sound of woo-woo. The wind is gradually increasing, and it has reached the point where it cannot be ignored. Chen Chen slowly lifts the head, looking at the distance again. The sky is extremely gloomy. It is no longer the clear indigo as yore before, but a kind of weird gloom, like a thick fog that is constantly rolling, so dark. Rain clouds have completely condensed and formed on the head of the symphony of the seas, and a rainstorm has become unstoppable. It seems that there will be a rainstorm soon. This damn weather. Ryan on the side complained. In the morning, let's go back first. Chen Chen turned his back to Ryan and the four of them. At this moment, a sneer suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then disappeared again. Okay, let's go back. Several people returned to the casino again. Because the boxing match is about to start soon, Ryan did not at all continue to gamble, but stood aside and talked. From time to time, several people from other families came to join the topic, but instead it was Chen Chen who stood by and had nothing to do. Chen Chen glanced towards the landlord area, and just saw the brown-haired young man and two 4,050-years-old ladies sitting together playing cards. Furthermore, the 4 million chips on the table of the brown-haired youth is less than 200,000. At this time, the youth is holding 4 cards in his hand. Yelled at a lady, 17 cards. Can you beat me? Can you kill me? Today you can beat me with 17 cards. Me, on the spot. Just eat this redwood table. Chen Chen turned his head expressionlessly and looked at the time again. At this moment, several crew members in overalls walked in and began to clean up the tables, chairs and guests in the second half of the casino, among which the leading man also moved towards the obscure nodded-on lane. Chen Chen turned his head and just saw Ryan nodded, replying to the past. Following Chen Chen's gaze, Chen Chen also laughed. What is this doing? Chen Chen curiously asked. Dear Chen, you will know soon. Ryan patted Chen Chen's shoulder, and then Chen Chen unexpected things happened. I only saw that after clearing all the personnel, tables and chairs, the second half of the casino actually began to slowly descend, just like the deformable stage, a circular deep pit. In the pit is the declining deck, which is stepped, forming a circle of stepped seats like a basketball court. Finally, as the deep pit took shape, in the center of the pit, there appeared a round fighting arena with a diameter of 8 meters, all around surrounded by iron nets. At the same time, dozens of partitions were lowered on the ceiling, dividing the surrounding space into dozens of small private rooms. These private rooms formed a circle on the periphery of the venue, giving a clear view of the entire arena. Some crew members began to move the sofas in the rest area next to them and moved these sofas into the private rooms. Chen Chen shook the head, really didn't expect. It turns out that there is such a hidden mechanism on a regular cruise ship. Obviously, if it is not privately leased, ordinary passengers will not see it. Is this the rich world? Chen Chen raised his eyebrows, and at the same time began to cry out from behind him. Sure enough, everyone who was spending money at the casino also saw the sudden drop of the ring, and they were immediately surprised. Let's go. Morning. Ryan and the others apparently knew the existence of this device a long time ago. He greeted Chen Chen and took the lead in occupying a box. The people who kept coming behind were stopped by the crew. As the news spread, more and more people came here soon, but except for the members of the 11 charitable families who can watch in the box, the others can only sit below, watch the game on the terrace seat. Super USB Chapter 145. Super USB Chapter 145. Because it is not a real private room. The interior decoration is not luxurious, except for a few sofas and a coffee table. There are no decorations. But compared to the steps outside the court, it is still much more comfortable. At least the private rooms are not as complicated and crowded as the outside. Not only does it have a floor-to-ceiling observation window, but there is also a 40-inch ultra-thin monitor on the wall, which shows the live broadcast of the ring, which is inviting. Appreciate the game from a different perspective. If you look from the floor-to-ceiling windows, the entire venue can be seen. Sitting here to watch the game can give people a sense of expert superiority. After a while, the door of the private room was knocked, and a waiter walked in and respectfully handed a few betting machines to everyone. According to the other party's words, after entering his number into the betting machine, you can place a bet. Chen Chen threw this remote control-like thing aside, sitting on the in-person sofa at the very end, silently watching a middle-aged man with a big silver greyback step onto the ring. It seems to be the role of the host. I saw him holding a microphone and loudly said in a circumflexed rap form, "Gentlemen, ladies, Nikos, bitches, welcome to the Ocean Symphonos irregular fighting competition." I saw him jump onto the ring and shouted loudly, "No matter what it is in the world, there are two opposites. When there is light, there is darkness. There is sky." Similarly, underworld class fighting such as UFC, there are also killing and bloody underground fighting. And today, you will be fortunate to see a fighting game like this. They are bloody, they are cruel, they have no humanity, enough to twist your neck. This is the charm of irregular fighting. They are demons from hell, dehumanizing killing machines, and they are enough to ignite all your inner desires for violence. With the host's crude and even insulting words, it ignited the originally deserted atmosphere in the field. Several young people screamed strangely under the agitation of their host. Obviously, It is not the first time that most of the spectators present have watched this kind of event. At the same time, at the end of the ring, an iron door suddenly opened, and a skinny black man walked out inside. "Very well, it seems that we are the first black old ghost brother today," the host exclaimed excitedly. "Please let me solemnly introduce him. He is the lonely warrior of Wakanda and the loyal guard of the Panthers." He gnawed heart-shaped grass and exploded the ass of Captain of the United States. "This is from the Rainbow Country, known as the Flame Sword, Aosh." Roar. With the host's provocative tone, the audience on the field roared harder. However, the host's vulgar language provoked the gloom of this group of upper-class people deep in one's heart. The stadium with hundreds of people has gradually become lively. Many people are staring at the stadium with interest, and many of them are familiar with this kind of events. At this time, the skinny black man also stepped onto the ring, but unlike the host's statement, under the dazzling light above his head, he clearly showed a look of helplessness. Even his legs were slightly trembling. "Well, the next one is going to be our other killer." The host turned around and faced the other door of the ring. He is a Western cowboy from the Middle Ages, a conservative angry man, half machine, shotgun and beer, and bitch. Speaking, a white man wearing a cowboy hat and looking fierce gradually came out. "Oh fuck, this bastard is so primordial. This bastard. He even eats the ass of live cattle directly. He is a cowboy from North America." "Sir Lion." Roar. A fierce cheer broke out from the audience again. So far, the whole stadium has completely warmed up. In the private room, Chen Chen looked at the two people on the ring and was a little speechless. This white man in a cowboy hat could say that although he was only a normal figure, his eyes were at least in place. Although Chen Chen, you can still see the deep lust hidden in the eyes of white people. And another black man, Chen Chen, is a little puzzled. That body shape, that look. He has just walked out of the slum, and is coming to fight black punches. But after thinking about it, Chen Chen was relieved again. In the impression of ordinary people, the fighting in this form of underground boxing should be more fierce than regular boxing. After all, fighting life and death on stage all the year round, even stronger than regular boxers. This is the impression of many people. However, this is actually a misunderstanding of thinking. First of all, whether it is boxing or sanda, or even irregular fighting matches, their meaning is nothing more than to make money. Whether it is a boxer or a boss that organizes the event, it is all for making money. However, the UFC of the global cream of the crop can make tens of millions of dollars in an event. And how much money can a black boxing make? After all, the box office of the underground tournaments is definitely not as good as the regular tournaments. Not only that, there is no live broadcast of underground boxing matches and no pre-match publicity. Even if the underground boxing matches can be opened for this group of rich people, there are a few hundreds of people here. Can you compare with the market for the whole world? So, if these fighters are of high level, they can go professional, instead of risking the mortal danger to fight the unprofitable and extremely dangerous underground black boxing. Thinking of this, Chen Chen suddenly remembered the group of blood-reeking chi-scented contestants he had seen on the deck before. Obviously, those people are not black boxing contestants at all. Their actual identities are. Time is still slowly passing by. It seems that because of the coming rainstorm, the air is hot and humid, making everyone in the casino irritable. Ryan kept looking at his watch, and their expressions became more and more serious. Although they looked at the ring, their thoughts had already drifted out of the sky. The first match between a black and a white man took almost half a minute to decide the winner. And the result was even more shocking. Although the white man was better than the black man in the imposing manner there was a lot of it, but when they really fought, they were knocked to the ground by the black man in twos. Not only that, under the instigation of the audience chanting, the black man showed his hideous side for the first time, rode directly on the white man, and punched the white man in the face until he became bloody. However, this is just an appetizer. Next, ordinary persons with almost no training stepped onto the ring one after another, fighting with the strangers who had just met on the opposite side, and even throwing up weapons such as folding stools and steel pipes. It adds to the bloody level of the event. It turns out that this is the so-called underground boxing match. Although it has no rules, it is bloody and cruel. The cruel scenes caused some people to withdraw from the audience directly, but another group of spectators with a more crazy mentality remained. This group of people roared and roared excitedly, like a group of wild beasts. They temporarily faded the rationality and morality that humans should have, only to release the most primordial violent factor of humans. Yes, human beings within the body have genes that yearn for violence. The history of human development is actually a history of killing. Without these violent factors, human beings are impossible to come to today. So, is yearning for blood and cruelty the essence of some people? Mr. Chen Chen. Just when Chen Chen was looking thoughtful, Lane next to him spoke again. The time is different. In this time, Ryan abandoned the name of intimacy, and at the same time there was a sense of determination in his tone. Mr. Chen Chen, at this time, you should also speak up. At the same time, Davis and the other two also looked away from the arena. Jing Jing looked towards Chen Chen. I can be as if nothing happened today. Chen Chen said in a tranquil voice, I have no interest in participating in your playhouse game. It's a pity. Hearing this, Ryan's expression cold. At the same time, there was a sudden violent explosion on the deck outside the casino, followed by countless people screamed. The pirates we hired have begun to attack the Symphony of the Seas. The four of Lane stood up, and Davis said with some regret, Mr. Chen Chen, it's still too naive. There is no neutrality in the world. Even the neutral countries that Austria once claimed have already fallen under the iron hooves of, but Switzerland has escaped. That's all because of good luck. Although we haven't found the person behind you yet, after we arrest you, everything will be easy to say. Ryan on the side said, while looking down the stage. At this time, there was a sudden riot outside the private room. Everyone looked subconsciously, but saw that the black boxers mixed in the group of ordinary persons suddenly rushed out of the arena and directly guarded the casino. The door trapped everyone inside the casino. At the same time, several crew members in the casino remained unmoved at all, but instead signaled to the other side nodded. What happened? Where did these fighters come from and what's the matter? Damn, what's the noise outside? Someone is attacking our cruise ship. Ryan, what are you doing? There was a commotion in the crowd, and even several other Chebble family members ran out of the box and asked in a daze. Ryan ignored the people's questions, but directly looked towards the crew members. Where are the weapons? The crew members immediately dragged out a few iron cabinets. The shining knives appeared in front of everyone. Prince Steele took all the guns when he boarded the ship. I'm sorry, but we can't get them either. The crew headed by the crew shrugged. Ryan frowned, but still said, it's okay. Unexpectedly, Wilson's group can still occupy the entire Symphony of the Seas. We only need to catch it on board. Speaking, a group of people began to distribute knives, and a young man from another family on the side boldly walked up to Ryan and asked, Ryan, what are you doing? Do you know that, in Prince Steele doing this kind of thing on his boat, you will? Before finishing speaking, Ryan suddenly took out a dagger, fiercely inserted into the man's abdomen. John, did you know that I have tolerated you for a long time? Ryan's expression was ferocious. Go to hell, shit. Speaking, fiercely pulled out after removing the dagger, a lot of blood splashed on the clothes. Seeing the man died on the spot, a scream erupted from the crowd. Several people wanted to escape here, but were hacked to death by the group of boxers. Suddenly, the smell of blood permeated the entire casino, causing countless people to scream and cry. Ryan looked back at the closed casino door, only to hear gunshots and shouts coming from outside the door, and once again pointed to Chen Chen, who was standing in the forefront, expressing savagely, kill me. Do not leave any of these people except him. Following Ryan's orders, the fierce fighters suddenly rushed into the crowd with their swords in their hands. In an instant, there was a wail like ghosts and howl like wolves in the crowd, blood splattered. Countless people's screams and desperate crying are endless. Mr. Chen Chen, do you regret your rejection of us now? Up to this point, Ryan seemed to be a different person. He wiped his hands full of blood while staring at Chen Chen. Unfortunately, it's too late. Yes, it's too late. Chen Chen stood quietly. A weird smile was raised at the corner of his mouth, and a black handle appeared in his hand. Hong Long. With the roar that resounded through the world, Ryan couldn't help looking subconsciously out of the window, only to see that under the electric light of the sky, one after another the raindrops part-are. The rainstorm has finally arrived. Super USB Chapter 146. Super USB Chapter 146. Crash bang underscore. The rainstorm was torrential, and the bright red raindrops splashed continuously in the enclosed casino. Like one after another ruby, it crackled drops on a precious carpet, dyeing the dark red carpet into a strange color, and exuding a disgusting breath. A headless body stood in place, and rainwater spouted from the pipe like a fountain, and then slowly fell. And before and after this headless body, there are corpses all over the floor. What is even more bizarre is that all these corpses are stumps with broken arms, and one of them was even chopped from head to toe in half. Endless rains spread, forming fresh puddles on the red carpet. As the last fighter died, the rain in the casino stopped. At this time, within 10 meters of Chen Chen's body, only two people are still standing, Ryan Foster and Davis Wilson. At the innermost part of the casino, the passengers trapped there have been hiding far away. Many people were seriously injured and had to lie helplessly on the ground and huddled in corners, like a group of lambs to be slaughtered. How is it possible? Ryan was trembling all over, staring at the young man who had been blood-dyed not far away, and the strange long knife in the opponent's hand. The whole body is pitch black, without a trace of luster, and you can't even see the blade light when you wave it. However, this is a saber, but it can easily cut the human body. Just like cutting tofu, it's the same block. Each person was cut into two pieces with just one knife. At this time, all the pirates who got into the box at this time, as well as the crew members who were bought, died. Chen Chen held his long knife flat and walked slowly towards the two of them. Davis, trembling all over, ran towards the door, and shouted as he ran, "I am the heir of the Wilson family. If I die, my family is impossible to let go. They will." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a cold in his throat and the tip of a saber's knife came out from under his neck. Suddenly, a large amount of blood splashed out again. Ho. Davis opened his eyes and covered his throat, as if trying to block the lost life. But his body, it was getting colder and colder, and blood poured into his lungs along the cut trachea, suffocating him completely. Puff. Davis's body slowly fell to the ground. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Ryan's forehead, and seeing Davis' death, he was completely awake and whispered, "Chen Chen, can I buy my life with money?" Ryan pleaded in a low voice, "You don't need to do anything. Just return me to my family. I will tell you a Swiss bank password, which contains me for so many years. I made $2 billion privately without disturbing the family." Say. Chen Chen nodded. "The account number is. The password is." Ryan finished speaking quickly, and then stepped back subconsciously. "It is not enough to have an account and a password. A key is needed. And this key will only let me get off the boat. I will." But before finishing talking, Chen Chen swiped horizontally again, and suddenly, Len's eyes froze instantly. Immediately, a big head rolled down from his neck. There was another scream and cry behind him. Chen Chen ignored him, but whispered to the head that rolled to his feet, "I regret that I never need a key to withdraw money." Speaking, Chen Chen turned head, looked towards the gate. A group of hurried footsteps came from outside the gate. Chen Chen flicked with one hand, and the GS knife was directly retracted, turning into a handle again. In the next second, the gate was kicked open by a huge force, and a large amount of sea breeze came in with raindrops. A group of crew members holding weapons, seemingly after the battle, rushed in quickly. However, when this group of people saw the bloody scene in the casino, Many people were subconsciously bent over and vomited. Some people even aimed their weapons at the countless mutilated limbs. Chen Chen in the middle of the arm. They looked towards Chen Chen, as if they were looking at a demon from hell. Let down all weapons. Until Prince Steel's voice came, everyone slowly put down the guns in their hands. And at this time Chen Zhao also rushed in. I quickly came to Chen Chen. Boss, in dereliction of duty. It's okay. I told you to leave to convey the news to Prince Steel, and there is no signal on the ship, so I can't find it's normal for me. Chen Chen waved his hand. Mr. Chen Chen. After ordering the crew to clean the venue and treat the wounded among the passengers, Prince Steel walked over with a grave expression. Really didn't expect. The Ryan group is so frantic and want to kill the whole ship. If it were not for your reminder, I am afraid that the sudden group of pirates will succeed. His Royal Highness is humble. Now, with your wisdom, even without my reminder, you would not fall into this trap. Chen Chen slightly nodded. The two chatted again for a while before Chen Chen was frightened and needed to rest. Leaving the casino as an excuse, went to the rest area. Prince Steel immediately sent a team of bodyguards to escort Chen Chen to the lounge. As we stepped out of the cruise ship, the rainstorm outside was much smaller. The original glorious cruise ship had burn marks in many places. At the same time, there were more bullet holes in the direction of the cockpit. Obviously, a fierce exchange of fire took place here. Furthermore, below the cruise ship, you can faintly see the wreckage of several hulls floating on the sea, but these ships have been bombarded by RPG. Finally, Chen Chen came to the lounge assigned to him by the cruise ship, at a bedroom and 4 living presidential suite on the 16th deck. As Chen Chen and Chen Zhao walked into the room, the team of bodyguards outside the door stayed and guarded the door faithfully. Boss. Inside the door, Qian Wenhun, who had disappeared before, quickly got up from the sofa with joy. Boss, are you okay? Chen Chen waved his hand to stop Qian Wenhun's words, and then he looked towards the door with a gloomy expression. I have to say that Steel's old fox is indeed cold-blooded and selfish. Generally speaking, the mobile phone has no signal at sea. Only the satellite antenna device on the ship can communicate with the outside world. Therefore, after the cruise ship docks, passengers on the cruise ship generally have a peak period of using mobile phones. It was through this period of time that Xiao X discovered that the heirs of the 4 families, including Ryan and Davis, had secretly contacted the pirate forces on the African side, promising that the pirates could get the entire symphony of the seas of wealth. The purpose of these 4 people was to kill the patriarch of the Alexander Great family and the Wilson family on board. After all, with the emergence of Chen Chen, the patriarch of these families is almost equivalent to having a long lifespan, and the time in power is greatly increased. So some people can't sit still. During this trip, the patriarchs of these 2 families were on the ship. It was an excellent opportunity. If the leaders of these 2 families can be killed, then Davis and Alexander Great family naturally, the heirs can easily take over. Therefore, the 4 talents will try their best to win over Chen Chen. If Chen Chen agrees to support the 4 of them, it will naturally be a joy for everyone. They can even take action during the treatment and easily kill the patriarch of the Foster family and let Ryan take it easy. But if Chen Chen didn't want to agree, the 4 had no choice but to kill the killer, and even Chen Chen would kill them together. In the eyes of this group of people, even if Chen Chen dies, the company's operation will not be stopped by one person, and even the various life extension technologies of Chen Chen's company in the chaos are not impossible. This is the wishful thinking of the 4, which means that their goal is just the 2 patriarch, that's all on the ship. But to assassinate the patriarch of these 2 families alone, the purpose is too obvious. But what if the whole ship encounters accidents? When the time comes, all this is declared to be the work of pirates, and only the 4 of them escape alive. All this makes sense. This is the plan of the Ryan 4. Of course, Chen Chen will not allow this to happen. Let's not talk about standing on the side of Ryan's 4. If you really follow Ryan's words and secretly kill the Foster family's patriarch during treatment, This it would be a huge blow to the credibility of the research center. Chen Chen is not short-sighted. No matter what benefits Ryan can promise, they can't compare with the disadvantages of long-term development. Of course Chen Chen will not do it. Even more how? Once Ryan and Old Patriarch compete for positions in the future, it will inevitably attract a lot of attention. This is not what Chen Chen wants. For Chen Chen, he hopes that these 11 rich men will become more prosperous. As for the use of means to annex these consortiums, Chen Chen has not considered at all. After all, with his own company's business, he will only grow bigger and bigger. But once there is a situation of sexual embezzlement of other companies and families, no matter how beautiful I do it, how clean it is, that I can't fault it, and it will cause a credibility crisis. After all, how can the benefits brought by the embezzlement of one or two families in a short time be compared with the benefits of embezzling the entire Earth Federation 100 years later? Chen Chen's eyes couldn't help but flash a gloomy light. I just didn't expect that after he got on the ship, he reminded the Prince Steel, but the other party only took strict precautions against the sea, but still allowed the group of Ryan to kill on the ship. All this is not only because the other party does not trust Chen Chen, but also because Prince Steel did not take the lives of these guests seriously. After all, he could not be sure of the authenticity of Chen Chen's news, and he was afraid of beating the grass to scare the snake. So he simply did not change and prepared himself to defend against sea attacks. If Ryan's group of people really contacted the pirates, he would naturally be able to hit the group of pirates head. As for the guests on the ship, they can only ask for their own blessings. Anyway, Ryan does not have any heat weapons on his body. As long as he defeats the pirates at sea, Ryan will naturally be a turtle in the urn. This is what Prince Steel thought. As for the casualties that may occur on the guest's side, although it will make you lose your face, what is it compared to a small life? Super USB Chapter 147. Super USB Chapter 147. This pirate attack resulted in the death and injury of 135 crew members and 23 passengers. After repelling a wave of pirate offensive, Prince Steel immediately ordered the return, and the cruise ship returned to Walvis Bay overnight. As the host here, Chen Chen simply packaged the remaining vacancies of all the hotels in Walvis Bay to live in for this group of escaped tourists. These poor people don't even dare to take a boat in this life. As for this pirate attack, the Namibian authorities also expressed great importance and stated that in the coming period of time, combating pirate forces will be one of the basic national policies. On Chen Chen's side, the heirs of the 4 financial families died in his hands. Naturally, it was a whole lot of troubles, but fortunately, in the casino, that many eyes were staring, no one said number. Clear question. Besides, my stupid son wants to usurp the throne. I believe that as long as these fathers are not rubbish, they will not be unconscious. The next thing Chen Chen is not interested in paying attention to. He directly handed the mess to Kian when to deal with, and he took the company's negotiating team and flew directly to Europe and Germany. As a country in the sub-federal system of the Earth Federation, although Germany suffered a disastrous defeat after World War II, with the United Nations 5 permanent representatives at the same time announcing the official transformation of the United Nations into the Earth Federation in 1992, all forces in the world began to reshuffle violently. And Germany smoothly got rid of the hat of a defeated country and gained the opportunity to rise. Under the appointment of Xiao X, Chen Chen went directly to the Meyer shipyard in Papenburg, Germany, and negotiated with the shipyard's boss about ordering cruises. On the world, there are only 4 shipyards capable of building cruise ships of more than 200,000 tons, namely Akka Shipyard in Finland, Meyer Shipyard in Germany, Atlantic Shipyard in France, and Italy Fincanti Shipyard. Among them, the Meyer Shipyard in Germany is not the cheapest one, but the construction speed is the fastest among all shipyards. Meyer Shipyard is known as the German Master and is the largest and most modern shipyard in Germany. However, as soon as he got off the plane, the manager of the Meyer Shipyard came to welcome Chen Chen. After a lot of greetings, Everyone got on the car one after another and moved towards the headquarters of the Maya shipyard. Next, Chen Chen visited the dock of Maya shipyard, which is by far the largest indoor dock in the world. The dock is 504 meters in length, 125 meters in width, and 75 meters in height. In it, it is like standing in a giant dragon's nest, while a human being is a stinking insect of a nest. The person responsible for leading Chen Chen to visit the dock is a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a small beard and full of deep and steady temperament. At this time, the man asked, "Mr. Chen Chen, that's all for the visit. I don't know what kind of cruise ship you want to customize." The cruise ship is still divided many categories? Chen Chen asked, staring at a cruise ship under construction in the dock. That's not true, but according to the degree of economy, cruise ships can be divided into economic cruise ships and commercial cruise ships. Apart from this, there are luxury cruise ships. Small, the bearded man explained. For example, the world's largest Ocean Series cruise ship. This series is all luxury cruise ships. The main feature of luxury cruise ships is to highlight the travel experience of passengers. With the size of the Ocean Series cruise ship, it is enough to carry tens of thousands of passengers. However, in order to provide passengers with a more superior experience, the cruise ship actually only designed more than 2,000 suites, which can only carry 6,000 people. Most of the space has become public facilities for service. Apart from this, the facilities of luxury cruise ships are also top-notch. The mustache man points to the construction of a cruise ship in China. As much as every restaurant, as small as the furniture in the guest rooms, is just a cabin, but the decoration inside is equivalent to a 5-star level hotel. These all are the emblems of luxury cruise ships. Chen Chen listened and nodded. What about the power system? Cruise ships have high requirements for the performance and noise of the power system. According to our company, according to the statistical analysis of global cruise ships, the number of luxury cruise ships adopting the diesel electric propulsion system is the largest, accounting for more than 70%. There are only 10 cruise ships adopting the diesel fuel hybrid power system. There are 33 cruise ships with diesel engine power system. The number of luxury cruise ships with nuclear power propulsion is 1. This time, without waiting for Chen Chen to continue to inquire, Xiao Huo automatically explained. The so-called diesel electric propulsion power is the use of diesel engines to generate electricity to provide electric power to the electric motor to drive the propellers. It is extremely suitable for luxury cruise ships in terms of economy and performance. What about nuclear power? Chen Chen asked directly. The mustache hearing this expression is a bit weird, but he still said, although we humans have realized nuclear power plants, we have to say that the power of cruise ships is very different from land-based installations. The reactors are expensive to build and maintain. It's complicated. On cruise ships, nuclear power is invested 10 times more than ordinary power, which is very uneconomical. So that's how it is. Chen Chen nodded. In this case, my cruise ship is still let's follow the trend and use diesel electric devices. This is the most sensible. Mustache agreed. So are you planning to customize the cruise now? I don't know you. What are the requirements? We have a large number of ship designers who can help you solve them. I hope that my cruise ship can be as big as possible. Chen Chen thought for a while. The length is about 500 meters and the width is about 100 meters. The higher the power system, the better. I heard that ships have more than one set of power systems. Generally speaking, cruise ships have a set of main power, a set of backup power. Hearing the size reported by Chen Chen, Mustache widened his eyes and replied subconsciously, in this case, I will have 2 copies. Chen Chen nodded and said, I want to install 2 sets of main power on the cruise ship, 2 sets of backup power. The mustache immediately startled, and then bitterly laughed. Mr. Chen, I am afraid you have some misunderstandings. A power system includes diesel generators and electric motors. These equipments are very huge and extremely heavy. 4 sets of power equipment are enough to occupy the bottom of the entire hull, which is not at all economically advantageous. It doesn't matter. Chen Chen shook the head. I am not building a cruise ship for profit, but planning to build a sea experimental base, that's all. Marine experimental base? Mustache was even more confused. Chen Chen nodded. I do need a lot of entertainment facilities on my ship, but I don't need guest rooms. This thing is, at most, some dormitories and laboratories, that's all. And the laboratory needs a lot of power system support. I understand. Mustache finally understood and said with a smile, in other words, you are not planning to build a cruise ship, but a work ship. Yes, a work boat that can be moored in the seas for experimentation. Chen Chen replied pointedly. Okay. The mustache wiped the sweat coming out of his forehead. In that case, how much power are you going to use? If your boat needs for such a large size, we recommend that you choose our company's largest Leroy Summel SA62 generator, each with a power of about 20,000 kilowatts. Of course, choose the largest power, Chen Chen said. As it should be. This is definitely a wise choice. The mustache's heart relaxed. We have 12 SA62 generators left here. If you want to install more spares, if so, how many do you want to buy? Chen Chen, hearing this, simply extend the hand and hold it tightly in front of the mustache. I want it all. Super USB Chapter 148. Super USB Chapter 148. After setting the tone, it's time for designers to design shapes for cruise ships. In order to show the importance of Chen Chen, the general manager of the shipyard personally came and appointed 10 designers to listen to Chen Chen's request. It is like a student attending a class. A dozen people sitting at the table, each holding a small book, memorized all the points Chen Chen said. I hope that the hull can be as large as possible. If possible, the laboratory should be designed below the main deck of the hull. The laboratory must be sealed and highly protected. Laboratories don't need too much. About 10 large laboratories, and 4,050 small and medium-sized laboratories are enough. Chen Chen thought for a while, pointed to a hull structure diagram in front of him, and continued said, above the main deck you can learn the symphony of the sea. I want to design a garden at the stern. It does not need a large area. It is enough to let all those who work on the ship have a feeling of returning to nature. On both sides of the park, there are 2 parallel floors. The interior of these buildings must be a duplex structure, with a complete set of rooms, 2 rooms and 1 hall, and a balcony with a view of the sea. This way, the residents living here can see the park on one side and the sea on the other. Isn't it a very romantic enjoyment? Moreover, there must be leisure places such as theaters, swimming pools and bars on the ship, as well as restaurants and large conference halls. Apart from this, and crew dormitories and training grounds. The previous suites were not for crew. Is it a dormitory? A designer asked in astonishment. Those suites are for researchers. The crew and guard rooms that control the ship can be arranged on the first floor to facilitate emergency assembly, Chen Chen explained, and don't be stingy in area planning. After all, my ship does not need to carry passengers. Although these cruise rooms do not need to be too luxurious, but they don't need to be too small, just set them as standard rooms. Following Chen Chen's planning, these designers memorized Chen Chen's key points and began to design immediately. The size of the hull, at first Chen Chen, helps to be more than 500 meters in length. After all, the larger the hull, the more stable it is. But Maya Shipyard tried its best to discourage it, because it is too large and it is prone to hidden dangers in terms of materials. So, the final hull was determined to be 404 meters long, 80 meters wide, and 60 meters high. Among them, there are 8 floors above the main deck and 4 meters high. The reason why the length is different is that 404 is a number that Chen Chen likes very much. Just like Chen Chen chose the 404 dormitory at the beginning, this number has a certain speciality in the culture of Central Continent. The implication of, after calculation by these designers, the weight of this customized cruise ship has exceeded 350,000 tons, which is one of 20% heavier than Symphony of the Seas. but because there are not many rooms as well as luxury furniture, the final X-Factory price is only $1.5 billion US, only $200 million US higher than the cost of the Symphony of the Seas. Maya Shipyard takes about 3 months to build the hull module, plus the subsequent assembly and decoration time. It takes a total of 6 months. Moreover, this is because of the modular construction method, just like building blocks. And if it is a conventional construction method, such a huge cruise ship will take at least 2 years to complete. Finally, Chen Chen should give the cruise a name, because in accordance with international practice, on the launch ceremony of the ship project, a steel plate will be cut into the shape of the hull outline or the initial letter of the ship's name, marking the official start of the module construction work. Chen Chen thought for a while, and finally decided, in that case, it's called the Black Light. So, a ship called the Black Light. The cruise ship has begun construction. Although the Black Light is not the largest ship in the world, it must be the largest cruise ship in the world so far. Until he walked out of the Maya shipyard, Chen Chen was suddenly speechless. Now I have one more project under construction on my side. From the earliest Blacklight biotechnology nuclear power plant in Namibia, this project was planned to take 18 months. It was approved in March 2022, and now there are 11 months to complete. Apart from this, there is also the Life Science City, which is under construction in the first phase of the project, and the underground experimental base that will take 4 months to build. Now, there is another cruise ship completed in half a year. If you count it this way, there is still no charging equipment available on your side. Chen Chen was a little speechless, but the next second, his mobile phone suddenly rang. Chen Chen turned on the phone, only to find that it was Prince Steele calling. Chen Chen frowned, originally wanted to hang up directly, but after thinking about it, he got on the phone. "Dear Chen, where did you go in the past 2 days?" Prince Steele's voice on the phone was a bit tired, but still said with a laugh, "Originally I want to find you a drink and thank you very much, but these 2 days have really made me very busy because of that. It's okay, when I'm on the boat, helping you is helping myself." Chen Chen indifferently said, "I don't know what the prince is asking for me. In fact, there is nothing at worst. I just want to ask you." Prince said, "How did you know that the Ryan Group wanted to contact the pirates to attack the Symphony of the Seas?" "I naturally have my channels." Chen Chen, he raised his eyebrows, "Is there any problem?" No, don't get me wrong." During the call, Prince Steele quickly explained, "Then why did you get on board at the time?" "To be honest, if I got this news earlier, I wouldn't be on the ship." Chen Chen replied, "It's a pity that I only got on the ship. I got the news, but at this time the ship was already sailing." The other end of the phone couldn't help laughing heartily. "It's a pity, Mr. Chen Chen, but I still have to thank you if you need mine. If you can help, please don't hesitate to give orders." Chen Chen, hearing this, suddenly felt his heart moved. "Since you have said so, I really have a place where I need your help." "Oh?" Prince Steele's voice was suddenly a little surprised. "Is the Symphony of the Seas still parked at Walvis Bay today?" Chen Chen asked. "Yes, the European area to which Symphony of the Sea belongs has sent investigators to investigate this matter." Prince Steele helplessly said, "I was also asked not to leave Walvis Bay, and the other party is still looking for you." "Looking for me?" Chen Chen nodded. "I know. In that case, please say hello to the company of Symphony of the Seas. I am willing to rent the Symphony of the Seas for half a year at your price. I wonder if you can help me with this." Hearing this, Prince Steele seems a little embarrassed. "Mr. Chen Chen, you may not know, although I rented the Symphony of the Seas for $20 million for a month, but you also saw, there are many stores on the ship. These stores are rented by partners. In addition to rent, I also need to pay these partners a sum of money." "It's okay, so can I." Chen Chen didn't care. "Since you said so, it will be easier." Prince Steele sighed in relief. I think my face is still useful. Thank you so much, Your Royal Highness. Chen Chen hung up after a few more greetings. Super US Speak Chapter 149. Super US Speak Chapter 149. A few days later, Chen Chen came to Walvis Bay again. This time, in addition to him and Chen Zhao, there were also Namibia's local police chief Madaloni and the captain of the Symphony of the Seas. Chen Chen's entire group got on and off the car at the pier and moved towards the huge mountain-like wheel not far away. 10,000 li under the cloudless clear sky, the huge cruise ship is still mooring quietly by the pier, giving people a huge shock. But the black defects formed after the explosions lie across the hull like scars on. With the exquisite hull, it looks particularly dazzling. Mr. Chen Chen, although this ship does not belong to me personally, I have been its father since the day it went to sea. To me, it is like my daughter. Captain Whitebeard pleaded in a low voice, now that the Symphony of the Seas is riddled with scars, I hope you can take care of those scars a little when you rent it. It doesn't require you to spend too much time and money, just a simple treatment, such as applying some waterproof glue on the section, and no problem, Captain Bernard. Chen Chen was so funny, he had no choice but to nod it. Trust me, I will treat it well. Thank God, you must be a kind employer. Hearing this, Captain Whitebeard only sighed in relief. Sorry, this ship has been blocked. However, when the entire group walked to the entrance of the Symphony of the Seas, they were caught by two men wearing black cloth. The European men stopped, and one of them took a look at the crowd, and then whispered something while holding down the headset. These are the people of the European Federal Investigation Agency. Can you avoid conflicts as much as possible? The captain reminded in a low voice behind Chen Chen. I am the chief of the Walvis Bay Police Department. We need to go to the ship to verify one thing, and I hope you can ease it. The black man who has been silent on the side takes it out. The whole piece of oneself is righteous and strict. Are you all going to go up? Seeing the identity of the sheriff, the European man's expression eased slightly, but he still said, you have too many people. At most only 3 people can go up. Well, then I, Sergeant Madaloni, and Captain Bernard will go up. Chen Chen waved his hand and set the tone. Seeing the other party's acquiescence, Chen Chen let Chen Zhao and the others stay where they were, and then took the lead to go up. After boarding the ship, Chen Chen ignored the facilities above the main deck, but went directly off the deck and entered the engine room under the guidance of Captain Bernard. This machine that looks like a firing pin is the generator on the Symphony of the Seas. Captain Bernard pointed to the 4-5 meters high and several dozen meters long in front of him. Huge monster. Although it looks different from diesel generators on land, there is absolutely no problem with power. I know, this is called Leroy Summelsa 62 generator, and the power is 20,000 kilowatts. Chen Chen not even thinks replied, hey, do you even have research on engines? Captain Bernard said strangely in surprise, because I just went to the Meyer shipyard in Germany 2 days ago. Chen Chen explained with a smile, my customized crews will also be here in the future. Kind of generator, original, so that's how it is. Captain Bernard forced a smile, no more words. The 3 of them took a quick tour at the bottom. Chen Chen took a close look, and was satisfied after walking around the entire generator room. Obviously, the 3 main generators and the 2 backup generators are all intact. The combined power generation of the 5 generators has reached hundreds of kilowatts. 100,000 kilowatts of power means that each hour's power generation is hundreds of thousands kilowatts each hour. Even if these generators cannot generate electricity at full load throughout the day, at least 90% is still okay. This kind of power generation already has an efficiency of 10% at the Chen Chen power plant in Cape Town. Although it is only 10%, the Cape Town power plant can only give Chen Chen 5 days to absorb electricity, which is far less easy than the ability to absorb electricity anytime and anywhere on this ship. Just as Chen Chen was about to disembark, his mobile phone rang suddenly. Chen Chen turned on the mobile phone, but found that Xiao X had sent a message. Hey! Seeing the message from Xiao X, Chen Chen chuckled and then dialed Cheng Zhao's phone. "Let everyone from the Black Security Service Department come to the dock immediately." After speaking, he hung up the phone. "Mr. Chen Chen, what's the matter?" Sheriff Maddaloni on the side bounced his eyebrows. Only he knew that the Black Security Service Department was all who. "It's nothing. Someone wants to trip me up." Chen Chen shook the head. "What? Does anyone dare to trip you up?" Sergeant Maddaloni, hearing this, immediately said angrily, "I'll call the policeman over here." "No, I can do it myself." Chen Chen smiled and stopped Sergeant Maddaloni's call. His expression was a little weird. What he didn't say was that if the Sheriff Maddaloni really called someone, I am afraid that when the time comes, he would help the other side trip himself. "Okay." Seeing this, Sheriff Maddaloni said angrily, "If you need something, just ask me for help." After confirming that there was no problem with the generator, Chen Chen and the three ran to the deck to stroll around. It was not until Cheng Zhao called again that the Black Security Service Department had arrived, and Chen Chen proposed to return. Soon, Chen Chen and the two left the Symphony of the Seas. But when he got off the boat and returned to the pier, Chen Chen immediately saw 12 European and American white men in suits and trousers approaching aggressively. "Mr. Chen Chen, is it?" The man headed by him wore a pair of black sunglasses, quite like a Smith in the Matrix. At this time, he quickly walked to Chen Chen's side and showed a pair of credentials. "We are from the European Federal Bureau of Investigation. There is a case that requires your cooperation. Please come with us." Speaking, two European robust men with big size came up behind them, ready to set up Chen Chen, and there was even one person holding handcuffs. "Wait." Sergeant Maddaloni at the side hurried forward and asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" "Mr. Chen Chen is our guest in Namibia. Right to do this." "Sorry. We are going to ask Mr. Chen Chen to investigate in the identity of the Federation, and the irrelevant wait immediately to get out of the way." The man with sunglasses looked cold, and directly pushed away the police officer Maddaloni. "Sergeant." But Sheriff Maddaloni was only flushed, and he did not dare to resist. "Wait." Chen Chen spoke lightly, but the other party did not intend to stop at all. When the two of them walked to Chen Chen's side and were about to start their hands, suddenly, the gun protruded from behind Chen Chen and pointed directly at a group of federal agents. I didn't know when Brando arrived with 30 people from the Black Security Service Department. 30 Glock 17 without the slightest hesitation was aimed at 12 agents. These 12 federal agents were shocked and reflexive. He took out his pistol and confronted Brando and the others. For a time, the atmosphere of the entire pier with swords drawn and bows bent Super USB Chapter 150. Super USB Chapter 150. In a corner of the pier, the two people suddenly took out their guns and confronted each other. Behind them was a clear blue ocean, and seagulls and flamingos were flying in the low altitude. Looking at the sudden scene, the Sheriff Maddaloni on the side was also a little dumbfounded, not knowing who he should help. According to international law, it is of course to help the FBI. After all, this department is the core law enforcement agency of the federal government and has the authority to perform tasks across continents. Although those strong areas play their own roles, they are not in this sector at all. But this small country does not have this kind of capital. But Chen Chen on the other side is the official big benefactor. If Chen Chen is taken away in Namibia, his job will naturally end, and from now on, don't think about the other party continuing invested in Namibia. For a time, Sheriff Maddaloni was caught in a dilemma. "Mr. Chen Chen, are you planning to rebel against the Federation?" Looking at the muzzle close at hand, the man in sunglasses was not afraid, but instead asked loudly, "It represents the Federal Bureau of Investigation. If you rebel against us, it means rebelling against the entire Earth Federation. You have to think clearly. I was originally a legitimate businessman, a good citizen. How could I resist the Federation?" "What?" Chen Chen said with a smile indifferently, "I'm just afraid that someone will kidnap me as the FBI. After all, you know this officer, I'm very valuable. Everyone is staring." "Is that so?" The man in sunglasses squinted his eyes. took out his ID again and placed it in front of Chen Chen. "Do you see clearly now?" "Sorry, I'm short-sighted. I can't see clearly from so far." Chen Chen spread his hands innocently. "Thank you for bringing it closer." The man with sunglasses is coldly snorted, walks in again, put the ID in front of Chen Chen. "I should be able to see." Shwa. Just when he put his ID in front of Chen Chen's eyes, he suddenly saw a flash. I don't know when the ID in his hand has appeared in Chen Chen's hands. "You!" The man in sunglasses shouted furiously. "SHH." Chen Chen stretched out his index finger, made a gesture of silence, and then tore the entire document in half in front of the man, while picking the corner of his mouth. There was a sneer. "This certificate is fake." "You dare?" As soon as the man with sunglasses wanted to step forward, Cheng Zhao's gun was directly attached to the man with sunglasses' face. "Tear the documents in his hand to pieces." Chen Chen raised his hand. Countless torn leathers and identification cards were flying all over the sky. At the same time, Chen Chen didn't even look at the man's blue face in sunglasses, and directly turned towards "Go outside." "Sheriff, next time, remember to prepare a real certificate and come again." Chen Chen. The man in sunglasses clenched his fist and wanted to arrest him, the opponent. But the opponent's more than 30 guns made him still afraid to take a step beyond the thunder pool. The bodyguards of Chen Chen in front of him are full of blood. Where are the bodyguards? They are obviously a group of devour raw meat and foul mercenaries. This businessman from Central Continent is actually raising private soldiers. Until Chen Chen got in the car, Cheng Zhao took the lead to put away the gun in his hand, and then beckoned. Everyone followed to put down the gun, turned and walked out. This band scene even made the man in sunglasses wince. Having been watching Chen Chen get into the car, the man in sunglasses took off the sunglasses from his face and threw fiercely on the ground while looking at the black sheriff on the side. "Sergeant Madaloni, you as for the FBI, your local police do not cooperate at all." Sergeant Madaloni opened his mouth, his face at a loss. "Sir, the deputy on the side whispered to the man with sunglasses. "Needless to say, we just report the situation. Those who rebel against the FBI will not have a good end." Speaking, the man in sunglasses flicked his sleeves, turned and moved towards the other side and left. Chen Chen sat in the car and silently watched the federal agents who were going away, revealing a grave expression. "When I was on the Symphony of the Seas, Xiao X sent a message saying that a team of FBI agents had arrived in Walvis Bay and had completed the extradition procedures and was ready to. I caught myself caught off guard to North America. Actually, if the FBI just came to inquire about it, it will naturally be no problem. The key point is that Symphony of the Seas is a cruise liner of the Imperial Family International Cruise Line. This company is a European company, just like the men in sunglasses belong to the European branch of the FBI. So even if Chen Chen is extradited, he must be extradited toward Europe, and it is impossible to extradite toward North America. So, there must be something tricky in it." Sure enough, Xiao X sent a message again. Through targeted investigations, Xiao X ruled out countless information on the internet, and finally turned out a few useful messages. It turned out that several consortiums in North America formed an organization called the ALS Mutual Aid Association. Through some channels, this organization learned about the technologies that it possessed and started to make ideas. That's it. The chairballs in this mutual aid association are all families that are not inferior to financial oligarchs such as Edwards and Rodriguez. Naturally, they are not afraid of the 11 consortiums behind Chen Chen. Sure enough, paper can't contain fire. Chen Chen squinted his eyes. Although God's forbidden zone has never been seen on formal occasions, there is nothing impervious to the world. Wall, even more how that many members of the family regain their youth. Once this kind of thing is exposed, it will immediately spread in the upper class. Presumably, many chairballs have now received this news. These people were originally on the sidelines, but now that they are involved in a case, They will naturally be used by those who are interested and begin to use means to test themselves. In the face of technologies that can return to their youth, let alone those charitable families, I am afraid that even high-level federal officials have to be tempted. If you can't handle the first wave of temptation on your side, you will naturally be known to be weak and deceived. When the time comes, more forces will come to besiege yourself, like a pack of wolves smelling blood, gradually surrounding the sheep towards the center. If that's the case, don't blame me. The blood in Chen Chen's eyes flashed and passed away, muttered in a low voice. Although I can completely resolve this crisis through the forces of the 11 Great Family, isn't it too cheap for the other party? Now that you have extended your claws to your side, leave the claws behind. Even if you have to sit down and talk, you have to chop off the opponent's claws before you talk. Otherwise, wouldn't you dare to ride on his head and shit? Thinking of this, Chen Chen opened Xiao X's app on his mobile phone, said solemnly, X invaded the airline's network, and helped me and Chen Zhao book 2 tickets with fabricated identities. You know the destination of